Right away, we're thrown into chaos, boiling lava churns and spits, throwing huge chunks of rock around like nothing. You can almost feel the intense heat and raw power crackling in the air. Pulling back, the scale is immense. We see this hellish landscape of jagged, burnt mountains stretching out under a sick, blood-red sky. Rivers of actual lava cut through the land, and massive, broken chains are just embedded in the rock everywhere. This brutal place, this is the Nine Hells. Hanging in that sky is this huge, cracked sphere, glowing like a corrupted sun, beaming unstable energy down onto the ravaged world below. And we learn, this isn't just any part of hell. We're in the deepest layer. And this deepest layer? It's infamous for one reason. It's the ultimate battleground, the place where the absolute strongest demons in all of existence gather to fight. They call it the Ninth Hell. Its entire existence is defined by constant, earth-shattering combat. Demons clash with unbelievable force, lighting up the perpetual twilight with explosions. It's just non-stop war. A relentless meat grinder, all to answer one single question. Who is the strongest demon of them all? And right now, two absolute powerhouses are going at it. One is this massive hulk of a demon, his dark skin cracked, glowing with golden energy from within. Facing him is a red-skinned demon with huge black wings, radiating pure aggression. The red one, Balak, charges in, fist cocked back. Balak throws a lightning-fast punch, aiming straight for the bigger demon's head. There's a sickening crack that echoes through the hellscape as his fist connects. The impact is devastating. A shockwave just explodes outwards, shattering the already broken ground beneath them, sending rock and debris flying like shrapnel. Even Balak gets thrown back by the sheer force of his own punch, wings flaring out as he stabilizes himself in the smoke and dust. But as the dust starts to clear, the golden demon, Garkas, just stands there. He looks completely unfazed, almost bored. He lets out a sigh, clearly unimpressed. He speaks, a smug look creeping onto his face, muttering about how he'd heard all these rumors about the Ninth Hell, expected something more, but basically calls Balak's devastating punch little more than a tickle. This arrogant giant? That's great demon Garkas, and he clearly thinks this fight is beneath him. Garkas bellows his opponent's name, Balak. The red demon lands solidly, glaring up at Garkas, pure fury burning in his eyes. Balak just snarls back, undeterred, retorting that Garkas sure talks a big game. That flips a switch. Garkas explodes with rage, dropping the casual stance instantly. He lunges forward, ready to tear Balak apart. They collide again, sending another blinding flash of energy ripping across the desolate landscape. Up close, the explosion is even more intense, just pure, raw power erupting between them. You can almost feel the energy tearing through the air, showing the incredible forces these two command as they trade furious blows. Garkas actually seems pushed back for a second, reeling from the exchange. Balak sees his chance and presses forward instantly, surging with power. Balak's fist charges up again, glowing with that intense crimson energy, aimed like a deadly missile. He slams a vicious uppercut right under Garkas's jaw. The impact is huge, another shockwave tearing up the ground around them, the force rippling outwards. It sends the massive Garkas reeling back, flying helplessly through the air from the sheer power of the blow. Balak doesn't pause for a second, eyes locked onto his airborne opponent, launching himself into the sky right after him, ready to continue the assault. They clash again mid-air, a blur of motion and violent impacts. Balak is relentless, hammering Garkas, who struggles to defend against the onslaught. Balak finds an opening in Garkas's guard and lands another heavy, devastating strike that sends the golden demon plummeting back towards the ground. And Balak dives right after him, fist blazing with crimson energy, looking to smash Garkas straight into the unforgiving floor of the Ninth Hell. He brings his fist down with incredible, focused force. The impact is catastrophic. It carves out a massive crater, kicking up an enormous plume of dust, rock, and smoke that completely obscures the landing zone. Balak pulls up, flying clear as Garkas slams hard into the ground below, vanishing within the swirling debris cloud. Balak lands near the broken forms of some smaller, green-skinned demons he must have dealt with earlier. But his attention snaps back to the crater. He looks shocked for a moment, then suspicious, maybe sensing Garkas isn't down for the count just yet, muttering about tricks. And he's right. A figure emerges from the thick dust. It's Garkas, not only standing, but looking absolutely enraged. His eyes are burning like embers, teeth bared in a furious snarl, and that golden energy crackling within his skin flares violently, brighter than ever. Garkas lets out a tremendous roar, his power surging so intensely it makes the very ground tremble around him. He is far from finished. He bellows that he's done playing around. He gathers his immense power, unleashing a massive wave of pure golden energy, like a tidal wave of fire, straight towards Balak. Balak doesn't even flinch. He meets the devastating blast head-on, driving his own crimson energy-infused fist forward, punching right into the oncoming attack. The two immense powers collide in a spectacular explosion, a blinding sphere of struggling red and gold energy that tears the battlefield apart. Rocks and debris rain down as the clash reaches its absolute peak. When the blinding light finally starts to dim, it's Balak who is seen walking forward steadily, stepping onto the cracked, superheated ground. He seems to have weathered Garkas's ultimate attack, maybe even overpowered it. And that's just how it is here in the ninth hell. This is the norm. Constant brutal fighting. Powerful demons like Balak rise, clash, assert their dominance, and eventually fall, only for the next challenger to take their place. Right now, Balak stands tall, radiating the power he just proved he possesses. Because of this endless, violent cycle, this constant shifting of power, it was always just assumed, believed, that there could never be one single, eternal ruler of the ninth hell. You can see that fierce determination still burning in Balak's eyes, reflecting the same ambition that drives every single demon trapped in this pit, that unending quest for ultimate power. It seemed destined to be a cycle without end, until he appeared. We close in on Balak's face, and even though he's a terrifying demon himself, you can see the tension. He's sweating, looking apprehensive as he gets closer to someone much, much stronger. He walks down this long, ominous red carpet, past rows of bowing, monstrous demons. The only sound is his heavy footsteps echoing in the tense silence. He's heading towards the absolute center of power in this hellish place. Before him rises the Demon King Castle, a terrifying fortress seemingly built from bone and shadows. And right in the middle sits the Demon King's throne, a massive, intimidating seat carved from the skull of some gigantic beast. And sitting on that throne is the Demon King himself. He's covered in sharp, dark armor that crackles with intense purple energy. Just his presence alone radiates overwhelming power and absolute authority. The throne itself even has these three dragon heads looming behind him, adding to the terrifying sight. This figure, shrouded in purple flames and dark energy, is known as the absolute peak of all demons. The strongest being in all of hell. Balak stops before the throne, his fists clenched tight. He looks up, his voice filled with genuine confusion and maybe a little desperation, asking the king why he'd ever want to go back, pleading that he already has everything he could possibly want right here in hell. The Demon King just sits there silently for a moment, the air thick with tension. All the gathered demons hold their breath. Then, a single, quiet word cuts through the silence, a command for silence. The purple energy pulsing around the Demon King flares just slightly, a subtle reminder of the immense power he holds. Balak visibly flinches, recoiling under the sheer pressure washing over him from the throne. That purple energy feels heavy, oppressive. Balak knows this feeling well. It's the power of gluttony. This king didn't just beat his enemies, he consumed them, absorbing their power and bodies, growing stronger with every conquest. It's how he took down the legendary 7 princes of hell, beings so mighty they could only fight each other to a standstill, ending their endless war. We see flashes of powerful demons, even Garkas who Balak fought before, being completely overwhelmed, sucked into swirling purple tendrils of energy. This power makes the king the ultimate predator in this realm. This is the Demon King's defining ability, devouring the demons of hell itself to fuel his own unbelievable strength. The lesser demons around the throne room tremble, whispering nervously among themselves that the Demon King is angry now. They know questioning him, even respectfully, is incredibly dangerous. They're scared for Balak, thinking he's crossed a line and is about to be consumed himself for daring to question the king's wishes. But the Demon King finally speaks again, his voice echoing from the throne. He challenges Balak's words, asking what he even means by saying he has it all. He gestures dismissively around the throne room, his tone shifting. He complains that he's been stuck in this miserable place for 10,000 long years. Balak looks genuinely startled by the king's almost whiny tone. The king continues, his voice filled with pure, soul-crushing boredom and frustration. He describes staring out from his imposing dark tower at the same hellish landscape, day after day, watching the same endless slaughter over and over again. He leans forward just slightly, that purple energy around him pulsing with his growing irritation. He practically yells, his frustration boiling over, demanding how he's supposed to have it all when there's absolutely nothing here worth having. And just like that, the terrifying helmet and swirling purple energy just disappear. Revealed underneath isn't some monster, but a young man with black hair and eyes burning with sheer frustration. This is the Demon King, Kang, and he looks completely, utterly fed up with hell. Balak, maybe thinking the king's frustration is just hunger, quickly tries to smooth things over. He suggests maybe His Majesty is hungry and offers a special dish, ordering the lesser demons nearby to prepare a meal immediately. They scramble away in a panic to obey. Balak explains that while it might not be much for a king who's already devoured tens of thousands of demons, he hopes the king won't refuse this offering, a sign of his servant's loyalty. A large platter is brought forward, holding something slimy and frankly, pretty disgusting looking. Balak presents it simply. He announces with pride that it's the head of Folklore, one of the biggest remaining forces among the princes, offering it as a delicious meal. It's a grotesque, multi-eyed octopus-like head just sitting there on a plate. Kangwoo recoils instantly, blasting Balak away with a sudden burst of energy, shouting that there's no way he's eating that thing. Balak goes flying, yelling apologies as he crashes into the background. Kangwoo stares down at the severed head with pure disgust written all over his face. He mutters that he just doesn't want to consume something so ugly and awful anymore. Then his expression shifts, becoming almost wistful, a look of deep longing crossing his face. He starts to say what he really wants. The purple aura flares around him again, charged now with intense desire, not anger. Balak watches from the floor, looking completely terrified and confused. Kangwoo repeats, his voice rising with passion, I want to eat kimchi jjigae. An image flashes in his mind, a steaming, delicious-looking pot of kimchi jjigae, that spicy, comforting Korean stew. That is what the supreme ruler of hell truly, desperately craves. The bizarre request echoes through the throne room. Kimchi jjigae? Kimchi jjigae? Balak is just floored, completely baffled. The severed head of the demon prince, Folklore, lies forgotten on the floor nearby. All the lesser demons are equally confused. Kimchi jjigae? They start roaring amongst themselves, assuming it must be some kind of ultimate demonic delicacy, a food worthy of the king of gluttony. Two demons eagerly rush forward, presenting a platter heaped with gore, offering a dish full of crimson blood and meat. Kang just screams back at them in fury, calling them dimwits. Balak tries again, asking respectfully what kind of demon head or which specific innards they should use to prepare this kimchi jjigae, offering to rip apart anything the king desires. Other demons mutter variations of kimchi, trying to wrap their heads around it. Kang just sighs, completely exasperated, telling them that's not what kimchi jjigae is. You see, the problem is, demons just don't get it. Their idea of a meal is literally just devouring their enemies after a fight. They have zero concept of cooking, cuisine, or the simple joy of eating something delicious for its own sake. Balak tries a different approach, guessing maybe the king is just bored now that the 7 princes are gone, suggesting he needs some entertainment, some action. The other demons murmur in agreement, thinking this must be it, the true king of blood and slaughter needs more fighting. But Kangwoo just explodes again, shouting that it's not that either. What he really wants is to read novels and manhwa. He slams his fist down on the armrest of the throne in sheer frustration. Balak looks completely crushed by his inability to please his king. He throws himself down, groveling, actual tears streaming down his face, wailing about how his lacking strength isn't enough to satisfy his majesty. And then he dramatically begs the king to just kill him for his poor performance. Kong just yells back, completely ignored, begging Balak to just listen to him for once. Kongwu slumps back onto his throne, looking utterly defeated, while Balak continues his loud, tearful pleas for death nearby. The king mutters to himself, "If only I had." He stares off into the distance, his gaze lost and wistful, finishing his thought almost sadly. Somebody to love. Oh! Suddenly, a sultry, feminine voice echoes through the hall, asking if he meant somebody to love, like her? A new figure begins walking elegantly down the red carpet towards the throne. We see a pair of elegant high heels stepping forward purposefully. Her name is announced, Lilith. She is none other than the queen of succubi. As she approaches, the other demons practically swoon. Little hearts pop up around them as they murmur about how beautiful Lady Lilith is. They are completely captivated by her presence. She has a reputation, after all, she's known as the most beautiful woman in all of hell. Lilith stops gracefully before the throne, placing a delicate hand on her chest, a seductive smile playing on her lips as she greets the king. But then her form shifts subtly, revealing unsettling extra eyes and faint, tentacle-like appendages framing her face, hints of her true demonic nature. She leans closer, asking coyly if her heart isn't enough to satisfy him. Kongwu grits his teeth, looking visibly uncomfortable, maybe even a little disturbed by her overly affectionate advance. Lilith boldly declares that she's definitely spending the night with him today. Kongwu immediately shuts her down, ordering her as king not to come any closer, threatening to kill her if she does. But Lilith just giggles, thinking he's just being shy and embarrassed. Kongwu lets out a scream of pure frustration, while the surrounding demons completely misinterpret the situation, whispering about how hot the tension is, how embarrassed the king must be by her charm. Yeah, it's worth remembering. Succubi are known for consuming the life essence of men. Lilith completely ignores his protests and practically lunges at him, wrapping herself around him right there on the throne, cooing affectionately. Kongwu desperately tries to push her away, shouting for her to get off. Balak watches from the side, looking concerned. The scene reminds us, never take a succubus disguised as a beautiful woman lightly. Kongwu continues yelling, trapped in her clingy embrace, begging her to please just go away. Compared to Lilith, with her creepy extra eyes and suffocating clinginess, even the dense and sometimes violent Balak actually seems kind of cute right now. And right on cue, maybe sensing the king's genuine distress, Balak pops up with huge, sparkly anime eyes, asking with disturbing sweetness if he should just kill Lilith and everyone else for his majesty. Kongwu replies with a deadpan, exhausted, "Yeah." He reflects internally that while looks might not be everything when it comes to love, this situation is just way too much. He looks utterly traumatized by the kind of affection he gets from his demonic followers. Finally pushing Lilith away, Kongwu manages to compose himself. He clenches his fist, his expression turning deadly serious, his eyes glowing red with resolve. He declares firmly, his voice ringing with purpose, "Earth. I must return to Earth." Balak and Lilith react instantly, both looking completely shocked by his sudden, unwavering declaration. They both shout his title, "Your Majesty," clearly horrified and opposed to the very idea of him leaving hell. But Kangwa's mind is absolutely made up. He thinks to himself that nothing can shake the determination he's held onto for the last 10,000 years. He rests his chin on his steepled fingers, looking completely resolute. If anything, their opposition only strengthens his resolve. It's been 10,000 long years since he first fell into this hellhole. Balak and Lilith can only look on, speechless, as Kongwu sits calmly on his throne. He notes internally that he's finished his preparations. After consuming Baal, the very last of the 7 princes, everything is finally ready. His armored fist clenches again, purple energy gathering around it. He thinks, it's finally time. He rises slightly from his throne, power swirling intensely around him, catching Balak and Lilith nearby as if in an invisible current. It's time, he thinks, to finally claim his reward after enduring 10,000 grueling years in hell. Kangwoo looks forward, a determined, almost predatory grin spreading across his face, his red eyes gleaming with anticipation. He turns to his loyal subordinate and gives the command. Kangwoo's command still hangs heavy in the air. Prepare the thing. Balak hesitates, clearly terrified but maybe still hoping the king will change his mind. He starts to protest, but Kangwoo cuts him off instantly, purple energy flaring dangerously around his fist. He asks Balak if he needs to be told twice, and Balak lets out a terrified squeak. Sweat pouring down his face, Balak bows deeply, immediately apologizing and promising to prepare it right away. He knows better than to argue when Kangwoo uses that tone. Balak turns and bellows orders to the other demons, telling them to summon someone named Amon and prepare the armors of the 7 princes of hell. They all snap to attention, roaring their obedience. Short beat, visual transition. An ancient-looking demon sorcerer appears, draped in dark robes, wearing a strange mask, and carrying a staff topped with eerie glowing green skulls. This must be Amon. He begins chanting in some guttural, demonic language. We see imposing stone statues lining a path, likely monuments to the very princes Kangwoo consumed. Now Balak, Lilith, and the sorcerer Amon stand before Kangwoo at the bottom of a grand staircase. It leads up to a brightly glowing altar flanked by massive, intimidating demonic statues. Amon reports that all the preparations are complete. Kangwoo simply nods, satisfied. Lilith watches Kangwoo silently, her expression hard to read, as he gets ready to leave her, and hell, behind. Balak is watching too, still looking deeply worried, as Kangwoo's immense purple energy starts gathering around him like a storm. Kangwoo turns, his demonic armor dissolving away, revealing his simple human form underneath. He walks calmly up the steps toward the glowing altar where Amon waits. Amon speaks, his voice raspy, warning the king that pouring such a massive amount of magic into the armors of the 7 princes could twist the very fabric of space and time, forcefully tearing open a crack between dimensions. He's basically spelling out just how dangerous this ritual is, how much raw power it takes to punch a hole back to Earth. Kang just glances back, completely unfazed by the warning. He looks forward again, his mind made up. Let's begin, he says simply. An explosion of purple energy erupts around Kangwoo as he stands before the altar. A single thought bursts through his mind, filled with pure relief and overwhelming anticipation. Finally, I can go home. He unleashes his power, activating a technique called the Myriad Demon Palace. A colossal vortex of swirling purple demonic energy fills the entire chamber, churning violently like a contained hurricane. The energy focuses, creating ripples in reality itself, like a stone dropped into a still pond. A blinding flash erupts as the barrier between dimensions cracks open wide. The energy stabilizes into a brilliant column of light and power, the portal back to Earth. Amon uses his staff, directing the chaotic energy, while Kangwoo stands silhouetted within the bright gateway, ready to step through. Amon looks on, completely awestruck by the display. He breathes praises for the Myriad Demon Palace, marveling at the overwhelming demonic energy, calling it magnificent just to witness. Around the chamber, the 7 sets of armor belonging to the fallen princes, placed carefully on pedestals, begin to glow intensely, reacting to the immense power Kangwoo is unleashing. The eyes of the helmets flare with that same vibrant purple light. The energy pouring into the portal intensifies, reaching critical mass. Amon calls out excitedly that all 7 armors have reacted. The gate will open fully any second now. Kangwoo stands poised, thinking to himself, even if he goes back, he won't have family or a lover or any friends waiting for him. But as long as it's not this damned, desolate place, he doesn't care. Anything is better than hell. He's ready. But just as he's about to take that final step, Lilith cries out his name. Kangwoo glances back over his shoulder. Lilith is openly weeping, tears streaming from all of her eyes, with Balak trying to hold her back. She cries out, asking if he's really leaving her behind. Kangwoo turns away again, facing the portal, and tells her bluntly not to cry. Then he adds, looking genuinely creeped out, that it scares him when she does that. Incredibly, both Balak and Lilith seem to blush at this, hearts popping up around Lilith again. Lilith is completely overcome, taking his disgusted fear as some kind of affectionate compliment. She gushes about his kind words, claiming her heart might burst from his love. Her tears suddenly transform into glowing orbs of energy as she starts gathering her own magic. Kangwoo feels the shift in energy behind him, startled by her sudden power surge. Her voice echoes through the chamber, now filled with a desperate resolve, declaring that she wants to go with him. Kangwoo curses loudly and immediately dives headfirst into the portal without a second thought, just as Lilith lunges forward trying to grab him. She cries out as he slips away. He plunges through the dimensional gateway, leaving Lilith floating alone in the space where the portal just was, calling after him. She hovers there, tears forgotten, vowing with fierce determination that she will follow him, no matter what it takes. Meanwhile, Kangwoo is hurtling through the void between dimensions, a slight, dismissive smile playing on his lips. He's finally free. He glances back momentarily, giving a mental middle finger to hell and everyone in it. He thinks it was not nice meeting them, and he sincerely hopes they never meet again. 10,000 years. He reflects on the unbelievable amount of time he spent trapped in that fiery nightmare. Floating through a strange, serene blue space filled with abstract light patterns, he thinks about his desires. He doesn't care about changing the past or reaching some grand future. All he wants is to be back on the Earth he remembers. He sees a sphere up ahead that looks like Earth, floating within this transit space. Now, he thinks, getting closer. A huge grin spreads across his face, filled with pure, unadulterated anticipation. He's really going back. He's finally going home. Finally! But just as he nears the image of Earth, blue electricity suddenly crackles violently around it. He's confused for a split second before a system message flashes urgently, "Nuclear crack detected." A red grid instantly snaps into place all around him. Another message appears, "Dimensional defense mechanism, Gaia system, initiated." Kangwoo is caught completely off guard, wondering what this is, what's happening all of a sudden. Red warning signs flash frantically everywhere around him, repeating the same alarming message. His power is too strong for the system's capacity. Another alert pops up, "Defense mechanisms for all dimensions are being initiated." Kangwoo looks around frantically, totally confused by what the system is talking about. Gaia system reaching system overload. The red defensive grid pulses ominously, struggling to contain him. Bright white energy suddenly cracks through the red grid, overwhelming the system entirely. Kangwoo is caught right in the middle of the energy surge, crying out in pain as it washes over him. Failure! Failure! The system couldn't completely block or contain his immense power. But it seems it has a backup plan. It states that complete exclusion is impossible. Kangwoo grits his teeth, straining against the immense force trying to suppress him. The system declares its next move, initiating limiting seal. He can feel his power being violently ripped away, suppressed. He reaches out instinctively, trying to stop it, sweat dripping down his face as he struggles. His eyes blaze with absolute fury as the seal takes hold, cursing the system responsible. Then, suddenly, everything changes. He feels warmth on his skin, sees sunlight filtering down through green leaves. He slowly cracks open an eye, a bead of sweat still lingering on his temple. He finds himself lying on the ground in a lush green forest, sunlight dappling the earth around him. He slowly sits up, looking around in bewildered wonder. Sunlight, trees, could this really be Earth? He feels incredibly weak, drained. He decides he needs to check his condition first. A familiar blue screen prompt appears in front of him, asking to bring up the status window. He stares at the translucent screen displaying his information. The status window shows his name, Kangwoo, but his level is 1. He's had his first awakening, but his stats are incredibly low: strength 8, dexterity 9, stamina 7, intelligence 8, demonic energy 12, wisdom 7. His special ability, the power of gluttony, is listed. The horrifying realization crashes down on him. His powers, the very abilities he used to conquer hell and orchestrate his return, have been sealed away? He lets out a scream of pure disbelief and absolute fury. His eyes snap wide open, filled with shock and rage. And just then, a horrible, guttural shriek cuts through the relative peace of the forest. A pack of grotesque, green-skinned creatures, goblins, charges out from the trees, heading straight for him. Kangwoo stares, utterly bewildered and maybe a little scared. What the hell? He thinks. There weren't monsters like that on the Earth I remember. This is definitely not the peaceful homecoming he'd spent 10,000 years dreaming about. Kong just sits there, surrounded by unfamiliar green leaves, staring blankly at that status window floating in front of him. The reality of what it means is just starting to sink in. Level 1. Stats barely worth mentioning. And gluttony, the power that made him the undisputed king of hell, he just whispers, unable to believe it, reading the text again. His eyes lock onto those glaring red words. Most powers from this special ability are sealed. The word hangs in the air, heavy with disbelief. What? And then it hits him, the full weight of it. His power, the very core of his being for millennia, sealed away? A raw scream tears out of him, pure rage and frustration echoing through the quiet forest. His eyes flash crimson, that familiar sign of his demonic power flaring up, but this time it's fueled by helpless fury, not overwhelming strength. And of course, his timing is perfect. A pack of grotesque, green-skinned goblins bursts out, shrieking aggressively as they charge right at him. He curses under his breath, completely bewildered. These things definitely weren't on the Earth he remembered. But even shocked and weakened, 10,000 years of survival instincts kick right in. Purple energy flares around him, his expression hardening into a battle mask. First things first, get rid of these pests. He clenches his fist, ready. He reaches inward, towards the source of his power, the myriad demon palace. And feels it instantly. His demonic energy is weak, barely a trickle compared to what it should be. That Gaia system's seal really did a number on him. He easily sidesteps the first goblin's clumsy lunge. Okay, overwhelming power is off the table for now. He adapts instantly, deciding he'll just have to use something else from his vast arsenal. Dark energy swirls around his hand. His arm morphs, transforming into a sharp, wicked-looking blade made of pure shadow and energy. He calls upon one of the countless powers he absorbed back in hell, tapping into the strength of the demon Sabnok, manifesting his power of the blade. With speed and brutal precision honed over millennia of constant fighting, he cuts through the goblin horde like they're nothing. System messages immediately pop up, notifications about defeating goblins, gaining experience, and leveling up. He jumps straight to level 4 in seconds. This whole game-like system feels incredibly strange. He stands amidst the carnage, dozens of goblin corpses now littering the forest floor. He wonders aloud what these monsters even are, and what this experience point system means. He looks down at his hands, noticing he can physically feel himself getting stronger with each level. It's a bizarre sensation. Stepping back from the mess, he decides his next move. He needs information about this place, and fast. He turns back to the goblin corpses and reaches out, activating his core ability, even sealed as it is. Gluttony. Tendrils of dark purple energy erupt from him, swirling around and enveloping the dead goblins, the signature power of Demon King O Kangwoo. The energy retracts back into him. He notes internally that he absorbed information about their biology, but nothing useful about this world itself. Then, another system message pops up. His demonic energy stat has increased by 1 point. His eyes snap wide in utter shock. Demonic energy? He stares down at the skeletal remains left behind by his power, a horrifying realization dawning. Demonic energy, that's a resource that should only exist in hell. If it's present here, the devastating conclusion hits him like a physical blow. There's a very, very good chance. This isn't Earth at all. No way. The denial erupts from him. He clutches his head, reeling, his face contorting in sheer despair. This can't be happening. His thoughts race, filled with crushing anguish. The only thing that kept him sane, that got him through 10,000 years of endless torment in hell, was the single, burning hope that one day he could finally return home to Earth. Just as that hope completely shatters, just as he feels himself breaking down, a distant sound cuts through his despair. A high-pitched scream. He freezes instantly, straining to listen. A scream? He analyzes it in a fraction of a second. It doesn't sound like any monster or demon he knows. Hope, wild and desperate, flares back to life in his eyes. Could it be? It's a human. A human. Without a moment's hesitation, he taps into another power absorbed long ago, activating Valifor's power of speed. A burst of energy sends him shooting through the forest like a blur. 10,000 years. As he races between the trees, his thoughts tumble out in a frantic rush. 10,000 years seeing nothing but monsters with dozens of eyes, creatures covered in writhing limbs. He doesn't care if this person is ugly or plain. As long as they just have 2 eyes, 1 nose, and please, please, no. An image of Lilith, the clingy, multi-eyed queen of succubi, flashes in his mind, making him grit his teeth in utter revulsion. Just no more tentacles. He pleads desperately to whatever higher power might exist, completely traumatized by his demonic acquaintances. He bursts into a sunlit clearing. Found them. He spots a group of goblins surrounding someone huddled against a tree. Please. He thinks, his heart pounding. It's a young woman with purple hair, desperately trying to fend off the snarling creatures. Kangwoo's prayer echoes frantically in his mind, please be human. He focuses, taking in every detail with desperate intensity. 2 eyes, normal, human eyes, wide with fear and maybe tears. 1 nose, perfectly normal, human nose. And, crucially, his breath catches in his throat, eyes widening with disbelief, followed by an overwhelming wave of pure relief. No. No tentacles. Tears of pure, unadulterated joy start streaming down Kangwoo's face. He lets out a choked sob of relief. After 10 millennia surrounded by nothing but literal horrors, he's finally seeing a normal human being again. He surges forward without a second thought. The remaining goblins turn towards the sudden intrusion, snarling aggressively. The girl cries out as one lunges at her, but it never reaches her. Kangwoo appears in a flash, driving his fist straight through the goblin's skull with sickening efficiency. He lands lightly amidst the fresh corpses, then turns towards the terrified girl still sitting against the tree trunk. He walks towards her slowly, gently extending a hand to help her up. She looks up at him, her eyes wide with surprise and obvious relief, and places her small hand in his. "Thank you," she murmurs as he pulls her carefully to her feet. The very instant their hands touch, something just sparks inside Kangwoo. An overwhelming jolt, a sensation so unfamiliar and intense after 10,000 years without any simple human contact. His eyes fly wide in shock, a silent scream building inside him. He feels completely, utterly flustered. The internal panic continues, a tidal wave of sensation crashing over him. He just stares blankly ahead, trembling almost imperceptibly, trying desperately to process the simple feeling of holding another person's hand as she stands there. She offers him a grateful smile, completely unaware of the meltdown happening inside his head. "Thank you so much for saving me. My name is Han Seela." Kang just continues to stare, looking totally shell-shocked, still trembling slightly. Seela looks at him, concerned now. Is something wrong? Suddenly, Kang yanks his hand back as if burned. He leans in way too close, his eyes wide with a desperate, terrifyingly inappropriate intensity, and blurts out the first thing that comes to his completely overwhelmed mind, "Please marry me." What? Han Seela is left utterly speechless, completely bewildered by the sudden, insane proposal from her mysterious savior. Kangwoo leans in close, still holding Seela's hand, eyes wide with that sudden, crazy intensity. "Please marry me," he blurts out again. Sela just stares back, completely stunned, asking him to repeat himself. Kangwoo freezes mid-pose, the sheer absurdity of what he just said finally crashing down on him. Internally, he's panicking, realizing he got way too carried away. Sela tentatively starts to ask him what he's doing. He quickly pulls back, trying desperately to look normal, plastering a nervous smile on his face. He clears his throat, apologizing awkwardly and rubbing the back of his neck, trying to steer the conversation back to introductions. Sela smiles, seeming relieved the weird moment is over. She brushes off his concern about her being hurt, saying it's nothing serious, but then she winces in pain. "Sela!" Kangwoo reacts instantly as she stumbles. He spots a nasty scrape on her knee, already bleeding a little. He quickly steadies her, asking if she's okay. As he supports her, something silver and rectangular slips out of her pocket and clatters onto the grass. Kangwoo's eyes immediately lock onto the object. That shape, that rectangular thing, it looks familiar. Lying there on the grass is a modern smartphone. A smartphone! The realization washes over him like a tidal wave, bringing immense relief. It is Earth. He truly made it back. Meanwhile, Sela sits down against the tree, holding her injured knee. Kangwoo tells her to sit and rest while he performs some simple first aid, kneeling beside her as she thanks him. Kangwoo gives her a confident grin, telling her not to worry. An important thought occurs to him. He can actually understand her. They're speaking the same language. A quick flashback reminds us how he strictly forbade demonic language back in Hell, forcing himself and even powerful demons like Balak and Lilith to speak Korean constantly, just so he wouldn't forget his mother tongue over those 10,000 agonizing years. He thinks with relief, he's finally speaking Korean with a human, not a demon. Back in the present, he gently touches her injured knee, channeling a tiny, almost unnoticeable bit of energy, telling her it should help. Sela looks down, surprised, thanking him again. Kangwoo picks up the fallen smartphone, handing it back to her with a warm smile, telling her not to mention the help. Sela takes the phone, thanking him again. Kangwoo catches a glimpse of the screen. The date reads May 22, 2023. He processes this silently. 2023? Does that mean only 5 years have passed on Earth since he fell into Hell? 10,000 years for him, just 5 years here. The time difference is staggering. He muses internally that he thought he'd adjusted the time more accurately during the ritual. He wonders if these monsters appeared on Earth within that short 5-year span. He looks from the goblin corpses back to Sela resting against the tree. He suggests they rest for a while since moving might be hard for her. Sela agrees, admitting there's a lot she doesn't understand right now. Perfect, Kangwoo thinks he needs more information. They sit together against the tree trunk. Kangwoo asks casually what she was doing out here alone anyway. Sela looks down, explaining she was trying to hunt solo inside a gate. She continues, blushing slightly with embarrassment, admitting she had only just awakened as a player but foolishly thought she could handle an E-rank gate all by herself. Player? Kangwoo repeats the unfamiliar words. He asks her level. Sela replies she's only level 6 since she awakened recently. Then she asks him what a player like him is doing here, clearly assuming he must be incredibly strong after seeing him fight. Kang just smiles smoothly, dodging the question by saying his level is probably lower than hers and he has his own long story. He understands why she'd assume he's powerful. Sela just accepts his vague answer. I see. Sela murmurs, still looking a little flustered from everything. She glances away shyly for a moment. Carefully standing up, she asks if they should get going. Kangwoo looks concerned about her knee, asking if she's sure she's okay. Sela puts weight on her bandaged leg, insisting she is, thanks to him, though she still lets out a small grunt of discomfort. She offers to support him, which Kangwoo quickly shuts down, saying the strong should help the weak and offering to escort her instead. He asks which way they need to go. Sela points towards the nearby gate entrance. Kangwoo agrees readily. Internally, he's relieved. Just getting her to the gate entrance is simple, helps him gather info without revealing his own lack of knowledge or identity. His plan is simple: get information, then find his way back to civilization. They start walking together. They reach the edge of the forest. Ciela points ahead, saying they've arrived at the entrance. Kangwoo looks up and stops dead. Hanging in the air before them is a large, swirling vortex of unstable blue-black energy. This is... He murmurs, recognizing the chaotic power signature instantly. A gate! He stares intently at the swirling portal, his mind racing. Moving through this kind of tear in space, it confirms this isn't exactly the Earth he left behind. Something fundamental has changed. He scans the area quickly. He can't see any kind of weapon or technology capable of creating such a stable, massive rift in space. How is a gate this big even being maintained? Their very existence changes everything he thought he knew about this world. Ciela stretches slightly, saying she feels much better now and suggests they hurry up and leave. Kangwoo snaps back to the present, agreeing quickly. He grabs her hand again without warning, tapping back into Valifor's speed. They become a blur, rushing away from the ominous gate entrance. His eyes glow red with demonic energy as they speed towards the promise of civilization. They seem to arrive almost instantly in the middle of a bustling city square. Kangwoo looks around frantically, scanning the crowds of people. He hears someone shouting nearby, recruiting for a gate hunting party. He notes with relief 2 eyes. He sees more people everywhere, men looking at screens, groups discussing party plans. He checks again, 1 nose, 1 mouth, and crucially, no tentacles anywhere. He overhears more talk about players and parties. Kangwoo stands frozen amidst the tall buildings, the noise, the crowds milling about under a bright blue sky. It's real. It's filled with humans. He clutches the cloak he's wearing, trembling slightly, completely overwhelmed by the sight. Ciela watches him, looking concerned. Seriously? Kangwoo whispers, his voice thick with emotion. I'm really back. Tears finally break free, streaming down his face without shame, tears of profound relief, of unimaginable joy after 10,000 years of brutal isolation and unending horror. He's finally, truly back among his own kind. Ciela notices his tears, looking completely confused by his intense reaction. Kangwoo. She starts tentatively. He quickly tries to compose himself. She twists her fingers shyly, blushing as she asks if it's all right with him, if maybe he wants to eat together, at her place. Kangwoo is visibly shocked, his face flushing bright red at the unexpected invitation. Ciela continues earnestly, looking almost angelic in Kangwoo's suddenly rose-tinted view, saying she's really thankful and wants to repay him with a meal. After a winter that lasted 10,000 years, spring has finally, suddenly arrived in Kangwoo's lonely heart. He strikes a dramatic pose, absolutely beaming, starting to give an overly formal acceptance, when a stern voice cuts him off, telling them both to wait right there. 2 uniformed guards armed with futuristic-looking rifles approach them, asking to check their player cards. Kangwoo freezes instantly. Card? What card? The guard waits patiently while checking Ciela's card, then turns expectantly to Kangwoo. Kangwoo starts sweating, thinking fast. He forces a smile, agreeing, then reaches into his cloak, deciding he has to use that power again. For a split second, his eye flashes, the pupil turning into a thin slit, glowing an eerie green. Here it is, Kangwoo says, holding out his completely empty hand. He activates another power he absorbed long ago, tapping into the demon Dantalion's power of oblivion. It allows him to distort someone's perception, making them see what he wants them to see. A faint, grotesque demonic image flickers behind him for an instant, influencing the guard's senses. The guard's eyes briefly reflect Kangwoo's demonic red before returning to normal. He simply nods, confirming he's checked the non-existent card. Kangwoo breathes a silent sigh of relief. It worked. He turns back to Ciela with a bright, innocent smile, asking if they should get going. The guards murmur behind them, the encounter already fading from their minds thanks to the power. Ciela happily agrees. Ciela leads the way through the city streets, eventually stopping and saying, "This is my house." They arrive in front of a simple, slightly old-looking apartment building. Nothing special, perfectly mundane. Sela explains apologetically that there's no elevator, so they have to take the stairs. Kangwoo, still floating on his cloud of euphoria, just replies warmly that it's perfectly okay. He takes a deep breath as they step inside, a faint blush still on his cheeks. The smell of an old apartment building, even something as simple and mundane as this, feels incredibly precious to him right now. He follows her up the narrow stairway. He trails his gloved hand along the cold metal railing as they climb. Sunlight streams through a dusty window on the landing. He stops for a moment, looking around, the sheer normalcy of it all finally starting to sink in on a deeper level. He looks ahead towards Sela, practically vibrating with suppressed excitement, a huge, almost manic grin spreading across his face. Out of all the places on this earth, he thinks he's actually going to her place. He beams, filled with an absolute, unwavering certainty. From now on, he's positive things are looking up. He's finally going to have the happy future he spent 10,000 years dreaming about. Kangwoo is practically vibrating with excitement, that huge grin still plastered across his face, thinking about how lucky he is to be going to Sela's place. He follows her happily towards the apartment door, absolutely convinced his future is looking bright. But then Sela calls out, "Mom," and a woman's voice answers from inside. Kangwoo freezes mid-happy thought, the hopeful fire dimming just a tiny bit. The door swings open, revealing a kind-faced middle-aged woman who immediately starts fussing over Sela, asking if she's hurt and if she went with a party like she was told. Sela laughs it off nervously. Kang just watches, slightly stunned. Her mom is here? His internal monologue deflates a little, wondering if Sela really did just mean a simple meal. Sela quickly introduces him, explaining that Kangwoo saved her and she invited him over for a meal as thanks. Kangwoo manages a slightly awkward hello as Sela's mother gasps in surprise. The mother rushes forward, grabbing both of Kangwoo's hands tightly, her eyes genuinely filled with immense gratitude. "Oh my, thank you so much," she says earnestly. She shakes his hands vigorously, repeating her thanks for saving Sela, saying she doesn't know how she can possibly repay him. Kangwoo smiles politely, maybe a little overwhelmed by the sudden parental gratitude, assuring her it was nothing. "Please come in," the mother insists warmly, ushering him into the apartment. She apologizes that they live simply but promises to make him a delicious meal. Kangwoo steps inside the modest but clean apartment, thanking her again. He thinks to himself, well, it's a shame they won't be alone, but compared to his life in hell, just being here, in this normal home, is something to be incredibly thankful for. The simple domestic scene is worlds away from the horrors he endured. The mother calls Sela to help prepare the meal. As Sela heads off to change, she remembers her mom texted her earlier. Her mother reminds her to always let her know if she's going somewhere dangerous. While they chat, Kangwoo has a realization. The cell phone. He needs to gather as much information about this new Earth as possible. He calls out to Sela. He asks apologetically if he could possibly borrow her phone for a moment, making up an excuse about losing his own. Sela turns instantly, smiling brightly, phone already in hand, saying, "Of course." She hands him the phone, telling him to make himself comfortable while they get the meal ready. Kangwoo takes it gratefully, thanking her again. He sits down at the small table, holding the smartphone almost reverently. A faint blush creeps onto his cheeks just feeling the smooth screen under his finger. He sighs contentedly. After 10,000 years away, everything feels overwhelmingly emotional. But he quickly shakes his head, forcing himself to focus. This isn't the time for sentimentality, he needs information. He opens the browser, deciding to search for news articles from 2018, the year he was dragged into hell. He starts searching. The search results hit him hard. Headlines scream about the day of cataclysm, February 22, 2018, describing how the world was turned upside down overnight. He scrolls quickly through article after article detailing the chaos, unknown monsters pouring from black portals, modern weapons proving useless, armies collapsing, and then the emergence of the first players, who quickly became humanity's only hope. Kangwoo sits completely absorbed, scrolling through 5 years of turbulent history in minutes. He stops on one specific article dated February 22, 2018, detailing the very first monster outbreak right here in Seoul. His eyes narrow. February 22, 2018? A vivid flashback hits him. That chaotic void, the exact moment he was ripped from Earth. That was the day he fell into hell. The realization dawns. Could he have been caught up in one of those gates that opened simultaneously that day? He leans back, tapping the phone screen thoughtfully. These articles are mostly speculation, he thinks. He'll need to dig deeper later. Just then, Sila's mother cheerfully calls out that the meal is ready. Kangwoo looks up brightly as a steaming pot is placed right in front of him. Thank you so dash. His words die in his throat. His eyes fly wide, pupils shrinking in utter shock. He stares down at the pot, unable to breathe. This is... Placed right there, bubbling and fragrant, is a perfect pot of kimchi jjigae, the exact dish he spent 10,000 years dreaming about, craving desperately in the depths of hell. Sila's mother smiles warmly, inviting him to enjoy the meal, hoping it's to his liking. Kangwoo can only stare, utterly speechless, whispering the name like a sacred prayer. Kimchi jjigae? Kimchi jjigae? His hand trembles uncontrollably as he slowly picks up the spoon. A single tear escapes, tracing a path down his cheek before he can stop it. He carefully scoops up a piece of tofu, some broth, bringing it towards his mouth. Sila's mother encourages Sila to eat too. Sila looks over curiously as Kangwoo prepares for that first, momentous bite, still whispering the name. Kimchi jjigae. He brings the trembling spoon to his lips. Sila and her mother watch him, a little confused by his incredibly intense reaction to a simple stew. He finally takes the bite. He lets the flavor flood his senses, the warmth spreading through him, something he hasn't felt in millennia. He closes his eyes, completely overwhelmed by the taste, the sensation, the memory of food. He finishes the bite slowly, then immediately takes another spoonful, this time with rice. As he eats, the memories surge, unstoppable. 10,000 years ago, after falling into hell with no warning, he had accepted demonic energy just to survive, twisting his human form into something monstrous. Images of the brutal hellscape flash before his eyes. But because some core part of his humanity remained, his sense of taste, his appetite, could never, ever be satisfied by anything hell had to offer. We see him perched alone atop a mountain of grotesque demon corpses under that blood-red sky. The demons he was forced to devour just to stay alive. A horrifying image shows him gagging down raw, disgusting demon flesh, blood smearing his face. They tasted indescribably awful, like absolute garbage. He remembers going insane, repeating that horrific cycle over and over and over again for 10,000 years. He remembers vomiting violently, unable to keep the vile substance down. The only thing that kept him going, the only thing, was one single, burning desire. A memory surfaces of him weeping helplessly in the crushing darkness of hell, face stained with blood and tears, whispering, "I want to go back. To Earth." Back in the present, hot tears are streaming uncontrollably down Kangwoo's face as he clutches his bowl and spoon. "I'm really..." He chokes out between sobs. "Really back? To Earth?" Sila and her mother stare, completely shocked by his sudden, intense breakdown. Kangwoo? Sila asks hesitantly, concerned. He tries to speak through the sobs, looking up at them. "Sila." He looks from Sila to her mother, tears still flowing freely, his voice thick with raw, overwhelming emotion. "Really? Seriously? Thank you." He manages a watery, broken smile. "It's so delicious. Thank you so much." Sila looks flustered but smiles back warmly, saying she's the one who's thankful, apologizing that it's just simple food but happy he seems to be enjoying it so much. "Is it really that good?" she asks gently. Kangwoo nods enthusiastically, mouth full again, cheeks puffed out like a chipmunk. "Yes." He manages to swallow, then immediately asks apologetically if he could possibly have another bowl of rice. Sila jumps up instantly, saying, "Of course," and heading off to get more. Kangwoo beams gratefully. Her mother just chuckles warmly, remarking how nice it is to see him eating so well. Kangwoo wipes more tears from his eyes, completely overcome with pure, unadulterated happiness. I'm so glad. He thinks, his heart full. So glad I finally made it back. Sela returns with the electric rice cooker, ready to serve him more. The apartment door is violently kicked clean off its hinges. Dust and splinters explode inwards. A menacing silhouette fills the ruined doorway. Kangwoo curses instinctively under his breath. Sela and her mother gasp, frozen in shock and fear as the dust begins to settle. Kangwoo grimly notes how ridiculously sturdy that door was. The intruder steps heavily onto the broken remains of the doorframe, crunching wood underfoot. A young man with bleached blonde hair and a furious expression glares menacingly into the apartment, shouting aggressively, "I dash. Han Sela. Come out here right now." Just as Kang finally found a moment of real peace, a taste of the simple life he fought 10,000 years to get back to, the apartment door explodes inward. Heavy footsteps stomp inside, and an aggressive voice demands answers, asking Sela who gave her permission to just enter a gate whenever she pleases. His glare is sharp, his voice full of accusation. Sela's entire demeanor changes in an instant. The kind, grateful girl disappears, replaced by someone cold and furious. Her golden eyes narrow, staring back at the intruder defiantly, holding her ground without saying a word just yet. Her voice low, trembling slightly but sharp with simmering anger, she finally speaks, her command cutting through the tension, "Get out." The blonde intruder looks completely shocked, eyes wide with disbelief. He leans in slightly, clearly thrown off by her sudden defiance, stammering out a confused "what?" Then Sela just explodes. She shoves past her mother who tries to hold her back, screaming his name, Han Taehyun, telling him to get out, demanding who the hell he thinks he is, barging into her house like this. Taehyun actually flinches back, his shock quickly turning into a mix of fear and anger. He shouts back defensively, warning her not to come near him, before puffing out his chest and boasting that he's a full-fledged player now. Sela stops, a flash of surprise crossing her face. "He's a player too?" Taehyun bursts into loud, mocking laughter, leaning back with a cruel grin. He sneers about how impressive it is that she's become a player too, his tone dripping with pure condescension. He clearly thinks nothing of her abilities. But his amusement vanishes instantly, replaced by a vicious snarl. He slams his fist hard into the wall right beside Sela's head, cracking the plaster violently. He spits curses, calling her a low-level nobody pretending to be a player. The impact echoes through the small apartment as Sela flinches hard, her mother gasping behind her. Sela throws her arms out protectively, shielding her mother, her fear returning as she screams at him not to come any closer. Taehyun just smirks, seeing the fear in their eyes. He glances down at the terrified mother hiding behind her daughter. His intimidation tactic is working perfectly. A heavy silence falls, broken only by the mother's quiet trembling. Taehyun's expression darkens again as he starts bitterly listing their family problems, a father who died early, a mother earning barely anything, his voice thick with resentment. Sela cuts him off, her voice shaking with fury and pain. She points right at him, yelling that he's the reason they're struggling, that it's all his fault. The accusation hangs heavy between them. Taehyun completely ignores her. "Forget it," he dismisses her words, then lunges forward, grabbing Sela's arm forcefully. He tells her she's coming with him to someplace called the Andres Guild, right now, and starts dragging her towards the door. Sela cries out in pain and surprise. She fights back desperately, digging her heels in, shouting for him to let her go. She yells that she'll never go to some trash guild like that, refusing to be forced into whatever life he's trying to push her into. Taehyun just tightens his grip, leaning in close with a menacing grin hidden in the shadows. He mocks her word, trash, then claims he's just trying to help get her into a good party, though his idea of help clearly involves brute force. Sela grits her teeth, pain flashing across her face as his grip becomes crushing. In sheer desperation, she bites down hard on his hand. Taehyun cries out in pain and shock as blood immediately starts welling up from the bite mark. Reacting instantly, Taehyun swings his arm back and delivers a vicious, open-handed slap across Sela's face. The sharp crack echoes in the room as she cries out again, stumbling back from the force of the blow. Sela crashes heavily to the floor. Her mother rushes forward, eyes wide with horror, screaming her daughter's name. Taehyun clutches his bleeding hand, his face twisted in pain and pure rage. He mutters curses, glaring down at Sela on the floor. His expression turns utterly savage, veins bulging on his forehead. He snarls down at her, asking if she really thinks she can survive in this world just by being nice, mocking her naivety about how easy life is. He looms over both Sela and her mother, who now clings protectively to her daughter. He menacingly tells Sela to just come quietly and become an offering, spitting the word player with contempt, clearly seeing her as nothing. A faint purple aura starts flickering around Taehyun. He stands tall, radiating threat, challenging her to fight it out since they're both supposedly players now. He's ready to use violence to prove he's stronger. Sela's mother scrambles up, grabbing Taehyun's arm, pleading desperately for him to stop, begging him not to do this to Sela, appealing to any sense of family he might have left. Taehyun roughly shoves her hand away, telling her to get lost. As she keeps pleading, he whirls around, completely losing his patience, snapping about how annoying she is before violently shoving her away. She cries out as she collapses onto the floor. Sela stares in disbelief, tears instantly welling as she sees her mother fall. A horrified scream rips from her throat. She scrambles over to her fallen mother, cradling her head, crying her name again, completely distraught. Taehyun just stands over them, utterly unmoved, coldly remarking she should have moved when he told her to. His face contorts into a mask of pure rage, bathed in an eerie green light, his eyes glowing menacingly. He mocks Sela's cries for her mother, his voice dripping with fury, asking how dare they annoy him. Tears stream down Sela's face as she glares up at him, pure, undiluted hatred burning in her eyes. She screams his name, her voice thick with pain and fury. Taehyun glares back, completely unfazed. "What?" he retorts defiantly, stepping closer. He mocks her helplessness, leaning down towards Sela, who's still protectively holding her mother. He continues his taunts, rubbing in his power advantage. He sneers that she's low level, while he's already had his second awakening, making it crystal clear he sees her as utterly beneath him. He grins maniacally, leaning even closer, his face lit with cruel triumph, scoffing at the idea that she could ever be a match for him. With brutal force, he grabs Sela's face, squeezing her cheeks painfully. He spits insults, calling her a moronic bitch only good for her looks, showing his absolute contempt. Taehyun continues ranting about needing her for the guild, probably as some kind of leverage or sacrifice to impress the seniors, but his words are suddenly cut off by a loud slurping sound. He pauses, confused, turning his head towards the noise. The slurping continues, loud and completely unbothered by the violence. Taehyun slowly turns fully around. And there, sitting calmly at the table amidst the wreckage and tension, is Kangwoo, drinking the broth directly from the kimchi jjigae pot. Kangwoo sets the pot down with a satisfied sigh. Taehyun just stares, completely bewildered by the sight. "What the hell?" he mutters, totally thrown off. Sela looks over too, just as confused. Kangwoo proceeds to calmly set out bowls and utensils, seemingly preparing to eat properly now, completely ignoring the violent family drama that just exploded around him. Taehyun watches, momentarily speechless. Taehyun finally snaps out of his stupor, his anger instantly returning, multiplied tenfold. He yells about how ridiculous this is, asking if Kangwoo thinks this is some kind of restaurant. He yanks Sela's hair slightly, trying to pull her attention back, though her eyes stay fixed on Kangwoo. Sela whispers Kangwoo's name, then tries desperately to warn Taehyun, asking if he can't grasp the situation, but her warning trails off. Kangwoo is just happily eating his kimchi jjigae with a spoon now, sparkles practically radiating off him in pure bliss. Taehyun glares daggers at the back of his head, calling out, "Hey." Kangwoo continues eating, completely absorbed, savoring every single bite with puffed-out cheeks, sighing contentedly, lost in the flavor he missed for 10,000 years. Taehyun has finally had enough. The utter disrespect is unbelievable. With a furious roar, he lunges forward and swings his arm violently, aiming straight for Kangwoo. The table explodes into splinters, bowls shatter, and the precious pot of kimchi jjigae goes flying through the air. Time seems to crawl. Kangwoo looks up, his eyes wide with pure shock as splatters of red stew hit his face. One of his eyes flashes a dangerous, burning crimson. The food, the kimchi jjigae he waited millennia for, is ruined, spilled across the floor. Seela gasps, covering her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief and a sudden, dawning fear for Kangwoo. She saw how much that simple meal meant to him. Taehyun stands panting, teeth gritted, still caught up in his own blind rage, completely oblivious to the catastrophic line he just crossed. Kangwoo is on the floor, surrounded by the spilled food. An invisible fire seems to erupt around him, fueled by an ancient, terrifying rage simmering just beneath the surface. He looks down at the mess, then slowly up towards Taehyun. Kangwoo! Seela cries out, sensing the terrifying shift in the air. Tears of pure, unadulterated fury stream down Kangwoo's face as he screams internally, a primal sound of loss and violated hope. Taehyun looks down, still angry, demanding what the hell Kangwoo is looking at. Seela looks utterly drained, tears still marking her own face. She stares blankly, maybe remembering Taehyun's earlier insult about Kangwoo. Taehyun looms over Kangwoo, who is still looking down, appearing to cry in despair over the spilled food. Hey, Taehyun says dismissively, calling him a beggar bastard again. Taehyun nudges Kangwoo disrespectfully with his foot, telling him to stop being a loser and get up. Kang just whimpers, staring at the spilled stew. My kimchi jjigae? The loss of this simple meal, the symbol of his return, his hope, it seems to have finally broken something deep inside him. Kangwoo slowly, deliberately looks up. His visible eye is glowing with an intense, inhuman red light. A dark, chilling aura begins to radiate from him, heavy and suffocating. His voice is dangerously low, almost a growl, laced with unimaginable, ancient fury. Boo! Taehyun stumbles back instinctively, suddenly hit by an overwhelming pressure, a terrifying demonic energy washing over him like a physical force. What? He breathes, shocked and suddenly afraid. What the hell is with him? A massive, monstrous shadow looms behind Kangwoo, pure purple demonic power crackling violently around his kneeling form. Kangwoo looks straight at Taehyun, his voice echoing with the chilling power of the ninth hell itself, asking with deadly calm, "How dare you spill my kimchi jjigae?" Taehyun finally, terrifyingly realizes he hasn't just picked on some random guy. He's provoked something ancient, powerful, and infinitely worse. A demon? That heavy demonic pressure just crushes down on Taehyun. Kang, still kneeling there surrounded by the spilled food, just repeats the reason for all this fury, his voice echoing with that scary power. My kimchi jjigae? To Taehyun, it's just stew. But to Kangwoo? It's the symbol of everything he suffered through for 10,000 years. Taehyun grits his teeth, sweating, feeling that suffocating aura, but his pride as a second awakening player won't let him back down. He clenches his fist, forcing his own energy out. Blue sparks crackle violently around his hand, gathering into a ball of power. He lunges forward, throwing that punch charged with roaring blue flames right at Kangwoo, who's still on the ground. The attack lights up the whole room in that bright blue glow. Taehyun's putting all his player power into this. But even as he attacks, that overwhelming pressure from Kangwoo makes him hesitate for just a split second. He sees that dark energy swirling, and doubt flickers. Could this guy be more than he seems? Nah, he dismisses it, clinging to his arrogance, thinking Kang was just some crazy beggar. His flaming fist drives forward, aimed straight at Kangwoo's head. Taehyun pours all his power into it, fully expecting to wipe this beggar out. But Taehyun's eyes fly wide in shock. Kao, isn't there? Did he vanish? Or did he just move faster than Taehyun could even see? A confusing flicker of energy is all he registers. From the side, Seela screams Kangwoo's name, desperately holding her staff, tears streaming down her face as she sees Taehyun's attack hit nothing but air. She pleads for Kangwoo to run, terrified for him, completely unaware of the true danger he represents. But Kangwoo isn't running. He reappears in a blur, having easily sidestepped the flaming punch. His red eyes are cold, calculating. He's already inside Taehyun's guard, too close for comfort. Taehyun can only let out a silent gasp of surprise. Seela just watches, frozen, her staff still raised, her face a mask of fear and confusion. Kangwoo wasn't hit. Before Taehyun can even process the dodge, let alone react, Kangwoo slams a brutal punch right into his gut. The impact echoes sickeningly, sending shockwaves through Taehyun's body. He gasps out Kangwoo's name, stunned by the impossible speed. Taehyun stumbles back, face twisted in pain and disbelief. He gasps out curses, his mind racing, trying to rationalize it. He can't be that fast, his pride screams internally, even as the searing pain tells him otherwise. Kangwoo's movements are fluid, economical, honed over thousands of years. His fist is already cocked back for another strike, red eye locked on target. Taehyun barely registers it, instinct screaming the attack is coming from the left. He throws up a desperate block, anticipating the punch to his head, but Kangwoo stops short. It was a feint. Instead, Kangwoo's other hand, now morphed into a wicked dark claw using Sabnok's power, whips around and smashes viciously into Taehyun's exposed side. The realization hits Taehyun way too late. He was completely played. He coughs up spit and blood, eyes wide with pain and shock. This beggar isn't just fast, he's a master fighter, completely outclassing him. Taehyun gasps, still reeling, but Kangwoo gives him no time to recover, unleashing a relentless storm of blows. Taehyun screams in rage and pain as another fist drives into him, his blue flames flickering uselessly. A brutal knee strike doubles Taehyun over with a grunt. He clutches his side, blood dripping, still desperately trying to tell himself Kangwoo isn't that strong, ignoring the blinding skill difference. Another heavy elbow snaps Taehyun's head back, sending him staggering again. Each hit is precise, brutal, fueled by that cold, simmering fury. Kangwoo flows smoothly into a low spin, his bladed arm swinging in a deadly arc towards Taehyun's legs. Taehyun barely manages to dodge the swipe, coughing up more blood. He screams insults, finally understanding he's in deep trouble but still lashing out wildly. But he falls for another feint. Expecting an attack from the front, the real blow comes from below. A devastating uppercut charged with dark energy slams right into his chin. Taehyun's eyes roll back as he's launched off his feet, crashing heavily to the floor. Dazed and bleeding, he stares up at Kangwoo, who stands over him shrouded in that menacing dark aura. He chokes out fragmented curses, finally realizing just how horrifyingly outmatched he is. Kang calmly grabs the battered Taehyun by his collar, dragging him across the floor like a sack of garbage. His bladed arm retracts back into a normal hand. He pins Taehyun down, pressing his foot firmly onto his chest, near his throat. Taehyun struggles weakly, making choked sounds, completely helpless. Kangwoo presses down harder. "I'm not done yet," he says, his voice dangerously calm. Taehyun lets out a strangled scream of pure agony as the pressure intensifies. Kangwoo leans down, looking completely unfazed by the suffering. "You're a man, stop acting like a baby," he chides coldly, demonic power still swirling visibly around him. His red eyes bore into Taehyun's terrified ones. "You're still a long way off," he continues, his voice low and menacing, "from paying for spilling my kimchi jjigae." The utterly bizarre reason for this brutal beating is finally laid bare. Taehyun stares up, completely bewildered, blood dripping from his mouth. "K kimchi jjigae?" He stammers, unable to grasp why this is happening over a bowl of stew. He trembles out the question, why act like this over something so stupid? Kangwoo's expression darkens instantly at Taehyun calling it stupid. He grabs a handful of Taehyun's hair, yanking his head up brutally. "Stupid?" he repeats, his voice dropping to a terrifying whisper. He leans in close, surrounded by dark red energy, eyes blazing fiercely. "Kimchi jjigae," he growls, emphasizing every syllable, A stupid bowl of kimchi jjigae, you said? Terror floods Taehyun's face. He knows he just made things infinitely worse. He starts babbling frantically, trying to take it back, but can't even form a coherent sentence. Kangwoo slams Taehyun's head back against the floor with vicious force, roaring, "Stupid kimchi jjigae," unleashing all his pent-up fury. The impact echoes as Taehyun screams in agony. Kangwoo grits his teeth, the sound chillingly audible, the sheer intensity of his anger terrifying. He releases Taehyun's hair, his hand hovering menacingly. "Hey," he says, his tone shifting again, becoming even more unsettlingly calm. Leaning close to the battered, weeping Taehyun, he gives the bizarre instruction. "When I say 1, you'll say kimchi jjigae." He continues the command, "And when I say 2, you'll say is sacred food." Pressing his hand down on Taehyun's chest again, he demands, "That's what you're going to shout. Got it?" Kangwoo commands flatly, 1. Broken and terrified, Taehyun weakly forces the words out through sobs and blood. "Kimchi jjigae." "Louder!" Kangwoo demands instantly, slamming his fist down near Taehyun's head, making him scream again in pain and raw fear. Kangwoo repeats calmly, 1. Taehyun manages a slightly louder, more desperate cry, "K kimchi jjigae." Kangwoo stares down, expressionless amidst the swirling darkness. 2, he commands. Taehyun screams the phrase with all the terrified energy he has left, tears and blood mixing on his face. "Is a sacred existence." Kangwoo watches, his demonic eyes glowing, seemingly judging the performance. But Kangwoo glares, still unsatisfied. "No," he snaps sharply. "No." He gestures emphatically towards the spilled food staining the floor. "Louder!" Like a believer praying to their God. He continues, his voice rising with disturbing passion, like a man that's trying to woo the person he loves. He demands absolute, soul-bearing reverence for the stew. Sela watches from the background, utterly speechless, sweating, unable to comprehend this terrifying, bizarre spectacle. This isn't just a fight, it's some kind of insane ritual. Kangwoo leans in again, his face a mask of demonic fury. "Shout with all your heart," he commands. Beside his terrifying face, Taehyun screams the words again, tears pouring down, embodying pure terror and agony. "Kimchi jjigae is a sacred existence." Kangwoo grits his teeth again, still not satisfied. "This isn't the right tone," he roars, the demonic aura flaring violently around him. Sela and her mother are visible huddled in the background, trapped in this nightmare. Again. Screams so loud it reaches the 7th octave. Taehyun finally breaks completely, letting out an ear-splitting, hysterical scream, pure anguish and terror pouring out of him in a wave of sound. "The kimchi jjigae is a sacred existence." Kangwoo straightens up slightly, breathing out slowly. He seems, finally, momentarily placated by the sheer, desperate volume of Taehyun's terrified cry. "All right," Kangwoo says quietly, almost conversationally. He calmly forms a sharp, dark blade from his own power again, and without any warning, stabs it deep into Taehyun's shoulder. Taehyun gasps, fresh agony ripping through him. Kangwoo stands up fully then, turning his back on the whimpering, bleeding Taehyun lying defeated and utterly broken on the floor. His muscular back faces us, seeming almost relaxed now, the storm of his demonic rage having passed, leaving utter devastation behind it. He glances back slightly over his shoulder, his red eyes still glowing faintly in the shadows. His voice is cold, flat, and final. "Don't ever look down on kimchi jjigae again." The lesson, however brutal, bizarre, and completely insane, is complete. Taehyun lies there, sobbing helplessly, bleeding, utterly broken in body and spirit. "Ugh." He whimpers. "What the hell is wrong with this crazy bastard?" He still has no idea why this happened, only that he survived something terrifyingly inexplicable at the hands of a monster obsessed with stew. The trauma is etched deep onto his face. And now the aftermath. The small apartment is a wreck, furniture overturned, debris scattered everywhere. The air feels thick with tension, and the only sound is the quiet, reluctant scraping of someone cleaning up the mess. In the bedroom, Sela gently places a cold compress on her mother's forehead. Kyung-soon lies resting, eyes closed, a bandage visible, a quiet testament to Taehyun's earlier violence. Sela watches her mom, her expression a mix of worry and the lingering shock of everything that just happened. That scraping sound continues softly from the other room. And there's the source of the noise. Taehyun, bruised, battered, and stripped down to his tank top and boxers, is miserably washing dishes in the sink. He's muttering curses under his breath about his rotten luck. In the living room, Sela sits quietly near her resting mother, the silence heavy. We get a close-up on Taehyun's face, dried blood crusted near his lip, his expression sullen, humiliated as he keeps scrubbing. We see Taehyun from behind, still cleaning, while Kang-woo lounges comfortably in the living room chair, casually wearing Taehyun's stolen clothes. Taehyun complains bitterly in his head, wondering why he had to run into a monster like Kang-woo, get beaten half to death. Kang-woo takes a calm sip from a mug, scrolling through the phone he borrowed from Sela. Taehyun's internal rant continues, furious about even having his clothes stolen. Taehyun scrubs furiously at a bowl, face contorted in pain and frustration. He groans, tears of pure humiliation welling up, still blaming the stew for everything, calling Kang-woo the kimchi jjigae villain son of a bitch. He aggressively rinses the bowl, splashing water everywhere, thinking how ridiculous it is that all this happened because of kimchi jjigae. His angry reflection stares back from the water. His face twists in anguish and confusion. He screams internally, fat tears rolling down his bruised cheeks, demanding to know why he has to suffer like this. He just can't understand Kang-woo's logic at all. Kang-woo calmly sets his mug down on the table. The soft clink makes Taehyun flinch violently, whirling around with a terrified squeak. Kang-woo simply asks, "What?" Kang-woo looks at him, his expression neutral, maybe even a little amused. He asks conversationally if Taehyun is upset about getting beaten up over kimchi jjigae. Taehyun immediately panics, waving his hands frantically, insisting, "Of course not." Fear instantly overrides any lingering anger. Kang-woo's eye narrows just slightly. He stays silent, letting his unwavering gaze linger, cranking up the pressure without saying a word. Taehyun sweats buckets under that intense stare. Kang-woo starts speaking again, his voice low and serious, talking about the simple comforts of clothes, sleep, food, breath. Flashes of Kang-woo's own horrific past in hell flicker, monstrous demons, tearing flesh, the constant desperate fight for survival. He tells Taehyun he'll never understand how lucky he truly is. A visceral image flashes, Kang-woo in hell, forcing down disgusting demonic gore just to live another day, tears streaming down his face. He finishes his thought. Taehyun will never understand this blessing for the rest of his life. The immense suffering behind Kang-woo's obsession is palpable. Kang-woo looks Taehyun straight in the eye, his own red eyes calm but intense. He advises him to treat his life preciously, the threat hanging heavy in the air. Got it? Taehyun snaps to attention, shouting his agreement, desperate to appease this monster. Okay, understood. But internally, his bruised ego still whispers thoughts of revenge, plotting to report Kang-woo to his guild, still not grasping the true danger he's in. Taehyun jumps as Kang-woo immediately replies, "Yes," when he tentatively calls out. Kang-woo gestures towards the chair, telling Taehyun to come over now that the dishes are done. Taehyun approaches cautiously. Kang-woo crosses his legs, looking thoughtful. He begins casually, saying he was thinking, and he sees absolutely no reason to let Taehyun live. Taehyun freezes, pure terror flooding back. Kang even echoes Taehyun's earlier cynical words about survival not being about being good. Kang-woo leans forward slightly, his gaze sharp, finishing the thought, "Right?" Taehyun's eyes widen in horror, sweat dripping down his face. Kang-woo suddenly grabs Taehyun by the front of his tank top, yanking him brutally close. "Don't worry," he says, his tone falsely reassuring. Kang-woo's face twists into a deeply sinister grin, his eyes glowing with purple demonic energy. "I'm not going to kill you," he promises, letting Taehyun feel a split second of relief before adding ominously, "But His eye morphs into a swirling vortex of terrifying power, a monstrous maw appearing below it. Dying might be the better option. An unnatural chill seeps deep into Taehyun's soul. His vision blurs, the world darkening around the edges as he gasps, trembling uncontrollably, asking what this is. Kangwoo unleashes another hidden power. The text names it, Demon Oroba's Power of Dread. Suddenly, Taehyun finds himself standing alone in a terrifying, empty void, facing the monstrous, horse-headed form of Demon Oroba looming over him, its 3 malevolent eyes staring right through him. Giant, shadowy hands materialize, enveloping Taehyun, crushing him in overwhelming, soul-deep terror. He chokes out pleas, struggling futilely against the nightmare. The demonic horse head leans down, its presence suffocating, inescapable. Taehyun begs it to get away, utterly powerless against this purely psychological assault. The giant, malevolent eye of Oroba fills his entire vision. Shadowy tendrils creep across his skin like ice. He pleads internally not to die like this, letting out a final, soul-shattering scream of pure terror that echoes in the void. Back in the real apartment, Taehyun is convulsing violently on the floor, eyes rolled back white, drool leaking from his mouth, completely lost in the mental hell Kangwoo created. Kangwoo stands over him calmly, explaining the power takes the target's soul, then issues a cold, simple command, "Don't you dare talk about what happened in this house." The text explains the power's lasting effect. It instills a fear that can never be washed away. Kangwoo looks down at the broken, twitching form of Taehyun. "Now get lost," he orders dismissively. The text adds another chilling detail. The power also turns the victim into a puppet. Taehyun somehow stumbles towards the door, trembling uncontrollably, muttering, "No. No," under his breath, visibly leaking urine in his absolute terror. Kam just sighs, dismissing him as a loser. The immediate threat is neutralized, and more importantly, controlled. Taehyun stumbles out of the apartment, leaving Kangwoo sitting alone at the table again. Sela watches Taehyun go from the doorway of her mother's room, her expression hard to read. Sela then looks towards Kangwoo, a soft, almost admiring look on her face, mixed with relief. She thinks to herself, "This time too. Kangwoo saved me again," she concludes silently. Kangwoo, meanwhile, rests his chin on his hand, letting out a soft sigh, perhaps contemplating everything that just happened, or maybe sensing Sela's gaze. Kangwoo picks up the phone again, immediately going back to scrolling through it, business as usual. His expression turns serious, though. An image of the terrified Taehyun flashes in his mind. He thinks that loose end is bothering him. But his thoughts quickly shift to a more practical, pressing concern. He realizes with a jolt of panic, he's completely broke. He needs money now. Sela is visible in the background, maybe checking on her mom again. His eyes land on something specific on the phone screen. An idea sparks. He's looking at an online page explaining magic stones, monster cores containing magic power, valuable, ranked by color darkness. He realizes their potential value, thinking maybe these are the solution. Kangwoo turns to Sela, calling her name. She jumps slightly, then answers readily. He holds up the phone, asking if she can show him the magic stone she got earlier. Sela smiles brightly, happy to help him again. She reaches into a small bag beside her, saying, "One moment." She holds out a small, crystalline blue shard. "Here," she says, "this is the E-rank magic stone from that goblin." Kangwoo takes it carefully, examining it. Kangwoo studies the stone. His hand glows faintly as he focuses his senses on it. He recalls the info, darker color means higher rank. This one is pretty light blue. He closes his eyes, concentrating deeply. Sela watches him curiously. He concludes internally he doesn't sense any demonic energy from it at all. He opens his eyes, looking intently at the stone again. He confirms to himself that while there's power sealed inside, it definitely isn't the demonic energy he's familiar with from hell. A memory surfaces, killing a demon back in hell and seeing his demonic energy stat increase on his status window. He compares that distinct feeling to this stone. He had assumed the energy he absorbed from the goblins earlier, the stuff that leveled him up, would be sealed inside these stones. But this magic stone feels fundamentally different. It's not the fuel he uses. He holds the faintly glowing blue stone. So, what's contained in these stones is... A simple diagram pops up, making it clear, magic stone is not equal to demonic energy. Magic stone equals magic. A different kind of energy called magic. This is a crucial discovery. The power system of this world operates on different principles than Hell's. He holds the stone thoughtfully for another moment. Then where does demonic energy come from here? He wonders silently, pondering the source of the energy that is actually fueling his rapid growth on Earth. He hands the stone back to Seela with a slight smile. Well, it's fine. I'm done looking. Thanks, Seela. She takes it back, a little confused. Kangwoo continues, stating his immediate plan. For now, I have to sell them to make money. An image of guards or officials flashes briefly. Kangwoo realizes that to sell these, he'll need to navigate the official systems of this new world. He turns back to Seela, asking if there's a player support center nearby. She thinks for a moment, holding the magic stone, then explains the head office near Seoul Station is the closest one. Kangwoo leans forward slightly, suggesting casually, I happen to have some business there too. Want to go together? Seela looks surprised he needs to go there as well. Seela glances towards her resting mother, then admits, yes, actually. She confesses she was reckless entering the gate earlier. She looks down at the magic stone in her hand, her expression determined now. She explains she was trying to make money because her family isn't well off, admitting how foolish and stupid that was. Seela looks up at Kang, smiling sincerely. Thanks to you, I learned my lesson. Allow me to thank you again. Kang just chuckles softly, waving it off like it was nothing. Seela continues, her eyes shining with genuine admiration. I hope I can become someone who can help others, just like you do, Kangwoo. Kangwoo offers a warm, seemingly genuine smile in return. He thinks to himself, after 10,000 years seeing only demons. Seela clenches her fist with newfound resolve. That's why I want to go back to basics, learn properly, and try to unlock my second awakening. Kangwoo's internal thought finishes, I've finally met an angel. Her earnest determination clearly touches him. Kangwoo offers some encouraging words, saying he has faith she'll do well. Seela beams happily. However, Kangwoo's internal thoughts immediately reveal his colder, pragmatic side resurfacing. However, I have no intention of helping Seela just yet. Kangwoo stands up smoothly, suggesting they get going. Seela agrees readily, heading off to get ready. As Seela walks away cheerfully, Kangwoo watches her go, his expression hardening again. He thinks practically, traveling with her will just slow down his own hunting and progress. His gaze becomes distant, calculating. It might sound brutal, he admits internally, but it's the truth. His survival instincts are already kicking back in. While Seela happily gets ready, maybe picking out clothes, Kangwoo's internal monologue continues relentlessly. He needs to ignore anything that could hinder him, focus solely on regaining his lost powers. He looks out the apartment window, his reflection staring back seriously. It's been 10,000 years since he was last truly on Earth. He needs to get stronger fast just to survive this new world. His reflection's eye briefly flashes red, a hint of the demon king beneath. He resolves to do whatever it takes. Just like I did in Hell. The ruthless survivor is still very much alive inside him. Seela pops back out, ready to go, asking casually, Oh, Kang, do you have your ID on you? Kangwoo freezes, startled. Identification. Basic modern life necessities he completely forgot about. He recovers quickly, suggesting a change of plans. Can we stop by the city hall first? He needs to officially exist in this world again before he can do anything else. There it is. Proof he exists again in this world. Kangwoo holds his freshly printed citizen registration card, his name clear. Oh Kangwoo, resident of Seoul. After 10,000 years lost in Hell, and 5 years officially missing here on Earth, he's finally back on the grid. He and Seela are riding the subway now, heading towards the player support center. The train rattles along, filled with ordinary people going about their day, plus a few others geared up like players. It's a glimpse of the normal, modern life Kangwoo barely remembers. Kangwoo looks down at the ID card again, a sense of finality sinking in. His citizen registration is reissued. Step 1 complete. Back at City Hall just moments before, he'd seemed almost confused by the simple, mundane process, asking the clerk if that was really it. She confirmed it was. He'd managed a polite smile, thanking her. But underneath, a startling thought hit him. Apparently, in the 5 years he was gone, not a single person had filed a missing person report for him. Now, standing on the swaying train, holding onto a strap, he glances at the ID again. His expression is hard to read, but maybe there's a hint of red in his eyes. No one even realized he was missing. A touch of bitterness creeps in. He focuses on the date printed on the card, March 16, 2023. 5 years have passed here on Earth, an eternity for him in hell. Brief flashes of his old life flicker through his mind, sitting alone in a classroom, eating instant noodles alone in a tiny room. Just ordinary moments of being by himself. But still, no one noticed. Those memories twist sharply into the horrors of hell, being torn apart, fighting desperately, utterly alone in that abyss. The stark reality hits him hard. He was alone before hell, and utterly alone during it. Millennia of isolation. Kangwoo. Sela's voice gently pulls him back from those dark thoughts. His focus snaps back to the present, the red glow in his eyes softening just a bit. Sela smiles kindly, pointing out the subway window. "We'll be there soon," she says. Kangwoo turns, looking out, his introspection replaced by curiosity. His eyes widen slightly. Wow! The view outside is stunning. A hypermodern cityscape stretches out, dominated by a massive, gleaming building unlike anything he remembers. Sleek vehicles glide silently on elevated roads. This world has changed drastically. Sela watches his reaction, asking if it's amazing. Kang just keeps staring, captivated, murmuring that he likes the view. He finally looks away from the window, agreeing it's incredible. He tucks the ID card safely into a pouch on the belt he took from Taehyun. He glances back out at the futuristic city. "It's really amazing," he repeats, adding softly, almost to himself, "It's going to be different from now on." A flicker of something like hope seems to stir in him. The automated announcement chimes. They've arrived at the Player Support Center station. They follow the signs out of the station, escalators carrying them up towards the entrance of that massive building they saw from the train. Sela calls out cheerfully, gesturing towards the entrance. Kangwoo follows along readily. A large sign confirms their destination, Player Support Center, Seoul Branch. Standing before the building, the sheer scale is breathtaking. People are milling about the wide entrance plaza. Sela proudly announces they're here, at the head office. Kang just stares up, genuinely awestruck by how huge it is. He turns to Sela, slightly dazed, asking if it isn't bigger than Incheon Airport. Sela just smiles, then says she has something for him. She holds out a sleek, black smartphone, explaining it's her old one. She tells him there's Wi-Fi inside the center, so he can use this phone to contact her later. Kangwoo takes the phone, looking genuinely touched by the simple gesture. His eyes sparkle, a faint blush rising on his cheeks. Internally, he's overwhelmed again by her kindness, thinking she really is an angel. He thanks her sincerely. Sela smiles, now wearing slightly more formal player gear with a white cloak. She tells Kangwoo she's heading off to register for a basic lecture, and he nods, saying he'll get going too and contact her later. She adds warmly that she might be a little late, suggesting they grab dinner together later. Kangwoo beams, a rare, genuinely happy expression lighting up his face. "This sounds good." He agrees enthusiastically. He feels genuinely happy for a moment, waving goodbye as she heads off. Kangwoo turns and walks into the Player Support Center itself. The inside is vast, sleek, modern, and bustling with people. He's impressed again by the sheer size of the place. He looks around, observing the different players, mages chanting softly, warriors checking their gear, all sorts of abilities and equipment on display. He muses that the role of a player must have become incredibly important in the last 5 years. He spots a self-service kiosk with a sign asking for ID. He figures that's where he gets his ticket and heads over. The machine prompts him to insert his ID, and he slides the new card in. It starts processing. The screen confirms his identity, Oh Kong-woo, and assigns him queue number 18, printing out a thin ticket. Kong-woo takes the ticket. New instructions appear on the screen, telling him to proceed to the testing room. The ticket in his hand suddenly vibrates and glows faintly blue. A glowing blue pathway illuminates on the floor, leading away from the kiosk. The screen updates, instructing him to follow the path. He starts walking, letting the light guide him. The path leads him to a waiting area outside several doors marked Testing Room. Room 09 is highlighted for him. Other players are sitting on benches, waiting their turn. Kong-woo sits down and overhears 2 nearby players chatting. One asks the other about his first rank test result. The older guy proudly replies he got D rank. The first guy seems impressed, then asks if he thinks he can rank higher next time. The older man laughs modestly, saying his rank is nothing compared to legendary players like Baek Kang-hyun or Cha Yeonju. Those names clearly mean something here. Kong-woo subtly pulls out the phone Seela gave him, maybe looking up those names while the first player dismisses the comparison, saying people like them were just born different. He clarifies they're talking about the Big 5 guild masters, the ones who apparently hit S rank right from their very first awakening. The older player sighs that normal people can't even compare. Kong-woo listens intently, absorbing this information about the world's power structure. The first player adds dreamily that getting S rank could even get you scouted by one of those Big 5 guilds, hoping maybe someday. A quick montage flashes, showing the imposing figures of these 5 legendary guild masters: Kim Jae-hyun, Cha Yeonju, Baek Kang-hyun, Young Hyung-ju, and Cha Min-hyuk. These are the current titans of the player world in Korea. Kong-woo looks down at his phone, his expression thoughtful, eyes glowing faintly red again. The guilds built by Korea's top 5 rankers? He muses that once he recovers his full power, he'll definitely cross paths with them eventually. He sees them not as idols, but as future obstacles or perhaps measures of his own progress. He leans back, considering. With great power comes great responsibility, he thinks, maybe recalling his time as Demon King, or perhaps just the roles these S-rankers must play. There's definitely a chance they'll meet. His gaze hardens with familiar resolve. His primary objective remains unchanged: recover his full power as fast as possible. He mentally reviews his own pathetic status. Level 4, gluttony mostly sealed until level 10, second awakening locked. But he considers the player system itself. Maybe, just maybe, using this system, he could eventually become even stronger than he was before. Just then, a voice calls out his number. Number 18, come in. Kong-woo stands up, ready for the test. He enters the testing room, a clean, futuristic space with sleek equipment. A female staff member in a lab coat directs him to sit down. Kong-woo takes a seat. Another staff member, this one wearing glasses and holding a tablet, approaches, confirming his name. The staff member with glasses holds up a smooth, white orb, instructing him to place his hand on it. She explains it will measure his power and display a rank based on color change. She adds that the murkier the color, the higher the rank. Kong-woo looks at the orb, a flicker of worry crossing his face. He thinks he shouldn't stand out too much yet. What if he accidentally releases too much power? He hesitantly places his hand on the orb. It begins to glow faintly blue. A bright flash erupts from the orb as Kong-woo carefully channels just a tiny fraction of his true energy into it. The light engulfs the room for a moment. Kong-woo closes his eyes, sighing internally, worried he might have overdone it even while trying his best to hold back. The tester looks slightly surprised by the initial flash of light. The light quickly fades. The tester looks down at her results or the orb, her expression becoming neutral again. She looks up at Kong-woo, who has adopted a calm, almost regal posture while waiting. Mr. Oh Kong-woo, she announces formally, reading the result. You are F rank. Kang-woo's eyes snap wide open in pure, unadulterated shock. The result is completely unbelievable. The tester continues calmly, telling him he can take his hand off now. Frank? The former demon king of the ninth hell? Utterly impossible. Back in the sterile testing room, Kangwoo sits across from the tester as she calmly explains the rules, despite that shocking F-rank result he just received. Kangwoo stares intently at the orb he just touched, his reflection faint on its surface. He knows his powers are sealed, but F-rank? The sheer indignity of it stings. For the former demon king, the absolute ruler of Hell's ninth layer, this is beyond humiliating. The tester clarifies that even with an F-rank test, he'll get an E-rank player card by default, allowing him into E-rank gates. Kangwoo dryly asks if maybe his ability was just too outside the norm to measure properly, but the tester just adjusts her glasses, either ignoring him or not getting it, and explains he'll need a guardian for any gates ranked higher than E. A wry thought crosses Kangwoo's mind, imagining his fiercely loyal demon subordinate Balak hearing this. He can almost picture Balak roaring in outrage, "How dare she? The demon king needs no protection." It's a fleeting, almost amusing connection back to the immense power he once wielded. But the amusement fades fast, replaced by a familiar weariness. Being underestimated, constrained like this, it reminds him too much of when he first fell into hell, powerless. He shakes it off, focusing on the practical question, how does he increase his rank? The tester explains one path, taking a basic player course, just like Ciela planned to do. Completing that would automatically bump his rank up to D. Or, she continues, showing an image of the blue magic stone, you can provide transaction records proving you've sold magic stones. That will also increase your rank. Kangwoo's eyes gleam slightly. Selling stones means money and rank progression. Perfect. That aligns exactly with what he needs right now. Kangwoo leans back slightly, indicating he understands. The tester starts typing on her laptop, preparing his E-rank player card. She offers to help him register for the basic course, but Kangwoo cuts her off politely but firmly, saying it's all right. The tester looks slightly surprised by his refusal. She assumes he's just too shocked and discouraged by his low rank to think straight, feeling a bit sorry for him. She sighs internally, glancing at the testing orb. An F-ranker trying to survive in a gate. She thinks he'd be better off just giving up on being a player altogether. She genuinely believes he has no chance. But then, suddenly, the orb on the table starts pulsing with a dark, unsettling energy. The tester notices, confused. What's with this color? It's turning a deep, unnatural black. Dark smoke or energy begins to seep from the orb's surface. The tester leans closer, bewildered. Is it broken? Her reflection warps on the darkening crystal. With a loud crack, the orb violently shatters. Dark energy erupts outwards as the tester screams in shock, thinking frantically that his rank was definitely F just moments ago. She stares in stunned silence at the broken shards of the orb, smoke still rising faintly from the pieces. Pushing her glasses up, she tries to make sense of it. Even S-rankers like Baek Kang-hyun only turn the orb dark gray, turning it completely black before shattering? Impossible. She calls out urgently for an attendant to help replace the crystal orb, completely bewildered. During the commotion, Kangwoo, having received his new E-rank card, has already slipped away unnoticed. Outside, near the swirling blue vortex of an E-rank gate entrance, the air is buzzing with activity. Players shout, looking for party members, dealers, mages, tankers. Guards stand watch. Some parties are picky, rejecting certain classes like bandits, or only taking D rank and above. Kangwoo approaches one group, asking about joining as a bandit, but gets shut down immediately. He tries another group looking for solo players, but again, as soon as he mentions bandit, they apologize and refuse him. He sighs internally. Seems like bandits have a really bad reputation around here. He pulls out his new player card, Oh Kangwook. Doesn't matter, he thinks. He was planning on going solo anyway. He walks up to the guards at the gate entrance. One scans his card, confirms his E-rank status, and waves him through. Kangwoo steps towards the shimmering portal. Energy swirls around him as he passes through the threshold, the world dissolving and reforming into a lush, green forest on the other side. Looks like I made it, he remarks, taking in the peaceful, unfamiliar scenery. He looks around the quiet woods, a welcome sight after millennia of hell's fire and brimstone. Still, he feels a slight unease, relieved it wasn't hell, but admitting he doesn't like teleporting, it always feels weird. Shaking off the lingering disorientation, he focuses on the task at hand, finding monsters. He takes a step forward, but a loud voice calls out from behind him, "Echui!" Kangwoo glances back, his red eyes narrowing slightly in annoyance. A large, imposing figure steps out from behind a nearby tree. It's the heavily armored player he saw outside the gate earlier. "Bro," the big man says, his voice booming slightly in the quiet forest. Kang just raises an eyebrow, thinking sarcastically, a bear, given the man's sheer size and bulky armor. The large player, Kang Tae-soo, approaches, asking with genuine concern if Kangwoo is really here alone. Kangwoo confirms curtly. Tae-soo looks him over, asking if he's solo hunting and if he's had his second awakening. Kangwoo replies vaguely that it seems that way. Just then, Tae-soo's party members, the female mage and the younger rogue, catch up. As the mage starts to speak, Kangwoo clarifies Tae-soo's assumption, no, he hasn't had his second awakening. The two party members react with comical shock, unable to believe someone would try to solo even an E-rank gate without it. Tae-soo puffs out his chest proudly, observing Kangwoo probably hasn't even taken the basic course. He launches into a loud, overly enthusiastic recruitment pitch, insisting it's way easier for an E-ranker like Kangwoo to join a party, offering a spot with his own group, boasting about saving newbies and how good it feels. His party members look slightly embarrassed by his grandstanding. Kangwoo watches the performance, recognizing the clumsy but genuine kindness underneath the bluster. Still, he thinks, as long as they don't get in his way. He politely cuts Tae-soo off mid-rant, thanking him for the offer but stating clearly he plans to hunt alone. Tae-soo seems momentarily surprised but recovers fast, booming about introductions anyway and grabbing Kangwoo's hand for a firm handshake despite the refusal, announcing his name loudly, Kang Tae-soo. He leans in with a wide grin, asking for Kangwoo's name. Kangwoo maintains a neutral expression, stating his own name, Oh Kangwoo, and gently pulls his hand back, reiterating politely but firmly that he doesn't plan on joining a party. Tae-soo waves dismissively, telling Kangwoo to talk casually, then drops the bombshell, he might look older, but he's only 24. Kangwoo's eyes widen in genuine shock. He's lying. Kangwoo thinks incredulously. 24 with that face? But Tae-soo proudly shows his own ID card, proving he was born in 1999. Kangwoo is floored, wondering what the hell happened to aging in the last 5 years. Kangwoo quickly recovers his composure, offering a slight smile and agreeing to talk casually. Addressing him informally now, Kangwoo thanks Tae-soo again for the offer but firmly repeats that he has his own plans for hunting here. Tae-soo's party members exchange uncertain looks behind him, unsure what to do. Tae-soo scratches the back of his head, looking slightly disappointed but finally accepting Kangwoo's refusal. Well, if you insist, he concedes. He leans in conspiratorially then, offering some friendly advice. He warns Kangwoo this area is a goblin habitat, lowering his voice slightly to mention a particularly strong, large goblin called a hobgoblin lurking around. An image flashes of a large, menacing hobgoblin. Tae-soo stresses that it's a boss monster, way stronger than regular goblins, and tells Kangwoo he absolutely must run away if he sees it. Kangwoo nods, appreciating the genuine warning even though he knows he can handle it. He thinks sincerely that Tae-soo seems like a genuinely nice guy, and thanks him for the advice. Tae-soo waves enthusiastically as his party finally turns to leave into the forest. Stay safe then. Kangwoo watches them go. He thinks, if he really was just a weak F-rank beginner, he might have actually taken Tae-soo up on his offer and joined their party. However, Kangwoo clenches his fist, a determined glint in his red eyes. For maximum efficiency, for regaining his power as quickly as possible, he's better off alone. He looks out at the sun-dappled forest, scanning the trees. Now then, let's get going. He takes off into the woods, moving with a speed and silence that utterly betray his supposed E-rank status. he becomes a blur moving effortlessly through the trees. His senses, honed over millennia, quickly pick up the signs, goblin tracks, lots of them, even some bloodstains. He scans the surroundings, certain they must be close. Peering down silently from a thick tree branch, he spots his target. Found it. Below him lies a large, bustling encampment teeming with unsuspecting goblins. Here it is. He drops soundlessly from the branch, landing softly among the monsters. The hunt begins. Kangwoo drops into the goblin camp unseen, like a shadow falling. A hunter's satisfaction flickers in his eyes as he spots his prey. Then he explodes into motion, a dark blur tearing through the goblins before they even know what hit them. Green blood sprays as his bladed arm becomes a whirlwind of death, their startled shrieks echoing for only a moment. He moves impossibly fast, leaving streaks of darkness in his path. Through the chaos, a larger goblin stands frozen for a second, stunned by the sudden slaughter. Kangwoo takes it all in, so many targets. This is exactly what he needed. He lands lightly amidst the fallen, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Dark energy crackles around his transformed arms. Time to get serious. He lunges again, blades singing through the air, taking another goblin's head clean off. It's a massacre. Goblins swarm him with crude weapons, but they might as well be standing still. He weaves between their clumsy attacks, his arm a constant, deadly arc, severing limbs and ending lives with chilling efficiency. More fall, cut down in mid-swing. The air is thick with the sounds of the slaughter. Every move Kangwoo makes is precise, economical, born from countless battles fought long ago. He ducks under a wild swing, driving his elbow brutally into a goblin's face, the crunch of bone audible even over the chaos. Spinning low, he carves through more legs, green blood splattering his clothes, but he doesn't even seem to notice. From below, you see the terrifying speed, a blur of dark energy slicing through multiple goblins at once. He leaps high into the air, effortlessly dodging a group attack from below, before plunging back down with a vicious overhead strike. The blade bites deep, silencing another screech abruptly. Landing softly, Kangwoo channels his demonic power, sharp purple energy blades extending from his hands as he prepares for the next wave. He dashes forward again, these new energy blades shearing through goblins like paper, leaving trails of violet light and destruction. The last few goblins stumble back, weapons held loosely, their eyes wide with terror at the lone figure who decimated their camp. Kangwoo stands amongst the bodies, his bladed arm dripping. He surveys the handful of survivors, almost looking bored. Is that all? A predatory glint returns to his eyes. He flicks the blood from his blade. Time to eat, he thinks, activating his unique power. His fist pulses with that familiar dark purple energy, the power of gluttony. He lets his bladed arm retract, taking a slow breath as the adrenaline begins to fade. Wiping a bead of sweat from his brow, he exhales. Okay, maybe wiping out that many took a little effort. He looks around at the absolute devastation, dozens of goblin corpses littering the ground. Facing that many at once wasn't exactly easy, he admits to himself, even if he made it look that way. Suddenly, that familiar blue notification screen pops up right next to him. He glances at it. Level ups. The system confirms he wiped out the E-rank goblins, gained experience, and jumped 4 levels, landing him at level 8. More importantly, his demonic energy stat increased by 1 just from leveling. So, leveling up and killing both feed his power. Good to know. His gluttony power is still sealed though, needing level 10. His demonic energy is now 9. He kneels beside one of the goblin bodies. First things first. Crouching low, dark energy starts swirling around him again. He already figured out the magic stones don't hold the demonic energy he needs. So where does it come from? He fully unleashes the power of gluttony. Shadowy mouths seem to erupt from his aura, hovering hungrily over the slain goblins. Closing his eyes, he concentrates. Yes, he can sense it. Faint traces of demonic energy lingering in the corpses themselves. Wisps of ghostly energy begin to rise from the bodies, drawn towards him like smoke. He analyzes the feeling. It's not concentrated like the magic stones, but spread throughout the bodies, fading slowly over time. Shadowy tendrils reach out, absorbing the energy. So, if he consumes monsters soon after killing them, he can steadily gather this power. Another notification confirms it: demonic energy up by 2 points. Perfect. Now he gets 2 things from hunting. A wide, deeply satisfied grin spreads across his face, dark energy swirling faster. He can sell the magic stones for cash and absorb demonic energy directly from the corpses to get stronger. Maximum efficiency. He loves it. He stands up, looking over the field now littered with cleanly picked skeletons and sparkling blue magic stones. Right, time to collect the loot before heading out. As he starts gathering the stones into a sack, his thoughts drift. Wow, look at all these stones. How much fried chicken could he buy with this? He pauses, glancing at a clean goblin skull. Using gluttony, stripping the flesh, leaving the bones. It's kind of like eating chicken wings when you think about it. Ugh, now he's actually craving it. Golden, crispy fried chicken? Maybe he should grab some once he leaves the gate? Yeah, maybe he could even get some with Seela. He pictures her smiling, offering him a drumstick, maybe surrounded by cheerful flowers for some reason. Just a simple, nice moment. He chuckles to himself. Seela, just you wait. He scrambles to pick up the stones faster now, fueled by the sudden, intense desire for chicken. Half saucy, half fried, plenty of pickled radish. Let's go. He freezes mid-step. His head tilts slightly, senses on high alert. Something's nearby. His eyes snap towards the trees, tracking heavy movement. A massive, clawed green foot stomps down, crushing old bones. Wait, wasn't there something that guy Taesu mentioned? Hobgoblin? It steps out into the clearing, and Kongwu instantly sees this is way worse than a regular goblin. It's huge, armored, easily twice their size, with menacing orange eyes glowing in the dim light. A low growl rumbles from its chest. The hobgoblin throws its head back and lets out a terrifying roar. It raises a hand, and swirling blue energy crackles into existence. Kongwu stares, startled. Magic? The energy forms a ball and shoots towards him like a cannonball as the hobgoblin roars again. Since when can E-rank bosses use magic? Whoa, that magic blast sizzles right past Kong, hitting the dirt behind him. He actually looks surprised. Magic? From this thing? Okay, this E-rank boss just got a little more dangerous than he thought. Kong gets ready, demonic energy swirling as sharp blades form along his arms again. He notes the magic power, definitely not something he expected from a muscle-bound brute like this. He thought it was all physical strength, but no. He knows his own demonic energy is way too low right now to fight magic with magic. Still, while the hobgoblin's roaring from its attack, Kongwu sees his chance and darts forward, aiming his blade right at the charging beast. But the hobgoblin's fast, bringing its own crude weapon down hard. Kongwu has to slide back fast, dodging a heavy blow that leaves a crater right where he was standing. Kongwu crosses his blades, ready for the next hit, eyes sharp and focused, reading every move. Another massive swing comes flying. Kongwu deflects it, but the raw power sends him skidding back across the ground. This thing hits hard. He stays upright, but damn, that hurt. The hobgoblin doesn't let up, pressing the attack relentlessly. Kongwu ducks under another wild swing that kicks up dirt, then has to brace hard to block the follow-up strike. He grits his teeth, straining against the weight. That's the real problem here, not skill, but pure strength and size difference. His stats are just too low right now, even blocking sends a jolt through him. Shoving back hard, he creates a split-second opening and slashes fast across the hobgoblin's chest, drawing green blood. He follows up instantly with a hard punch right to the hobgoblin's ugly face. It connects with a solid thud, making the beast grunt, but the sheer impact throws Kongwu back again, staggering him. Crap. He steadies himself. Even landing a solid hit hurts him because of the force difference. He needs a better opening, something cleaner. The hobgoblin swings wildly again with its magic-laced weapon. Kongwu ducks low, letting the attack whistle harmlessly over his head. He keeps moving, staying light on his feet, using his speed to evade. Here comes another huge overhead smash. Kangwoo easily rolls aside as the weapon pulverizes the ground, sending dirt flying. He slides in close, right by its legs, looking for that perfect angle. The hobgoblin spins, swinging low and fast. Kangwoo leaps back just in the nick of time. Landing lightly, Kangwoo watches the hobgoblin rampage. Okay, it definitely knows how to use its strength, he'll give it that. Way tougher than the regular goblins. It charges again, just smashing through trees like they're nothing. Kangwoo notices something in its reckless attack pattern. It's tearing up its own territory without a care. Smashing everything even though all its minions are dead, it's fighting with pure instinct, no strategy at all. And that glint returns to Kangwoo's eyes. He sees the fatal flaw. Reckless beasts are just prey to him. He dashes forward again. Effortlessly dodging another wild swing, he flows around the clumsy attack. The hobgoblin just looks furious, unfocused, drool flying from its mouth. Kangwoo puts some distance between them, a new plan forming in his mind. Oh yeah. He takes his stance, blades ready, a confident smirk spreading across his face. This is more than enough. He knows exactly how to handle this kind of rage. He clenches his fist, reaching for a different kind of power within him, one that fuels rage, and turns it into overwhelming strength. The air crackles. He's drawing on the power of the demon Crossel, the power of rage. A ghostly blue demonic form seems to overlay him for an instant. But Kangwoo aims his fist not at himself, but straight at the hobgoblin. This power boost isn't for him, it's for the monster. Blue, fiery energy surges out and slams into the hobgoblin. The hobgoblin stops, looking confused for a second as the energy washes over it. Then, it lets out an earth-shattering roar. Its eyes glow brighter, veins bulge everywhere. The power of rage floods it, cranking its strength and aggression way past 11. It charges, radiating way more power than before, a true berserker now. Kangwoo just smirks, blades held ready. Perfect. It worked just like he planned. The enraged hobgoblin swings its weapon with terrifying speed and force, way stronger than before. But Kangwoo easily sidesteps. The attack is powerful, yeah, but completely wild and predictable now. The strike misses by a mile, smashing more trees in the background. Kangwoo watches it roar mindlessly. See, Crossel's power gives a massive strength buff, sure? The hobgoblin keeps attacking, each blow devastating but without aim. But the price is control. It's basically a curse that makes the target lose all sense of strategy. Kangwoo effortlessly weaves between the furious, clumsy attacks. When you lose your cool and just swing wildly, it actually makes you easier to dodge. He tracks the obvious attack lines, a fierce grin on his face. And more importantly, it creates huge openings. He sees one right now as the hobgoblin overswings. Kangwoo darts inside the clumsy attack, slashing deep across the hobgoblin's exposed side while it's still roaring. That one connects hard, staggering the massive beast for a moment. Kangwoo pulls back slightly, anticipating the mindless counterattack. Ignoring the deep gash in its side, the enraged hobgoblin just brings its weapon down again in pure fury. Kangwoo meets the attack, ready to exploit the berserker's predictable rage and end this. The final blow lands, a spray of green blood marking the end of the fight. Below him, the massive hobgoblin stumbles back, its borrowed rage finally sputtering out as its body starts to collapse. Kangwoo stands over the fallen beast, letting out a slow breath. He watches it go still. Okay, even this E-rank boss pushed him harder than he expected in his current weak state. He glances down at his own hand, cut and bleeding from the struggle. A flicker of annoyance crosses his face. This is frustrating. If he had his old power, this would have been nothing. Does he really have to grind all the way back up from scratch? Just then, a familiar blue glow pops up right in front of him. A system window. Messages start rolling in. Cleared the hideout solo, big experience bonus. Defeated the boss, a C-rank hobgoblin. So, it was the boss after all. And then boom, 3 levels gained instantly, putting him at level 11. That triggers his second awakening, unlocking a new special ability. He clenches his fist, feeling a definite surge of power. The system calls it insatiable hunger. Basically, it boosts his gluttony power, letting him absorb even more demonic energy from fallen enemies. A sharp smirk spreads across Kangwa's face as he eyes the notification. Okay, maybe not world-breaking on its own, but it means faster power gains. If he plays this player system right, getting stronger might actually be possible. He turns his gaze back to the hobgoblin's corpse. Right then, time to see what this new ability can really do. Reaching out his hand, he focuses his will, activating his core power, gluttony. Whoa, a powerful vortex of dark energy erupts from the hobgoblin, way more intense than before. Thick purple streaks mix with black smoke, all rushing towards Kangwoo like a storm. Kangwoo holds his hands steady in the swirling darkness, watching the energy flow into him. Yeah, the smoke is definitely darker, denser. Is this the new ability kicking in? System messages confirm it. Insatiable hunger activated, absorbing more demonic energy. His stat jumps by 4 points, hitting 19. He can feel the difference. This is good. Defeating stronger monsters will now make him stronger, faster. A sharp glint enters his eye. Perfect. Now, let's feel just how much stronger this boost actually made him. As he channels the new energy, the dark aura around him flares up, thicker and more menacing than ever. The power surges through him. Wait a second. This feels like way more than just a small boost. He thought maybe double? He clenches his fist, feeling the raw potential humming within. This feels almost 3 times stronger than he expected? Why such a huge jump? A flicker of unease mixes with the thrill. His eyes land on a nearby goblin skull. He knows sudden, unexplained power spikes can be dangerous, sometimes carrying a hidden cost. A shadow crosses his features as a suspicion starts to form. Maybe. An image flashes in his mind, him, standing in swirling darkness under a blood-red sky. A place he knows all too well. The Myriad Demon Palace. His old throne room back in hell. He focuses on that faint, lingering connection, that echo of his true self. Yeah, he knew it. The seal on his palace, the seal holding back his true power, it's gotten weaker. But why now? Nothing major happened except... He glances back at the system window, a slow, calculating smile returning. He mentally points to the notification, unlocked second awakening after reaching level 11. Could it be? Every time he hits an awakening milestone here on Earth, the seal on his old power weakens? A quiet laugh escapes him. Huh? The possibilities. His smile widens into a sharp, dangerous grin, red eyes glowing. If that's true, then leveling up isn't just about getting stronger here, it's about reclaiming what was his. He looks up, picturing the climb ahead. Okay then. Higher-ranked gates aren't just about money and EXP anymore. They're the fast track back to his full power. With new purpose burning in his eyes, Kangwoo turns and walks away, leaving the hobgoblin's remains to dissolve behind him. As the bones crumble, a bright blue sparkle catches his eye. He reaches down and scoops up the magic stone, the prize from his battle. Holding the stone, dark energy flares around him again, his expression set with fierce determination. Next goal, level 20. Third awakening. Later, the scene changes completely. We're inside a warm, noisy restaurant. And there's Kang, finally getting that meal he was dreaming about. He's totally lost in the moment, stuffing his face with crispy fried chicken, sauce on his cheek, just pure bliss. He finishes the bite, savoring every bit. Simple pleasures he missed for so long. Washing it down with a huge gulp of cold beer, he leans back, sighing contentedly. That hit the spot. Across the table, Sela watches him. She smiles warmly, amused by his unrestrained joy. Is it really that good? She asks. Yeah. The best. Kangwoo blurts out instantly, completely genuine. Sela leans forward, a playful look in her eyes. Oh really? Better than my kimchi jjigae? Kangwoo freezes mid-chew. Chicken versus kimchi jjigae? Impossible choice. Panic flashes in his eyes. Sweat pops out on his forehead. No way. Your kimchi jjigae is still the best, he blurts out. Sela bursts out laughing, waving her hand. Just kidding. You're pretty funny, Kongwoo. Kong laughs too, wiping imaginary sweat. Ha yeah. Phew. Dodged that bullet. Here, you can have mine too, Sela says kindly, using tongs to move a piece of chicken to his plate. Kongwoo looks up, surprised. Oh, are you sure? Thank you, he says sincerely, gladly accepting. Sela smiles, but her expression turns a bit more thoughtful as she watches him dig in. As Kongwoo happily munches on the gifted chicken, Sela speaks again, her tone softer. Kong, can I ask you something? The question hangs in the air. Do you have any family? Or friends? The shot widens, showing them across the table. The restaurant buzz seems to fade slightly as the personal question settles between them. Kongwoo looks up, his expression unreadable. No, he answers simply. Sela looks a little surprised by his directness. No friends, he adds. His fork clinks softly against the plate. No family. Not even a place to live. He's not looking for pity, just stating the facts. Sela leans forward slightly, concern etched on her face. Then where do you sleep? She asks gently. Kongwoo looks away for a moment. Honestly, I don't really have anywhere to go, he admits quietly. The close-up on his hand resting near his fork emphasizes his isolation. He's completely alone here. Sela hesitates, biting her lip for a second, choosing her words carefully. I don't know if this is okay. She starts slowly. Taking a breath, she looks him right in the eye. But if you want, would you like to stay at my place? Kongwoo looks up, his red eyes widening slightly. He seems genuinely startled. He looks truly stunned. What? He asks, making sure he heard right. Are you serious? Yeah, Sela nods, starting to gather their plates with a new sense of purpose. She thinks to herself how much he's already done for her in such a short time. She meets his gaze again, her expression full of sincerity. You've helped me so much, she tells him earnestly. Don't worry about it. A slow, warm smile spreads across Kangwoo's face, not his usual smirk, but something softer, almost vulnerable. Wow, he says, clearly moved. Okay then, I'll take you up on that offer. Their hands reach for the same fork, a small moment symbolizing their new understanding. We'll be counting on each other, Sela, Kongwoo says. Okay, she agrees readily. I'll be counting on you too, Kong, Sela adds with a gentle smile, sealing their deal to support one another. Sela watches him, thinking he seems to carry a lot of burdens despite his attitude. Just then, Kongwoo interrupts her thoughts. Oh, also, he says, looking serious again. I have something for you. He slides a thick wad of cash across the table. This should be about 3 million won, he states calmly. Sela stares at the money, completely shocked. What? Why are you giving me this? Think of it as rent, Kongwoo explains. Sela immediately shakes her head, pushing the money back slightly. No. If it's like that, I can't take this. You've already helped me so much, she argues, looking distressed. If I take money too. And you just spent a lot recently, she continues, thinking of the phone he bought. I know things aren't easy for you either. Kongwoo holds up a hand gently. Don't worry about it, he insists. I'm eating your food too. If you don't like calling it rent, just think of it as grocery money. The bundle of cash sits there between them, his way of trying to contribute, not just take. Sela sighs softly, looking down at the money. Oh, really? She murmurs, her hands slowly, hesitantly resting on the bills. It seems she's accepting his reasoning. Her eyes look a little shiny as she looks up at him. Thank you so much, Kong, she says gratefully. He smiles gently. No need to thank me. Feeling better about it, Sela beams. Okay. Then tomorrow, I'll use better ingredients for the kimchi jjigae. It'll be even tastier. Kangwoo's eyes instantly light up like supernovas. Seriously? He thinks, all previous thoughts gone. Kimchi jjigae every day? His mind goes straight to fantasy land, Sela, literal angel wings and halo, offering him a steaming bowl of divine kimchi jjigae, tears of pure joy streaming down his face. She really is an angel. He thinks ecstatically. I'll kill so many monsters for you, my angelic food provider. Snapping back to reality, chicken still in hand, his expression turns serious again. Oh, Sela, he asks, shifting back to business. Are there any D-rank gates around here? Sela thinks for a second. Yeah, there's one nearby, she replies. I haven't been, but I heard it's full of lizardmen. Lizardmen? Kangwoo repeats thoughtfully. A determined look settles in his eyes. Higher rank, stronger monsters, faster awakenings. I'll head there tomorrow. His gaze drops to the last bits of chicken, but his mind is already on the next step. Gotta kill stronger monsters, unlock those awakenings faster. Get stronger, get richer? He pokes at the chicken, maybe one last moment savoring the simple joy before the grind starts again. Back at Sela's apartment, things have quieted down for the night. She shows Kangwoo into a simple bedroom, explaining gently that it used to be her brother's. But she assures him he can use it freely now. Standing in the doorway with a small bag, probably things Sela gave him, Kangwoo offers a genuine, "Thank you so much, Sela." He sits down on the bed, tossing his towel aside. The simple act feels almost strange after so long. Thanks to you, he tells her, a hint of real softness there, I get to sleep comfortably. Sela just smiles warmly, brushing it off. She reaches for the light. Then good night, Kang. The room goes dark with a soft click. Yeah, Kangwoo replies quietly, sleep well, Sela. Alone now, just a sliver of light catching his face, Kangwoo sits in the darkness. A small, almost peaceful smile touches his lips, his red eyes looking softer for a moment. He stretches out with a groan, reaching an arm up, just soaking in the feeling of letting go. He lies back, sinking deep into the mattress and just stares at the ceiling. It's almost shocking, this softness. After 10,000 years in hell, he hasn't felt anything like this. Turning onto his side, pulling the pillow close, he listens. No screams, no sulfur, no constant fear. It's quiet, and so incredibly comfortable. He closes his eyes, letting that peace finally sink in. A deep feeling settles in his chest. This was the right choice. Coming back here, it was absolutely the right decision. Just pure, simple contentment for the first time in ages. Next morning, Kangwoo arrives at the D-rank gate entrance, and it's pure chaos. Players are shouting everywhere, trying to find parties, healers, damage dealers, even offering bus rides to carry weaker players through. Kangwoo takes it all in, noting the difference now that he's reached D-rank. He spots a familiar scene, some poor guy in basic gear, probably a bandit like himself, practically begging a party to take him. But they just wave him off, not wanting a bandit. Someone nearby mutters about feeling bad for the guy. Kangwoo ignores the noise, heading straight for the guards. He shows his player card, gets verified as D-rank, and thinks, not my problem. He walks past them, stepping towards the shimmering blue gate portal. Finally, time to get started. He steps through the swirling energy and finds himself in a thick, humid jungle. Giant trees, heavy vines, strange sounds all around. The gate portal hangs behind him. This must be the D-rank gate Sela mentioned. He recalls her warning about the monsters here and decides to move quietly. He calls upon the power of silence. A faint ripple of energy flows down to his feet, and as he steps onto the damp jungle floor, nothing. No crunch of leaves, no squelch of mud. His movements are now completely muffled. The gate shimmers behind him, the only way in or out. Lizardmen, that's what Sela called them. He remembers her telling him over dinner, they can't see well, but their hearing is sharp. They attack without warning and swarm if they hear you. He pictures the tough, scaly things lurking nearby. His senses, sharpened by millennia of survival, scan the dense green. His expression tightens, red eyes glowing slightly. He picks up movement. Good, 3 of them nearby. He also remembers another vital tip Sela mentioned between bites of chicken. They're weak against fire. She'd said a fire mage makes hunting them easy. Kangwoo allows himself a small smirk. He might not be a mage, but he has something better. He reaches for a different kind of power, a searing heat building around him. Behind him, the fiery image of the demon Andres flares for an instant, the power of hellfire. With a simple thrust of his hand, lances of pure, dark flame erupt, instantly swallowing the 3 lizardmen he'd sensed. Piercing shrieks cut through the jungle air as the hellfire just melts through their tough hides. The flames burn violently, leaving nothing but ash in seconds. The wave of fire scorches the area before quickly fading. Kangwoo stands in the smoldering aftermath, considering the power. It's devastatingly effective, way beyond normal fire, but he sees the downsides immediately. It completely consumes the corpses, meaning no energy for his gluttony. Plus, it drains his own life force pretty heavily. Powerful, yeah, but costly. He weighs the options. Quick kills are nice, but leaving corpses to absorb is usually better for getting stronger. A thought makes him pause, a wry smile playing on his lips as he nudges a charred skull fragment with his foot. Andres? Wasn't that Han Taehyun's guild name? Funny, using the power of a demon whose name that pathetic guild borrowed. He guesses Taehyun just picked the name randomly. Still, he shrugs, a flicker of that old demon king ruthlessness in his eyes. The shadowy forms of his gluttony power swirl beside him. If things get tough, he can always just burn everything down. Time to find more prey. He spots another group slithering out of the swampy undergrowth ahead. This time, he lets his demonic claws extend instead of calling the fire. One lets out a hiss, its pale eyes fixing on him. They've noticed him, even with the silence. Kung just smirks back. Alright, time for a different approach. Maybe mix it up. A quick blast of hellfire to cause chaos, then use silence to get in close and finish them off quickly. Dealing with them one by one is getting a bit tedious, especially if more keep showing up. He walks calmly through the fading flames, stepping over disintegrating corpses. He realizes he doesn't need to try so hard here. Even weakened, these D-rank monsters aren't much of a challenge. Fast and easy is the way to go. A notification pops up, he's hit level 12. He glances at his status, the shadowy form of gluttony hovering nearby. Yeah, a level up is good, but looking at his stats, strength 11, demonic power up to 25, he realizes progress is definitely slowing down now that he's higher level. This rate won't cut it. He needs to level faster if he wants to hit 20 anytime soon. Standing ankle-deep in the murky water, he pauses, thinking about how to hunt more efficiently. Maybe focus on gathering larger groups? He crosses his arms, considering it, when suddenly a sharp voice shouts from behind him, "Itchy." Kangwoo glances back over his shoulder, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. Huh. He turns to see a group of players standing there on slightly higher ground. The one who yelled, a guy with freckles and an orange jacket, gives Kangwoo's basic gear, Taehyun's old clothes, a dismissive once-over. Clearly thinking he's looking at some newbie, the guy asks if Kangwoo wants to join their guild hunt, sounding like he's doing him a huge favor. Kang just watches him, red eyes assessing the group. A moment of quiet hangs in the humid air, just the sounds of the jungle. Kangwoo asks bluntly, "What guild is it?" He takes in the party standing there. Looks like a standard setup, melee, ranged, maybe a support. The freckled leader grins, looking smug. He puffs out his chest, obviously proud, and announces loudly, "We're the Andres Guild." The camera briefly focuses on the silver pendant hanging around the leader's neck, showing their guild symbol. Kangwoo's expression doesn't change much, but there's a flicker of something in his eyes. Andres Guild. Taehyun's guild. Oh, he knows exactly what kind of people these probably are. He doesn't waste a second. "Not interested," he says flatly, turning his back and starting to wade away through the water. The guild members just stare, surprised by the instant rejection. The leader's smug look curdles into anger. "What the hell? Cocky little brat," he snaps. He complains that this beginner isn't falling into line. One of the women in the group looks worried, reminding the leader they can't go back empty-handed or their master will be angry. The leader lets out a breath, watching Kangwoo walk away. Fine, he decides, his voice going cold. If he wants to be difficult, let's just beat him half dead and drag him out. Instantly, the whole group's vibe changes. Malicious grins appear as they start moving to surround Kangwoo. The leader cracks his knuckles, muttering about needing to relieve some stress. Energy starts crackling around the leader's fist. Let's teach him a real-life lesson, he declares, violence flashing in his eyes. Looks like things are about to get messy. Sunlight streams down through the thick leaves of the jungle gate. The sizzle and crackle of Kangwoo's hellfire fades as the last lizardmen turn to ash. Kangwoo stands in the aftermath, the shadow of gluttony absorbing the last bits of energy. He lets out a breath. He glances around the now empty clearing, satisfied he's cleared this spot. Looking at his hand, he weighs his options. Using hellfire is fast, but leaves nothing to absorb. Maybe risking direct combat is better for leveling faster. He taps his chin, considering the trade-offs between his different powers. Efficiency versus raw power gain, always a choice. Suddenly, that annoying voice cuts through his thoughts again. Hey! Kangwoo looks up. It's the leader of that guild party, swaggering over with a smug look. He starts talking down to Kangwoo like he's some senior player checking up. Kangwoo turns, unimpressed, watching the group approach. The leader keeps talking, asking if the new player is hunting okay. Kangwoo sizes him up, definitely the type who bullies weaker players. He gives a small, mocking smile. You worried for nothing. I'm hunting just fine. The leader's grin widens. He mocks Kangwoo back, pointing out there are no bodies, acting like Kangwoo's bluffing about fighting at all. Kangwoo just crosses his arms coolly. I'm resting right now. The leader makes a drawn-out, ooh, like he's surprised by the nerve. Leaning in, the leader tries to pull rank. What's with the attitude? Kangwoo drops the act. Your crap was getting annoying, he replies smoothly. The leader's face twists with anger, clenching his teeth. This little... Kangwoo raises an eyebrow, totally unfazed. What? He asks calmly. Wanna fight right here? The blonde guy, Hojin, grabs the leader's arm as he reaches for his sword, trying to stop him. But Hojin, the leader protests. Hojin looks stressed but tells him not to worry. Kangwoo watches them, arms still crossed, looking almost bored. He's already decided to teach this guy a lesson. Shoving Hojin off, the leader draws his sword, scoffing that Kang was probably just E-rank. He points the blade, threatening him. Kang just smirks wider, his voice dripping sarcasm. Ooh, I'm looking forward to it. The leader takes a fighting stance, energy flaring. Let's see how long that smirk lasts. He glances back at his team. He gives them a knowing look, mentioning how lizardmen are drawn to sound. The others nod. Their plan is to use the noise of the fight to lure monsters onto Kangwoo. Kangwoo's expression barely flickers. He thinks to himself, so that's their plan. Pretty predictable. Cute, he murmurs, almost finding their simple trap amusing. The leader charges. Kangwoo doesn't move an inch as the leader rushes towards him. The ground starts to shake faintly. Rustling sounds echo from deeper in the jungle. The leader grins. They're coming. Magic barriers, now, he yells to his party, who quickly form shimmering shields around themselves. Stopping just short of Kangwoo, the leader sneers. What now? Sounds like a few dozen are heading this way. He looks Kangwoo up and down again. Too much for a cocky newbie? Get on your knees and maybe I'll help. Kangwoo lets out a soft chuckle. The leader mocks him, but Kangwoo finally speaks, glancing dismissively at their barrier. Huh, so this was your big plan? Seriously? This is it? His tone makes it clear how unimpressed he is. As the leader starts to get angry, Kangwoo's hand flashes forward, dark energy swirling. If you're gonna do something, Kangwoo's eyes blaze, his voice rising, you should go all the way. He unleashes a massive wave of pure sonic force, the power of sound. The shockwave slams into the guild's barrier, making it shake violently. The guild members inside cry out in shock. Kangwoo pushes more power into the blast, the ground trembling. The leader screams in pain and panic, "Stop! You psychos, stop!" Kangwoo cuts the power instantly, stepping back as the guild members stumble inside their cracked, flickering shield. He looks at them, a cold, calculating smile on his face. All right, he says softly. His trap is set. The leader stares, eyes wide with pure terror, sweat dripping down his face. What? You crazy? Trapped inside their weakened shield, the guild members look nervously out into the darkening jungle. And then they see them. Dozens and dozens of glowing red eyes, emerging from the trees, all drawn by Kangwoo's massive sound blast. A huge swarm of lizard men surges forward, heading straight for the glowing barrier. Hisses and screeches explode through the air. The monsters slam into the shield, clawing and biting. The guild members scream. "You're crazy!" "So many," the leader yells, pale. "Reinforce the barrier." He whips his head around, looking for Kangwoo, but he's vanished. "You crazy bastard!" He screams uselessly into the jungle. "You want us all to die?" A soft sound from above. High up on a thick branch, hidden among the leaves, Kangwoo sits watching. The leader looks up, finally spotting him. "Hey," Kangwoo calls down casually, "lizard men are sensitive to sound, right?" A chillingly calm smile spreads across his face, red eyes gleaming. "Yeah, I know that too." Below, the lizard men roar, hitting the barrier even harder. More cracks appear as the shield starts to fail. Panic erupts inside. The leader stares up, face twisted in terror and rage. "You fucker!" he screams, finally understanding. "Trying to kill us all?" Kangwoo looks down, completely unmoved. "What are you talking about? I'm not planning on dying." His smile turns sharp, predatory. He activates his power of silence again, vanishing from their senses. "You guys are the ones dying." He crosses his arms, settling in to watch his plan unfold perfectly. A lizard man leaps, claws aiming for a crack in the collapsing barrier. It's over for them. The leader looks up one last time, horror washing over him as claws rip through the barrier towards his face. A skill that controls sound? He gasps, realizing the terrifying truth just as the monsters break through. High above, Kang watches. Below, the lizard men swarm, their screeches filling the air. The guild leader stares in horror as a claw rips through their failing shield. He finally understands Kangwoo's terrifying power, a skill that controls sound. The barrier shatters. The lizardmen pour in, a frenzy of teeth and claws. Screams are cut short. The leader scrambles back through the carnage, desperately yelling for his dying mage to raise the barrier again. Too late. A lizard man sinks its teeth into the mage, dragging her down. Her eyes roll back, a choked gasp escaping as she collapses in a pool of blood. The leader falls back, surrounded by gore and severed limbs, frozen in fear. He clamps his hands over his mouth, watching helplessly as Hojin, the blonde player, is mauled and lifted by a lizardman. Another monster impales Hojin with a spear, pinning him as the others tear him apart. Blood drips near the leader's trembling hand as Hojin's spear clatters beside him. He presses his hands harder, trying desperately to stay silent, hidden. Tears stream down his face, pure terror consuming him. A sob escapes. He looks up pleadingly towards Kangwoo on the branch. "Save me," he whimpers, all arrogance gone. "Please," he begs, trembling. "I was wrong. Please." Kangwoo looks down, expressionless, mouthing a silent word, "Son." "Bae." A cold, faint smile touches his lips. He gives a small, dismissive wave. "Good luck." His voice is calm, devoid of any mercy. The leader screams one last curse of despair and rage as the monsters finally overwhelm him. Kangwoo looks away as the lizard men finish the job, now starting to fight amongst themselves. Watching the chaos, a cold thought surfaces: fight evil with greater evil. And murderous intent. A sharp, predatory grin spreads across his face, red eyes glowing. With even greater murderous intent. The law of hell applies here too. Satisfied, Kangwoo leaps down from the branch. He summons Hellfire, ready to clean up the remaining lizard men drawn by the noise. He quickly incinerates the stragglers, the dark flames doing their work efficiently. Surveying the battlefield littered with bodies, monsters and players, he reaches out, dark energy swirling. Time to use gluttony. Tendrils of darkness envelop the corpses, ready to absorb. But he feels almost nothing from the players. A system message pops up: Only 1 point of demonic energy gained. And then, crucially, cannot use power of gluttony against those protected by the Gaia system. Gaia system? He remembers seeing news about Earth's defense system being overloaded. So that's what this is. Looking at the player corpses, he understands. Players have some kind of protection. He retracts the power from them, a bit disappointed. So absorbing player abilities is out. He spots a magic stone nearby. He shrugs it off. Gaining demonic energy itself is still the most important thing. He focuses gluttony on the lizard men, and another notification appears. Demonic energy stat has reached 30. Oh! He feels a definite surge. His demonic energy feels much stronger now. He examines the dark energy swirling in his hand. It's not just more power. The quality feels better, denser. His hellfire will be stronger too. Leveling up is definitely the key. His gaze lands on the magic stone dropped by the guild leader. Reaching level 20 and the third awakening, he's looking forward to it. He picks up the stone. After all this hunting, it shouldn't be far now. One last look at the massacre, then he turns to leave. Just a bit more hunting first. 3 days later, Kang was back at Sela's apartment, sitting at the kitchen table, clearly just returned from the gate. He digs into some food. Delicious again today, Sela. Sela smiles warmly. Thanks. Hunting again today? Yeah, Kangwoo confirms, should be back around dinner. Sela looks a bit worried. Aren't you pushing too hard? You haven't rested? Kangwoo just laughs it off. I'm fine. He asks when her player classes end. She mentions they're finishing soon. Starting today, she explains, they're actually going goblin hunting for practical experience. She sighs a little, hoping she gets decent party members. Stirring her drink, she admits she wants to reach her second awakening soon too. I'm sure you will, Kangwoo encourages her genuinely. Sela smiles faintly. She offers him some tea before he leaves, worried he's tired. He accepts gratefully, thinking she really is an angel. Sela pauses, remembering something. Speaking of gates? She leans in slightly. Have you heard the rumors? Kangwoo sips his tea, curious. What rumors? There's talk about KAO players showing up, she explains quietly. Might just be rumors. But please be careful inside the gate, Kangwoo. Tell players. Pikers. Kangwoo processes this new information. Could the rumors be because of what happened to the Andres Guild? No, he thinks. He made sure there were no witnesses. He staged it to look like the lizard men killed them. And if the rumored KAO player is him, well, no need to worry yet. Still, he can't be too complacent. Best to stay cautious. Standing up, he resolves to focus on leveling up fast. Just then, system windows flash. You have advanced to LV 20. Third awakening is unlocked. Another follows. Third awakening special ability unlocked. Oh! Kang feels a surge of power, much stronger than before. This awakening feels different, bigger. Well, he smirks, extending his hand. Let's see. Hellfire erupts, visibly larger and fiercer. Just as I thought. The connection is clear now. Each awakening weakens the seal on his true power in the myriad demon palace, letting more demonic energy leak through. A sharp glint in his eye. More power is returning. He notices something else. His gluttony power seems drawn to one of the magic stones he collected. Interesting. He watches as the dark energy of gluttony wraps around the blue crystal, appearing to consume it directly. A new way to gain power, perhaps? Kangwoo checks his new third awakening ability. Ranka, the demon who desires magic. It lets him absorb magic stones directly, converting their power straight into demonic energy. Interesting. He tests it out. The shadow of gluttony swirls around a blue magic stone, cracking and absorbing it completely. Oh! He feels the power flow in, clean, direct. Almost as much energy as absorbing a whole monster from just one stone. This changes everything. He can gather demonic energy way faster now. He won't need monster corpses as much, though he does lose out on selling the stones for cash. But he made decent money the last few days, so he's set for a while. No need to visit the exchange. This frees up a lot of time. Maybe time to explore, test his powers more? He takes off the jacket he got from Taehyun, deciding to stretch his legs a bit. He lets out a satisfied breath, feeling the new power settle in. The jacket is tossed aside. Time for something different. His eyes scan the jungle, focusing his intent. He calls on the power of the sky. Energy wings sprout, lifting him into the air. He realizes he never actually found the boss of these lizardmen. Floating above the trees, he scans the area, hoping to find a stronger source of energy, a higher-rank stone. But down here in the dense forest, it's hard to see much. Annoyed, he considers using a more powerful ability to scout, but realizes he doesn't have enough demonic energy saved up for that right now. Just then, sounds of fighting drift through the air. Clashes, shouts, one voice sounds familiar. Down below, a brutal fight. A red-haired man with a stitched scar is attacking someone alongside a slimmer, green-haired guy. They're taunting their victim. Kangwoo peers through the leaves. What's going on? 3 players attacking one. It's definitely Tae-soo, the friendly guy from the E-rank gate. The red-haired leader swings a huge axe, the slim one uses daggers, and a massive tank blocks Tae-soo's path. They seem to know Tae-soo, calling him a bandit. Tae-soo, bleeding but furious, shouts back, asking why they're attacking their own party member. The attackers just sneer and mock him. Kangwoo watches, connecting the dots. A betrayal. This must be those KO players Sela warned him about. The leader keeps attacking, yelling at Tae-soo to shut up. Kangwoo notes Tae-soo's impressive defense. So, the KO rumors weren't about him after all. Tae-soo grits his teeth, blocking another heavy blow. He's panting hard, clearly tired but still fighting. The attackers pause. The leader admits Tae-soo is tough. The slim one wonders how he's holding up with only his second awakening. The massive tank grips his shield, readying himself. Tae-soo growls, defiant, refusing to go down easily. The tank braces, energy flaring around his shield as he prepares a skill. The attackers seem confident. The slim guy notes Tae-soo hasn't hit his third awakening yet, meaning he can't win against their group. The tank charges, shield glowing, aiming to pin Tae-soo. The leader smirks, telling the slim guy, "Let's end this." The slim guy reminds him they can't actually kill him, hinting at some rule. The leader agrees, clearly planning to hurt him badly anyway. Kangwoo listens from hiding. Can't kill him? Interesting. What rules are governing these pikers? He continues to watch silently as they gang up on Tae-soo. Tae-soo is clearly struggling now, cornered and outmatched. The leader yells at the tank to raise his shield. He lifts his axe, dark energy swirling around it, grinning cruelly at Tae-soo. This'll hurt. But Kangwoo suddenly focuses, eyes widening slightly. As the leader charges his axe, Kangwoo spots it. A faint trace of familiar energy. He steps out from hiding. Demonic energy? He asks calmly, his voice cutting through the tension. The leader looks over, surprised. Where did these guys get demonic power? The fight stops for a moment. Everyone turns towards the newcomer. The red-haired leader eyes Kangwoo standing near the chest Tae-soo was guarding. Who are you? Just passing by. The slim guy curses. Unlucky timing, he mutters, assuming Kangwoo is just another victim. The tank glares menacingly. You saw everything. Don't think you're walking away. Kangwoo. He recognizes him. The leader sees Tae-soo's reaction, then notices the faint demonic aura Kangwoo isn't bothering to hide. He asks the slim guy if they need to keep this one alive. The answer is no. The tank mentions they've already met their quota with Tae-soo, suggesting this isn't their first attack today. But the leader's focus is now entirely on Kangwoo, intrigued by his power. I see. The leader murmurs, eyes gleaming with curiosity and greed. Kang just stands there calmly, but the air around him feels dangerous. The KAO players have no idea who they're dealing with. The slim player seems to recognize the type of energy, if not Kangwoo himself. Tae-soo shouts a warning. Kang, watch out! As the red-haired leader swings his demonic axe right at him. Kangwoo dodges with insulting ease, the axe whistling past. He reappears instantly beside the leader. The slim player stumbles back, shocked by Kangwoo's speed. Kangwoo? That bastard! Before anyone can react, Kangwoo lands a powerful kick, sending the leader sprawling. The leader coughs blood, stunned. The slim man is aghast. What the hell was that? Kangwoo grabs the downed leader by the hair, lifting his head. Something's weird, he says coldly, applying pressure. The tank watches in shock, starting to back away nervously. Kangwoo leans close to the terrified leader, considering his earlier taunts to Tae-soo. He focuses on the leader's energy signature. The slim KO player raises his weapon, trying to attack Kangwoo from behind. Kangwoo doesn't even look. He activates another authority, Power of Destruction. His fist glows with terrifying force. He slams his fist into the charging tank's shield. It shatters instantly. The massive tank coughs violently, thrown back by the sheer impact, eyes wide with shock. Kangwoo stands over the incapacitated tank, his borrowed jacket now draped over his shoulder. Tae-soo watches, completely stunned. The red-haired leader lies broken on the ground, groaning. Kangwoo grabs his hair again, forcing him to look up. Let me ask you something. Kangwoo's red eye glows intensely. You. Dark tendrils of demonic power creep across the leader's face. Where did you get the demonic? The leader screams, how do you, Kuhak? Kangwoo cuts him off, ripping the information directly from his mind. Kangwoo tightens his grip on the KAO leader's hair, his voice dangerously low. Where did you get the demonic energy? The leader, Taeho, spits blood, still trying to sound tough through the terror, asking how Kangwoo even knows about it before choking again. I'm asking the questions, Kangwoo says flatly, red eyes locked onto Taeho's. Just answer. Taeho groans in pain as Kangwoo presses again, asking one more time for the source. Still resisting, Taeho stammers that he can't say. Nearby, the injured slim KO member watches helplessly. Taeho whimpers as dark energy swirls around Kangwoo's hand, the pressure mounting. He starts to break, gasping out something about the guild. The guild master, he finally blurts out, he did it. Then immediately clamps his mouth shut, maybe yelling at himself not to talk. Kang latches onto that, guild master. The slim KO player tries desperately to shut his leader up, yelling Taeho's name. He glares furiously at Kangwoo, questioning his sanity. Kangwoo gives the slim player a cold, dismissive look, energy gathering in his hand. A quick blast of destructive force, and the slim player is silenced for good. No more interruptions. Taeho gasps, seeing the ruthlessness firsthand, and finally names the guild under pressure, Andrus. It's the Andrus Guild. Andrus Guild. It all clicks into place for Kangwoo Hyun, the other party. Taeho keeps talking fast now, revealing their guild master performed a ritual to give him this power. His body starts to shake uncontrollably. Ritual? Kangwoo repeats, zeroing in on the word. He leans closer, demanding to know more. Taeho cries out, regretting he spoke. Kangwoo prepares to apply more pressure, telling him to talk. Taeho just screams as purple energy swirls around him. As Kangwoo presses about the ritual, Taeho gasps, veins bulging sickeningly on his neck and arms. Something is wrong. His body thrashes violently, convulsing as if being torn apart from the inside. Eyes rolling back, foam bubbling, Taeho seizes horrifically, blood erupts from his mouth, and then, he goes limp. Kang just watches the gruesome end, unfazed. Tisk, Kang clicks his tongue, annoyed. The intel got cut short. He stands, looking at the corpse. Must have been some kind of kill switch device, set to activate if he revealed too much about the ritual. Clever but deadly. Taeho gurgles one last partial question before dying. Just then a groan. Kang Tae-soo pushes himself up, looking around dazedly before spotting Kang. Woo! Is that you? Tae-soo's younger party member, the one with the headband, stirs too, confused about what happened. He sees Kangwoo and recognizes him from before. Tae-soo calls out the young man's name, Hyun. Tae-soo ignores his own confusion and grabs Kangwoo's hand gratefully, explaining to his teammate that Kangwoo saved them. Tae-soo still looks puzzled, remembering Kangwoo from the E-rank gate. Kangwoo just gives a vague acknowledgement. He waves it off, lying smoothly about just being there for an errand. Tae-soo looks Kang-woo over, noticing his confidence, and finally gets it, he wasn't a beginner at all. Kang-woo simply confirms. Tae-soo nods, understanding Kang-woo's earlier hesitation now. He claps Kang-woo heartily on the shoulder, beaming. Anyways, thank you. We owe you our lives. Kang-woo manages a slightly awkward laugh. The younger Tae-hyun tries to thank him too, but Tae-soo's booming laugh cuts him off. Tae-soo laughs again, overwhelmed with relief, amazed at meeting Kang-woo again like this. He continues expressing his thanks, clearly indebted to Kang-woo. Looking grimly at the dead KO players, Tae-soo can hardly believe they were real. He pulls out his phone, serious now. We need to report this immediately. Alert the warring corps. Kang-woo asks what that is. Tae-soo quickly explains they're a government-managed player unit, showing a picture on his phone. He's determined, telling them about the Andres Guild using KAO players will launch a full investigation. Kang-woo considers this for a moment. But then, Kang-woo puts a hand on Tae-soo's arm, stopping him. Soo, don't report this. Not yet. Tae-soo lowers his phone, looking confused but willing to listen. Kang-woo meets his gaze firmly. The Andres Guild. He starts, letting the name hang there. Tae-soo, trusting Kang-woo implicitly now, agrees to wait. He plans to handle the Andres Guild personally. He offers a slight smile, but Tae-soo completely misreads the situation. I'm yours to command. Tae-soo declares passionately, puffing out his chest. Let's make the Andres Guild pay. He thinks Kang-woo wants righteous vengeance. Kang was a bit taken aback by the sudden, intense loyalty. Tae-soo keeps going, praising Kang-woo for wanting to punish evil himself. Even the barely conscious slim KAO player groans weakly at the irony. Kang-woo realizes Tae-soo has completely misunderstood his cold intentions. Panel likely redundant, showing Tae-soo's enthusiasm. Kang-woo manages a strained smile, deciding it's easier to just play along for now. Tae-soo beams, fully convinced Kang-woo is a hero, maybe even comparing him to some character named Balak. Kang-woo now has a powerful, earnest, and utterly devoted follower who has no clue about his true nature. After saving Tae-soo and the other bandit from those player killers, Kang finds himself getting some serious thanks. They're bowing low, looking super grateful. Tae-soo speaks up, wanting to thank him properly, even though he calls himself a dude si bong. The other guy, still kinda roughed up, echoes the promise to repay Kang-woo somehow, asking hesitantly about that weird term, dude si bong. Kang-woo just watches them with this little smirk, clearly finding their earnestness kind of funny. Kang-woo decides to clear it up. He explains, dude si bong is just slang for bandits, the class nobody really wants in their party because they don't tank or deal big damage, so they get left out. Hearing that, the others finally get it, like, okay. The bandit looks down, maybe accepting that being looked down on is just how it is for their class. But Tae-soo jumps right back in, suggesting they team up now to repay Kang-woo. The other guy looks totally flustered, probably wondering if that's the best idea right this second. He clutches his chest, emphasizing seriously how much he appreciates the save. Tae-soo nods grimly, admitting he felt useless during the fight and just ended up being a burden. Both of them look at Kang-woo with fresh determination, vowing to get strong enough to actually help him next time they meet. There's just this moment of charged silence after their big declaration. Kang-woo breaks it with a smile, praising their admirable resolve to train and repay him. But inside, you can almost hear him thinking, these guys are nuts. He sees their loyalty as totally naive. Still keeping up the friendly act, Kang-woo gives a wave, saying he's heading off. Tae-soo looks a bit surprised by the sudden exit. As Kang-woo turns away with that calculating smirk, he thinks, well, guess it's good having people owe me. Always looking for an angle. Tae-soo watches him go, looking thoughtful, maybe wondering what to do with the other guy now. He tells him to take care. But Kang-woo stops and turns back. Tae-soo. Tae-soo snaps to attention instantly. Yes, brother. Kang-woo cuts right to it. What's your level? Tae-soo answers proudly, standing tall in his gear, level 12. Just hit my second awakening. Kang-woo asks about his training. Tae-soo explains his first ability was only C rank, so he skipped the formal classes and just grinded levels by hunting monsters. Oh ho! Kong sounds intrigued, eyes sharpening. Then what rank was your second awakening? Tae-soo grins, puffing his chest out a bit. Rank, he declares. Kang was genuinely surprised. Oh, an A-rank second awakening? That's serious potential. This guy might be more useful than he thought. Tae-soo then asks why Kangwoo, being so strong, isn't in a guild already. Kangwoo gives a vague answer about still deciding. He glances away, adding almost to himself, well, I don't really need to join one now. Tae-soo looks curious about that. Hearing this, Tae-soo gets completely fired up, clenching his fist. A fiery red aura flares behind him as he passionately declares, "Have decided to follow you, brother." Tae-soo lets out a huge laugh, thrilled with his own decision. Kang just watches, cool as ever. The narration notes that an A-rank second awakening hints at huge potential for future growth. Tae-soo just beams, thanking Kangwoo again. Then give me your contact info. Tae-soo insists, holding out his phone eagerly. I'll help whenever you need me. Kangwoo agrees, seeing the value, then adds slyly, actually, I have a favor to ask. Tae-soo's instantly ready. Kangwoo explains someone he knows, showing Sela's picture briefly, needs a party to level up with soon. Tae-soo seems a bit overwhelmed by Kangwoo's presence up close. Kangwoo asks her class. She's a healer, Tae-soo confirms. Kangwoo readily agrees. Healers are great, damage dealers easy to find. They exchange info, Kangwoo now saved as Big Brother Kangwoo. Tae-soo asks if he's heading after the Andres Guild now. With Tae-soo gone, Kangwoo stands alone for a moment, thinking. Stripped down to just his pants, you can see the lean power he gained over millennia in hell as he considers his next move. His attention turns back to the other captive, the KAO player, Kang Keelho, lying injured and unconscious nearby. Keelho groans, eyes fluttering open. Kangwoo's voice cuts in cold, "You awake?" Keelho just makes a sound of pure pain and fear. Kangwoo crouches beside him immediately. Got some questions for you, he states flatly, his presence heavy. Don't lie. He grabs Keelho's face, forcing eye contact. His own eyes flare with that menacing red glow. Nod if you understand, he commands. Terrified, Keelho manages a shaky nod. Good. Kangwoo pulls back slightly. The tension is thick. He starts simply. What's your name? After a fearful pause, the answer comes. Kang repeats, filing the name away as he circles back to the earlier fight. Focusing on Keelho's terrified face, Kangwoo asks, you said you needed to capture that player alive, right? Referencing the orders about Tae-soo. Keelho swallows hard, nervous. Suddenly, Kangwoo hits him with mental pressure, probably power of dread. Blue energy flares as Keelho recoils, stammering, I don't remember. The pressure cranks up. Keelho cries out as Kangwoo digs deeper into his mind, the blue energy pulsing. Kangwoo grabs his face again, purple energy crackling around his hand now. Tears stream down Keelho's face from the agony. How about now? Kangwoo asks softly, dangerously. Do you remember? Finally, Keelho breaks, screaming the reason, to offer them the sacrifices. Kangwoo listens, expression hardening as he gets the dark confirmation. Keelho repeats the word, sacrifice, horrified, trembling as the meaning sinks in. Huh? Kangwoo murmurs, red eyes narrowed. He connects, sacrifices, to the demonic rituals the other guy mentioned. This is big. He crouches beside the completely broken Keelho. More fucking lunatics than I thought, Kangwoo thinks with grim amusement. Even he's a bit surprised by this level of messed up. He recalls Han Tae-hyun saying similar things back then. This isn't just random pikers, it's how the Andres Guild operates. A cold little smirk appears. Not funny, but opportunistic. A plan is forming in the darkness. He abruptly grabs Keelho's face again, making him flinch hard. Keelho is just crying now, terrified of what's coming. We get a close-up on Kangwoo's face, one eye glowing terrifyingly red, a predatory grin showing his teeth. It looks more demonic than human. Keelho, he begins, his voice chilling. The eye glows brighter amidst swirling purple energy. I have a favor to ask of you. It's not a request. It's a command wrapped in menace, and Keelho has no choice but to obey. We cut to a dark, sketchy-looking alleyway. Kong Keelho, the KAO player Kangwoo grabbed earlier, looks rough as he drags a heavy suitcase behind him, clearly doing Kangwoo's dirty work now. A voice stops him. It's a guy with long white hair tied back, looking official. He shines a light on Keelho, confirming his name and stating that he and Taeho were supposed to be hunting for sacrifices. The white-haired guy takes in Keelho's beat-up state, asking bluntly what happened to his face, where Taeho is, and why he looks like this after just a D-rank gate run. Keelho looks down, sticking to the script Kangwoo probably gave him. He mumbles that Taeho's dead, quickly adding they should just take the sacrifice he brought. The official is clearly surprised. He leans in, not buying it. Taeho died in a D-rank dungeon? Keelho just shrugs weakly, saying things just happened. The official presses, demanding a real answer. Keelho tightens his grip on the suitcase handle, elaborating on the lie. They ran into a high-level player unexpectedly. Sweating, he tries to sound convincing, claiming Taeho sacrificed himself so Keelho could kill the strong player and escape with the prize. He pushes the suitcase forward slightly, saying he brought that powerful player back as the sacrifice. The official just hums, looking down at the case, maybe still suspicious. He crouches, listening closely to the suitcase, confirming someone inside is still breathing. Glancing inside, he sees the victim's pained face and notes clinically that their condition is fine, ignoring the obvious signs of torture. Looking back at Keelho, the official remarks he seems weird. Keelho flinches, clutching his chest, repeating the lie about Taeho being dead. He trails off, looking genuinely lost, maybe exhausted. The official dismisses it, saying fewer people is better anyway. He points out that since Keelho brought the sacrifice, he gets to be baptized by the ritual, and with Taeho dead, Keelho gets all the demonic energy for himself. Keelho's eyes widen slightly in panic. He seems to be mentally pleading for Kangwoo to somehow intervene, realizing he's now expected to take part. The official leans in with a nasty smirk, accusing Keelho of maybe killing Taeho himself to get all the power. Keelho snaps back defensively, but the official just grabs the suitcase, ordering Keelho to handle it as he leaves. Keelho watches him go, panicked, asking where he's going, clearly not wanting to be left alone. As Keelho follows, dragging the heavy case, he mutters angrily, wondering what's wrong with the official. The official glances back, misinterpreting Keelho's fear as sadness over Taeho's death. They reach a heavy, unmarked door leading into a dark corridor. Keelho follows him inside, the atmosphere growing heavy. The official pauses, still thinking Keelho is just being overly sensitive about his dead partner. The corridor opens into a huge, candlelit chamber. Red banners with demonic symbols hang everywhere. At the far end, on a raised platform, stands a figure behind an altar, surrounded by cloaked followers. This is definitely the Andres Guild's ritual site. The official approaches the hooded figure on the altar, greeting the guild leader respectfully but noting he's late. The leader just replies simply. The leader, now revealed wearing a creepy bird-like mask, gets the report. Taeho died fighting a strong player, but the sacrifice was secured. He asks where it is. The official gestures back to Keelho. Right here. The masked leader orders it brought forward immediately, saying they're running out of time. Keelho, looking terrified in this creepy place, forces himself to obey, gripping the suitcase handle. As the suitcase is brought up, the cloaked followers begin chanting about the immortality of the great Andres. The chant echoes, creepy cult vibes intensifying, the eternal life of the great Andres. The masked leader watches as the sacrifice, the unconscious Kong Tae-soo, is lifted onto the stone altar. He seems pleased, intoning about the power of Andres, saying everything is going according to plan. Leaning close to Tae-soo, the leader murmurs reverently about converting about a year ago, asking this Andres entity to bless them with power. He boasts to his growing number of followers, who chant back asking for power. The leader reflects that players always crave power. He believes he's the one who can satisfy that thirst for power, the power to control the world, using demonic energy. Holding up a hand, he declares the ceremony will begin. Turning back to the altar, he commands magic stones to be prepared. As they're placed around Tae-soo, raw blue energy begins to flow towards him. The leader explains internally that as his followers' desire grows, he himself becomes more demonized. His ultimate goal, shown in glowing red text, Teo become a complete demon. He addresses the room, asking who's due for baptism today. His mask shifts, revealing glowing gold eyes, sharp teeth, and weird vein marks, clear signs of demonic corruption. The white-haired official explains it was supposed to be Keelho, but he refused. The leader simply acknowledges this. Keelho looks shocked and terrified by this news. The leader slams his staff down, roaring, "Silence," making everyone flinch. He tells Keelho directly, "Bring a sacrifice and a magic stone if you want baptism. No work, no reward." The white-haired official prepares some ritual items while the followers remain bowed. The leader continues lecturing Keelho, emphasizing his dependence on him. Without his teachings, the leader states, Keelho wouldn't even get a chance at baptism. Power flows only through him. He turns his full attention to Tae-soo on the altar. A cruel grin spreads across his face. Since Keelho refused, this ownerless sacrifice shall be mine. He plans to take all the energy himself. Let the ceremony start, he commands. The ritual begins. Magic circles flare beneath the stones and Tae-soo. Swirling vortexes of energy fill the chamber, all focused on the sacrifice. The leader watches intently as Tae-soo's body starts convulsing from the raw demonic energy. This is the baptism, refining chaotic power through agony. Tae-soo's face is clenched in pain, veins bulging. The leader breathes in fascination, magnificent demonic energy. He wants it badly, but he knows raw demonic energy is deadly without a medium. His twisted plan, let the sacrifice absorb it until death, then drink the victim's blood to get the refined energy safely. He smiles wickedly as Tae-soo suffers. The leader booms the curse, "May the demonic energy engulf you and take your life." The energy around Tae-soo becomes a violent red and black storm. But Tae-soo isn't breaking. The leader murmurs in surprise. Tae-soo's lasting longer than expected. Maybe his awakening ability is A rank? The leader seems intrigued. A cruel smile spreads across the leader's face. He realizes the longer the sacrifice lasts, the more refined energy he gets. Tae-soo's toughness means a bigger prize. He watches Tae-soo's agonized face, counting the waves of energy hitting him 5 times. Tae-soo cries out, "Enro," as the relentless waves continue. The leader counts 10 times, 15. Tae-soo's face is pure torment. The leader's eyes narrow slightly, amazed. This bastard. Tae-soo's endurance is incredible. The ritual goes on, the leader ecstatic about this unexpectedly strong sacrifice. He raises his hands, laughing maniacally, urging Tae-soo to scream as he counts the pulses hitting him, 20 times, 30, 40. But then, something shifts. The dark energy around Tae-soo flares, stabilizes, seems to resist. The leader stares, confused. Why isn't it stopping? Tae-soo's still alive, and the energy feels different. Back in the ritual chamber, the energy swirling around Tae-soo suddenly goes haywire. The masked leader, Deokyeon, feels it instantly, his smug confidence vanishing into confusion. W8. The raw demonic power he was controlling slips from his grasp. "Stop," he commands, trying to force the ritual back on track. Panic starts creeping in. "Stop it," he yells again, his voice tight. Even the cloaked followers know something's gone terribly wrong, echoing their leader's plea, "Please stop." Deokyeon roars in desperate rage, veins popping as the entire ritual spins completely out of his control. "Stop!" A massive shockwave of dark energy erupts from the altar, blasting through the chamber and silencing everyone. Deokyeon stumbles back, mask knocked askew, revealing a face twisted with demonic corruption and now, pure shock. He gasps, totally losing it. He stares at the altar, trying to process what just happened. No. Clutching his head, trembling, the awful reality crashes down. How could this happen? The ritual, his power source, has been completely hijacked. And then, the body on the altar moves. Taesu sits up slowly, looking right at the stunned Deokian. But those aren't Taesu's eyes anymore. They're cold, ancient, and calculating. A calm voice comes from Taesu's lips, Kangwoo's voice. That boost, he comments casually, flexing Taesu's fingers, gave me about 20 levels worth of stats. He basically used their torture ritual as a quick power-up. Deokian recoils, just radiating disbelief. He stares, dumbfounded, at Kang casually sitting on the sacrificial altar, veins throbbing on his face in terror and confusion. How? Kangwoo, wearing Taesu's body, gives him a lazy, almost playful smile. This ceremony thing. He muses, can we run it back one more time? He brings a finger to his lips, red eyes gleaming with amusement. Deokian just stammers, lost. Kangwoo grins wider, insisting cheerfully, just once more. Suddenly, Kangwoo's expression hardens. He clenches his fists, and Deokian cries out, clutching his own chest, feeling like something vital is being ripped away. Deokian screams in pure agony, "Enro! You bastard!" Kangwoo seems to have forcibly severed the leader's connection to the sacrifice, causing painful feedback. Deokian lashes out with a blast of orange energy in rage. Kang just watches, completely unimpressed. He easily intercepts the attack, grabbing Deokian's wrist while forming a ball of potent orange-red hellfire in his other hand. Deokian gasps, recognizing the dangerous power. Kangwoo effortlessly redirects Deokian's own attack right back at him, supercharged with hellfire, sending him flying. Kangwoo looks down at the hellfire crackling in his hand, smirking. Not bad, he comments, liking the power boost he got from hijacking the ritual through Taesu's body. Deokian scrambles back, purely terrified now. Kangwoo punches Deokian hard in the face, sending him tumbling across the room. Deokian coughs blood, staring wide-eyed. The realization hits him. Duh. Demonic energy? He finally recognizes the overwhelming power pouring off Taesu's form, far stronger than his own. Kangwoo stands there, surrounded by a swirling purple aura, thinking how much easier things are with real demonic power. Deokian tries to get up, but Kangwoo's already moving. He appears behind a terrified follower near the altar, moving impossibly fast. With cold efficiency, Kangwoo takes the follower down, purple energy flaring. He moves like a ghost, taking out another follower near the entrance before anyone can react. The rest are frozen in fear. Deokian makes a desperate slash at Kangwoo's back. Kangwoo doesn't even turn, casually blocking the hit with Taesu's arm, completely unfazed. He pivots smoothly, grabbing Deokian's arm, and slams him face-first into the stone floor, shattering it. Deokian screams. Kangwoo stands over the crumpled leader, dusting off Taesu's clothes and snapping at the terrified followers, "Out of my way. Useless shits." They scramble back instantly. Kangwoo takes a moment, adjusting Taesu's collar, composing himself. He clears his throat, approaching the trembling Deokian with fake nonchalance. Deokian stares up, terror mixing with a weird laugh. "Gee, I don't know how you're handling demonic energy," he whispers, still not getting it. A shred of arrogance remains. "But there's no way you can beat my power?" Kang just watches, holding the ball of hellfire. Deokian looks broken now, the last bit of defiance draining away. He stares at Kangwoo's overwhelming aura. This shouldn't be happening. The power difference is just too vast. Kangwoo smirks, red eyes glowing. Deokian finally understands the true nature of this power. "I can't beat something like that." He groans, utterly defeated. Kangwoo internally notes the leader's ritual method, using sacrifices as filters. Crude, but it works. He holds the swirling hellfire, watching Deokian tremble. The hellfire pulses with immense power. Kangwoo stands over him, ready to finish this. Deokian looks up, not defiant, but filled with a strange, desperate awe. "What are you trying to do?" he asks, voice shaking. Kangwoo pauses, slightly surprised by the question. "What?" Suddenly, Deokyun's whole attitude flips. He scrambles into a low bow before Kangwoo. "We have awaited your descent," he cries out fanatically. He starts praising Kangwoo like a god, "Our king, our messiah, the tyrant who should rule this world." The followers just stare, stunned. Deokyun yells at the followers to bow too, proclaiming Kangwoo will lead them to eternal life. Kangwoo watches this 180 with surprise and amusement. This bastard, he thinks, smirking slightly. Deokyun takes the slight sound as acknowledgement. Kangwoo notes his quick reaction. Deokyun presses his forehead to the ground, voice thick with emotion. "Oh great Andres, king of all demons, we've waited so long." Kangwoo raises an eyebrow, thinking, seriously? Deokyun introduces himself, Cho Deoki, saying he's overcome with emotion. He seems totally convinced. Kangwoo realizes Deokyun has mistaken him for Andres, or maybe something even higher up the demonic ladder. Well, he thinks, at least he knows how to grovel. Might be useful. Kangwoo decides to play along. If this guy wants to worship him, why not? He taps into the power of the sky. Dark, ethereal wings appear as he floats into the air, looking down. Deokyun looks up, tears streaming down his face, laughing hysterically in pure ecstasy. "You finally recognized me." He throws his arms wide, proclaiming Kangwoo's arrival, the great incarnation of Andres. "And the king of all demons." Kangwoo descends slowly, landing softly before the bowing Deokyun. Red eyes glowing, sharp teeth showing in a predatory smile, he confirms with resonant power, "Yes." Then gives his first command, "Dismiss your subordinates." He leans in, whispering conspiratorially, "I would like to have a discussion with you." A private audience with his new, terrifying god. Deokyun stays bowed low, desperate to please his new god. "Weiss, ask me anything." Kangwoo rests his chin on his hand, the divine act fading slightly. Deokyun starts praising him again, but Kangwoo cuts him off sharp. "Hey, cut the crap." Deokyun flinches, looking up scared and confused. Kangwoo states it plainly, "You know I'm not Andres." He saw right through that act. Deokyun grabs his own throat, choking on the realization or maybe just Kangwoo's intense pressure. "Who are you then?" he forces out before Kangwoo silences him with a sharp, "Shut up." Kangwoo leans forward, grabbing Deokyun's robe. "No questions from you," he growls, patience gone. "Just answer what I ask. Got it?" Deokyun stammers out a terrified, "Weiss." Kangwoo's red eyes narrow, getting to the important part. "This ceremony, how did you learn to crack open magic stones like that? It's clearly not normal magic." Deokyun spills it quickly, trembling. "I learned how after I was preached." Kangwoo picks up on that word. "Preached?" "Yeah," Deokyun explains. "One day, some guy in a demon mask showed up, said I could get eternal life if I joined the demonic religion." Kangwoo listens, then just smacks Deokyun hard across the face. "Crazy idiot," Kangwoo snaps, disgusted. "Why would you just accept that?" He can't believe anyone would fall for such an obvious trap. Deokyun looks utterly miserable, tears and blood mixing on his face. "Because," he whispers, glancing fearfully around, "he was just too strong." He explains the masked man gave them a choice, follow orders or die. Simple, brutal coercion. Deokyun claws at his throat, reliving the terror. W had no choice but to accept the preaching. Kangwoo takes this in. "So, a bigger fish is pulling the strings. Where is this masked bastard now?" he demands. Deokyun insists frantically he doesn't know, hasn't seen him since that first day. Orders just arrive by mail. Kangwoo considers this, while Deokyun keeps pleading ignorance, saying the masked guy was too powerful for direct contact anyway. Kangwoo leans back, analyzing. Sure, Deokyun might have been forced at first, but Deokyun admits, looking down at his mask and staff, that the temptation of demonic power was sweet. Fear turned into greed, and he started running these rituals willingly. Kangwoo idly plays with the bird mask, wondering who this masked recruiter could be in the grand scheme of hell. He demands the mailed orders. Dio-kyun instantly hands them over. It's just one envelope with a creepy red seal. Kangwoo raises an eyebrow. Only one. Dio-kyun confirms nervously. Kangwoo eyes him skeptically but takes it. Kangwoo scans the letter. The instructions are simple and chilling. Accept demonic energy, become a demon. Recruit as many players as possible. The letter lays out the entire dark plan. Basically, become demons, gather followers, turn Earth into hell, all so some great evil god can descend. He asks Dio-kyun if he's the only recruit. Dio-kyun isn't sure. Kangwoo doesn't buy it. There's no way they'd pin this whole operation on just one guy like Dio-kyun. This confirms it's a bigger network, especially since the whole point is to increase their numbers. A cold fury starts building in Kangwoo. Hey, he says, voice dangerously low, grabbing Dio-kyun's robe. The text overlay shows his rage. These fucking bastards. They dare mess with hell. The sheer nerve of mortals trying to corrupt Earth into some twisted version of his old home infuriates him. His eyes blaze red, a glimpse of the real Demon King's fury showing through. Just pure, focused rage in that glowing eye. Kangwoo looms over Dio-kyun, unleashing immense pressure, probably power of dread. Dio-kyun screams in terror. Kangwoo lays down the rules. First, investigate this demonic religion. Second, no more rituals. Keep this between us. The command hits with psychic force. Dio-kyun completely breaks down, sobbing and screaming yes over and over. Kangwoo finishes coldly, now, get lost. Dio-kyun scrambles away like a kick dog. Kangwoo stands alone, still in Taisu's body, thinking about the mess the Andres Guild has already made. He steps off the altar, releasing his control. Taisu's body slumps slightly. Kangwoo walks away, leaving Taisu unconscious on the altar. He knows this wasn't the first sacrifice, realizing the extent of their depravity as he returns fully to his own mind. He considers his next steps. Investigating the demonic religion himself is risky with government forces potentially watching. He needs pawns. But it's worth looking into. Dio-kyun and Keelho, under his control, are his only leads right now. He mentally snaps the leash he put on them. Used the power of dread, so they won't talk, he reassures himself. I'll just get rid of them when they're no longer useful. Pure Kangwoo logic. Finally leaving the dark ritual site, Kangwoo lets out a breath, loosening his collar. Phew. Rougher day than I thought. His first thought? Time for some real healing. And for Kangwoo that means food. He bursts back into Sela's apartment looking ridiculously cheerful. Sela, I'm home. Sela jumps, startled by his sudden appearance and mood. She holds up her phone, relieved but flustered. Where have you been? You missed like 20 calls, she asks, catching his unusually bright energy. Kangwoo looks down, a bit sheepish. Ah, whoops. Yeah, dismantling a demonic cult takes time. Sorry, something came up, he says vaguely. But I'm fine. Sela sighs in relief, glad he's okay. Kangwoo gives her a genuine smile. Thanks for worrying. I'll call next time, he promises. Sela smiles back warmly. You better. She starts to ask about dinner, but Kangwoo interrupts, practically vibrating. Kimchi jjigae. Yes. Sela just smiles. Okay. Figured you might want that, Sela laughs softly. Already making some with good meat. Kangwoo makes a face of pure bliss, sparkles flying. He clasps his hands, bowing gratefully. You make me delicious dinner every night. Thank you. Sela blushes, waving it off. This simple food brings out a totally different Kangwoo. As she cooks, Sela mentions casually she got her second awakening today. Time for me to start paying you back, Kang. He looks surprised. Wait, you got your second awakening? Sela turns around looking pleased. Listen to this. She poses confidently, golden light shimmering. It's Birank, called Blessing of Light. Kangwoo lets out an impressed, oh ho. Sela beams, excited. We're gonna be amazing with Taisu. A high-rank healer and tanker? We'll be super strong. She's already planning their adventures. Kangwoo asks if any guilds have tried recruiting her. Tons, she replies, stirring the pot. He asks which one she's considering. Ciela pauses thoughtfully. Actually, I don't want to join a guild. She turns to him, earnest. Instead, I want to help you, Kangwoo. He's momentarily stunned. His first thought, she really is an angel. But Kangwoo gently brings her back to earth, stirring the stew. Look, Ciela, it's great you got a B rank, but joining me right now isn't the best idea. She looks a little disappointed. He explains objectively, right now, you wouldn't really be much help to me. She nods sadly, understanding. He takes off his jacket, sitting down. Maybe later, but not yet, he clarifies gently. He explains his own situation. He's way stronger than his level suggests. Teaming up with lower levels now would slow him down too much. Dark wings flash behind him for a second, hinting at his real power. He adds that she needs to train properly with people compatible with her role as a healer, like with Taesu tanking. Kangwoo lays out the plan. I know an A-rank tanker, meaning Taesu. Party with him for now, level up, get experience. That's more important for you right now. Ciela murmurs thoughtfully, taking his advice seriously. Kangwoo adds that when she's ready, we can team up and tackle higher rank gates. He gives her a future goal. Her eyes light up with understanding and determination. Okay, she agrees readily. I'll party with that tanker like you said, Kang. They sit at the table, Ciela looking determined. Kangwoo encourages her, saying they'll level fast together. Ciela agrees eagerly, wanting to join him soon. Won't take long, Kangwoo assures her, adding generously, I'll sponsor everything you need until then. Ciela thanks him gratefully. Kang just smiles slightly, thinking, it's all an investment. Smart move, investing in future allies. As Ciela brings the food, Kang was already mentally planning their training schedule. She puts the pot down. Kimchi stew's ready. Kangwa's eyes widen slightly. Oh, kimchi jjigae. His entire focus shifts to the food. Ciela beams, lifting another lid. Try it with this today. He looks confused. His eyes go wide with pure shock and awe. Ciela reveals a bubbling pot of spicy ramyun noodles mixed into the kimchi jjigae. This is... Speechless. Ramyun. The ultimate combo. Toppings. Kangwoo practically vibrates with joy, radiating pure ecstasy. Q. Koof. The anticipation is almost unbearable. He picks up his spoon, but his mind flashes back briefly to the interrogation. Demonic religion. His expression darkens for a split second, thinking of the cultists. You bastards. He looks down at the steaming kimchi jjigae ramyun, resolve hardening. Shadowy figures appear behind him. Don't know who you are, he thinks, addressing the cult leaders, but I'll protect this earth and its ramyun toppings, and save this world for its kimchi jjigae. His motivation is simple, protect his food. He focuses entirely on the meal, determination burning. No matter what. These cultists messed with his peaceful dinners. For the former Demon King, that's unforgivable. We start at the Player Support Center. Looks pretty official. Inside, it's modern and busy. Kang was trying to handle some business, but the employee tells him the C-rank player card he wants won't be ready until tomorrow, gotta mail it. Kangwoo leans on the counter, a bit disappointed. He asks if there's any way to get it today, but nope, she confirms it's not possible. She explains that starting from C-rank, they need to add some magic stone identification stuff to the card, which takes time. We see a glimpse of his current F-rank card. Clearly, higher ranks mean more security. She probably goes on about the details, but the bottom line is he has to wait. Kangwoo sighs as he leaves. Ciela did mention it takes about a day, but still, waiting sucks when you want to get things done. He pauses outside, just thinking for a second. Looking out at the busy street, it hits him. He hasn't actually taken a real break since coming back to Earth. It's been non-stop chaos since crawling out of hell. And it's not like he can just charge after that demonic religion right now anyway. He needs his informant, Dio-kyun, to dig up info first. Running in blind is too risky. So, he decides, Might as well use this downtime to actually rest. Problem is, what does someone do to relax after 10,000 years in hell? Modern Earth leisure is kind of a mystery. He pulls out his phone, remembering how he used to kill time before hell, back when he was broke. Mostly just reading webtoons and novels online. He scrolls through his phone now, looking a bit lost. Nah, he shakes his head, putting the phone away. He's done with just passing time like that. He wants something more engaging. Looking up, he clenches his fist. Things can't be the same as 10,000 years ago. He fought tooth and nail to get back here, and damn it, he's going to enjoy it this time. His eyes scan the street, looking for inspiration, and land on a bright sign. Niga PC Zone. A PC bang. He stares at the entrance. Definitely wasn't anything like this back in his day. Intrigued, he heads inside, finds a seat, and just looks around amazed. So this is a PC room. Sinking into the comfy gaming chair, he marvels. The chair is so nice. A simple pleasure, but worlds away from hell. Booting up the computer, he explores the screen and spots something amazing. You can order food right to your seat. Sparkles practically erupt around him. Is this actual heaven? Good. He immediately clicks on the food menu. He remembers hearing ramyun tastes best in PC rooms, so that's an easy choice. One bowl ordered. Now for the games. He scrolls through, sees one called Rhythm Legends is super popular. Makes sense to play the popular one. He looks at the different roles. Support. 5 players, different roles, working together? Seems familiar, almost like real combat parties. He thinks about his own style. Yeah, definitely needs someone who can cause chaos and slaughter opponents. His eyes land on a small, quick-looking character. Perfect. Choice locked in. The game starts. Welcome, the screen says. Kongwoo looks genuinely excited, wide-eyed. Oh, so this is a game. Time to dive in. He gets the hang of it quick, moving his character, spotting an enemy, taking down a little monster minion. Get some gold. Easy enough. Then he sees another player getting wrecked by some fiery bats, panicking. Looks like another newbie. Meanwhile, the chat log explodes with someone flaming that poor guy. Kongwoo watches the toxic chat scroll by, insults flying. He thinks dryly, maybe I should teach them a lesson. Just then, a notification pops up, his ramyun's ready. The steaming bowl arrives. Ah, yes, right here, Kongwoo says politely, momentarily distracted. The staff wishes him a good meal while the game chat continues its rage in the background. He eagerly digs in, lifting a huge bunch of noodles. The smell is amazing. Takes a big bite. So good. He's completely lost in the simple joy of instant noodles. He grabs a piece of pickled radish too, while the chat keeps getting worse. Perfect combo. Wow. Just pure satisfaction. Cheeks puffed, eyes sparkling. So delicious. Pickled radish and ramyun. Truly a match made in heaven for someone starved for millennia. Takes a sip of soda, leans back in the chair, sighs happily. This really is heaven. And just like that, heaven is interrupted. A playing card slices through the air, embedding itself vibrating in the desk right next to his drink. Kongwoo jumps, startled. Huh. He glances at the card, then instinctively back at his screen. Yep, his character just died. You have died. And the chat is blaming him, of course. He grumbles internally about the bad timing, totally missing the real-world threat for a second. He finally looks up. Standing there is a girl with fiery red hair and a backwards cap, glaring pure murder at him. Hey, she calls out sharply, who's screaming? She leans closer, hostile. What are you looking at? She snaps. I'm feeling crappy, so look somewhere else. She's clearly spoiling for a fight. Kongwoo just stares back blankly, calm despite her aggression. Who are you? He leans back, assessing her. Well, this is a coincidence, he thinks dryly. Good luck or bad luck? Always analyzing. She marches right up to him. Wow, eating ramyun during all this? She says sarcastically. Seriously? Pointing right at him, she threatens. Come out while I'm asking nicely, you bastard. Kongwoo looks utterly bored. What are you talking about? Who are you? He repeats dismissively. The girl grits her teeth, furious. What? What do you mean, you troll? She suddenly lunges, grabbing his wrist. Her blue eyes blaze with energy. Huh? Kangwoo murmurs, finally sensing the power directed at him. This isn't just yelling. Why are you attacking me? Kangwoo asks, genuinely confused or pretending to be. Leave me alone. Before he finishes, she tightens her grip, unleashing crackling blue energy. Kangwoo looks surprised by the actual attack. The energy surges towards him, unstable and powerful. Kangwoo reacts instantly, his own red eyes flaring. What's with this one? He thinks, assessing her power as a matching blue aura erupts around her. She pushes the attack, trying to overwhelm him. But Kangwoo just raises a hand effortlessly, forming a shield of swirling blue energy that stops her cold. Her attack just fizzles out against his defense. She's stunned by how easily he blocked it. She stares, eyes wide with shock, energy still crackling around her fist. Ooh. She breathes, realizing he's way stronger than he looks. Kangwoo stands up slowly, pushing her hand away. Who are you? He asks again, but this time his voice has a dangerous edge. He looks down at her. Were you sent by the mere guild? The name hangs there. Maybe he knows something, maybe he's just guessing, but the fight has definitely begun. Just when Kangwoo thought he could relax with some ramyun and games, trouble walks right up to him again. A sharp voice points him out. You. It's the girl with the fiery red hair, leaning in aggressively, demanding, Who are you? Standing between the gaming chairs, she skips the first question and jumps right to accusing him. Did the mere guild send you? Kangwoo looks completely unfazed, almost bored. He knows Mir is a big guild, but tells her he has no idea what she's on about. Not in a guild, he says simply. She doesn't believe him for a second. Her hand flashes out, grabbing his wrist surprisingly hard. Lying to me? She snaps, clearly thinking someone with his presence must be affiliated. Kangwoo sighs, slightly annoyed. Ah, you noticed, he replies dryly, maybe referring to his reaction speed. Adds, your disappointed look is annoying. She steps forward aggressively. Stop messing around and answer me seriously. Looking him dead in the eye, she explains why she doubts him. Never heard of an A-rank player without a guild. She's clocked his skill level, or thinks she has. Instead of arguing, Kangwoo just pulls out his official player card. Shows it to her. His face, name, Kangwoo, and rank are right there. Wei-in stares, shocked reading, drank? She's stunned. You're really a beginner? Kangwoo just nods calmly. Yeah, so be nice, adding casually, almost died back there, probably meaning her attack. Her mind is racing. If he's just D-rank, her attack should have flattened him instantly. Were those really D-rank skills? It doesn't add up. Kangwoo's had enough. Done? I'm leaving, he announces, turning to go. The staff calls out, have a good one, as he leaves Wei-in confused. Huh. She snaps back, calling out, Wait. Trying to stop him. But he's already out the door. Her eyes narrow, suspicion turning into a dangerous thought. That bastard. Could he be? Something clicks about his reflexes. Kangwoo steps onto the street, looking like anyone else leaving the PC bang, seemingly unbothered. He walks calmly, but internally he's replaying that weird, aggressive encounter. Looking at his hand, he acknowledges his weakness. Yeah, he lost his main powers, but he still has fighting reflexes honed over 10,000 years. That's how a D-rank reacted like that. Wei-in's mind flashes back to the clash. His speed, his defense. It made her instantly suspect the impossible. Based on skill alone, could he be one of the top dogs in the demonic religion? The manager? Or even the leader? Kangwoo also recalls being impressed by her speed during the brief fight. She was fast enough to actually surprise him for a split second. Made him wonder who she was. His reaction at the time was just a surprised, huh? Meanwhile, nearby, someone scaling a building wall, hand gripping a ledge silently. With incredible agility, it's Baek Wei-in, vaulting silently onto an AC unit support rack. Crouching there, hidden, her expression is dead serious, blue eyes focused intensely. She pulls out her phone, red rose symbol visible. Checks her surroundings, coast is clear, street noise provides cover. She makes a quick call. The red rose symbol lights up as the call connects. Yes, Cha Yeonjunim, she says respectfully to her guild leader. Strategy team here. Connect me to HR. The prompt, alright, comes back. Someone straightens up on the other end, ready for the call. It connects to a man with glasses. Yes, Red Rose HR leader, Park Hyunwoo, he says professionally. What's up? Wei-in gets right to it. Hyunwoo. Need you to investigate someone. It's important. He senses the urgency. You mean that demonic religion worshipper you've been tracking? Wei-in hesitates. Maybe. He's hiding his identity, very suspicious, she explains, convinced. Checked his player card. Relaying the info mentally. Name, Oh Kong. Hyunwoo repeats, drink. He points out technically, D-rank cards lack mana tracking, making them easier to fake than C-rank and up. But, he adds, usually D-rank cultists just kill other low levels for rituals. This seems different. No. Wei-in cuts him off sharply. Her face is grim. He's not that level, she insists. He predicted my movements. That's the key, he reacted to her. Hyunwoo is stunned into silence. Hyunwoo struggles to process it. That's... Even if you weren't going all out, he rationalizes. No known demonic religion follower should be skilled enough to react to your movements. It goes against all their intel. Wei-in listens silently. His analysis confirms how unsettling her encounter was. Until now, Hyunwoo concludes ominously. This Okongwoo is a new variable. Wei-in scoffs internally. Yeah right, Stu. Not buying it for a second given his skill. Hyunwoo continues, emphasizing his experience tracking the cult. Wei-in flashes back to fighting other cultists. None could match her. But this guy, he was different. The flashback shows Kongwoo effortlessly handling her. But still, she notices the tiny scrap of fabric stuck to her thumb, torn from Kangwoo's jacket. Proof. The pieces click together, forming a disturbing picture. Hyunwoo slams his fist down, worried. Is the demonic religion getting serious? Stepping up. Urgent now, we need info on him, fast. Understood, Wei-in confirms professionally. She ends the call, face grim, eyes still faintly glowing. She pauses, thinking. Is he demonic religion or not? His skill is undeniable, but his behavior doesn't quite fit. Miles away, Kongwoo stops walking. He looks at the tiny crushed pebble in his hand, likely from blocking her attack. But, he thinks, eyes narrowing slightly, one thing's for sure. He notices the small tear on his jacket sleeve. Ripped off, he notes, annoyed. Guess I didn't dodge completely. Split screen. Kangwoo's red eye, Wei-in's blue eye. A silent acknowledgement of the threat they each represent. That bastard. Kongwoo thinks, irritated about the fight and his jacket. Back with Wei-in, imposing shadowy auras flare behind them visually. Her conclusion is chilling and absolute. He is stronger than me. Her fist clenches tight again. She considers the other possibility, the one that breaks all the rules. Her expression is dead serious. If he's really D-rank, and moved like that purely on talent, the idea of such monstrous potential existing outside the known system is almost scarier than him being a demon worshipper. Kongwoo keeps walking resigned. So much for relaxing. Looks like he'll have to hit a C-rank gate as soon as his card updates tomorrow. Needs to level up fast. Meanwhile, Wei-in's resolve hardens. Someone like him exists. No guarantee I keep my high-rank spot. Gotta get stronger. This encounter lit a fire under her. She seems to be back at her desk, hand near her keyboard, game screen visible. Suddenly she recoils, eyes wide with pure fury. Blue energy crackles around her violently. Staring at her screen, a notification flashes. Rank demotion bronze. All because she had to ditch the match thanks to Kongwoo. Her fist clenches, knuckles cracking. Oh Kangwoo! His name is a curse. Her face twists in rage, teeth bared, blue aura flaring. You piece of she screams. I'll find you and kill you. Oh, it's personal now. Totally oblivious, Kangwoo continues his peaceful walk. He shivers suddenly. What was that? He murmurs, glancing around. Sudden chill. He shakes it off, unaware of the powerful enemy he just made. The next day, Kangwoo makes his way to the Mokdong C-rank gate, focused on hunting and getting stronger fast. He glances at the gate info, looks like trolls are on the menu today. He needs to clear this quickly, but then something catches his eye on the notice board. A restriction. Just as he approaches, gate security steps in front of him. One guard explains firmly that entry is only allowed for C-rank players, and strictly in parties of 5. Kangwoo holds up his newly updated card, a bit confused by the sudden roadblock. Why the strict rules? The guard gestures towards the swirling blue energy of the gate portal, his face serious. Turns out the boss monster, a troll chief, has appeared inside. Solo runs are completely forbidden when the boss is active, standard procedure, but a serious pain for Kangwoo's plans. Kangwoo lets out a silent sigh. Just his luck. The moment he gets his C-rank access sorted, the boss shows up, forcing group play. This really messes with his goal of soloing the dungeon for maximum experience and loot. He picks up snippets of nervous chatter from other players nearby. Someone asks if today's really the day the boss monster is active. Another player sounds uncertain, asking their team what they want to do. You can feel the tension building around the entrance. Kangwoo scans the growing crowd milling near the gate. The air is thick with worry. One player mutters about the difficulty of taking down the chief, while another suggests just calling it a day and disbanding. Kangwoo just watches, silently observing the mood. He notes the difference immediately. C-rank gates definitely have a heavier atmosphere compared to the lower-level ones he's been clearing. He also notices the gear on the players around him, much better quality than what you'd see at F or D rank gates. These guys are better equipped but still anxious. But the rules are the real issue. He sees a guard meticulously scanning another player's ID. The inspections are tighter, and the mandatory party rule is the biggest hurdle. He needs to get in alone to hog all the rewards. How can he manage that? Suddenly, a nearby group gets loud. Their leader, a rough-looking guy, shouts about going in to kill the chief and splurging the $1,000,000 reward. His teammates cheer him on, greed starting to bubble up amongst the waiting players. Another group nearby seems less sure, wondering what they should do, admitting they aren't confident. Kangwoo continues his quiet observation, processing the shifting dynamics. He can almost taste the mix of emotions swirling around the gate, uncertainty about survival, raw fear of the boss, restlessness, a hesitant desire to just go for it anyway. It's a volatile cocktail waiting for a spark. A dark, almost predatory grin touches Kangwoo's lips, his red eyes holding a faint, calculating glow. He thinks about this unstable mix of feelings, realizing that just a little push, maybe one spoonful of rage, would be the perfect catalyst. The plan starts clicking into place. He glances back at the guy hyping up the reward money. $1,000,000 is tempting, he admits silently. He realizes he doesn't need anything elaborate this time. These players are already on edge. Humans he knows. Kangwoo subtly focuses his intent, reaching out almost invisibly with his demonic power. Can often be pushed just that tiny bit further. A faint, dark aura swirls near his hand as he stands close to another player. These bosses might seem overpowering, but sometimes all people need is that little nudge. He channels one of his authorities, the power of rage, letting it seep into the crowd like a subtle poison, amplifying the resentment, greed, and fear already simmering beneath the surface. It's enough to tip them over. And just like that, one of the players who'd been hesitant moments before snaps. His voice is strained, eyes wide and frantic as he asks, "Why are we always like this?" His teammate looks startled, asking what's gotten into him, totally unprepared for the sudden outburst. The first player's face twists, tears streaming as painful memories flood back, being beaten up, helpless. Even back in school, he cries, bullied by thugs. And ripping those bastards apart was just a fantasy. It was hell. All that pent-up anger and humiliation finally boils over. Then, he continues, his voice rising with a desperate kind of hope, the gates opened. I thought my chance had finally come. I could finally be strong, he yells, tears mixing with a fierce, sudden resolve. I thought I wouldn't have to crawl around like a worm anymore. His face contorts in pure fury, fueled by Kangwoo's unseen influence. But what the hell is this? He screams at the top of his lungs. Why are we still cowering before monsters? The rage ignites the crowd instantly. Someone else shouts, I can't live like this. Another roars, trolls or whatever, let's just smash them all. A wave of reckless aggression washes over them. Let's get the boss's head. A woman screams, raw grief mixing with fury, yes. They killed my little brother. I won't forgive them. I'll kill them all. The player who started it all continues his rant, eyes blazing. I'm going to kill them and get rewarded for all the suffering I've endured. Yes. Another player grits his teeth, sweat pouring down his face. We can't stay stuck in low-level zones forever. The need to prove themselves, to escape being weak, completely overrides their earlier fear. The anger keeps building. He's right, someone cries. I'm sick of living like this. Another yells, monsters, people, whoever look down on me, I'll make them kneel. A unified roar goes up from the crowd, I'm going to kill them all. The guards stare, completely stunned as the crowd descends into chaos. What's wrong with them? One stammers. Another can't believe they're rushing in like this. One guard frantically shouts into his radio, open the gate. Open the gate. It's too late to stop them. Players surge towards the portal, screaming battle cries. Visual, Kangwoo subtly slipping into the chaotic crowd heading towards the gate. One of the guards watches the uncontrolled rush, totally bewildered. What just happened? I've never seen people act like this when a boss appeared. He reports the situation over the radio. Command? This is the C rank front gate. We have a massive, uncontrolled surge of players entering, requesting confirmation on the situation. But Kangwoo is already gone, swallowed by the mob. Hidden nearby for just a moment, Kangwoo watches the players flood into the gate, their enraged shouts echoing. He crouches down, the faint purple demonic aura around him fading away. Good, he thinks with cold satisfaction. Watching them work together like this, fueled by his manipulation, is quite the sight. Another wave of their furious cries echoes, let's wreck them all. And with that, Kangwoo calmly steps through the shimmering portal himself, entering the C-rank gate. He finds himself in a place he wasn't expecting at all. His boots hit soft sand, kicking up a cloud of fine dust. He looks around, surprised. A desert. He takes in the vast, sun-baked landscape stretching out before him. Dry air, endless sand, jagged rock formations in the distance. Completely different from the swamp before, he notes silently. And it's huge. Shielding his eyes against the bright glare, he scans the immense area. Finding the boss mob in this vastness could take time. He considers his options. Using the power of sky seems like the fastest way. He briefly checks his status window mentally. He thinks he might have enough power now for what he has in mind. He focuses on his demonic energy stat, 53. Just over the threshold of 50. That settles it. He has enough fuel to use the authority he needs. All right then, he decides, let's try this. With an explosive burst of speed, he leaps high into the air, heading towards a tall, rocky peak like a missile, leaving faint energy trails behind him. He lands lightly atop the peak. Dark, swirling energy immediately envelopes his hands, reshaping them into sharp, wicked-looking demonic claws, Astaroth's claws, the manifestation of the power of sky. His vision shifts dramatically. The world warps slightly, overlaid with crackling red energy lines. His eyes glow red, acting like powerful demonic scanners, perceiving details far beyond normal human sight. His enhanced sight sweeps across the sprawling desert below. The sheer amount of information is almost overwhelming. He filters through the noise, spotting scattered groups of trolls. Then he locks onto his primary target. Over there. His vision zooms in on a massive troll standing amongst its soldiers, the chief. Down below, the troll chief lets out a low, guttural growl, maybe sensing something amiss. Good, Kong-woo thinks, target confirmed. He deactivates the power. The claws retract, the dark energy dissipating into wisps. Kneeling on the peak, he confirms his plan. That's the one. He glances towards the target area again. There are quite a few smaller trolls clustered around the chief. He wipes a bead of sweat, maybe from the desert heat, maybe from the power usage. Just then, he spots them, the horde of players he'd riled up earlier. They're charging recklessly across the sand below, shouting about getting stronger, heading straight for the troll encampment. Oh, look at them go, Kong-woo observes with a smirk. Perfect timing. They'll make a useful distraction. Down on the desert floor, the players continue their frenzied charge, yelling about taking the chief's head. Watching from his perch, Kong-woo thinks, I can definitely use these guys. He pushes off the peak, diving silently towards the battlefield like a predator striking from above. Let the players keep the small fry busy, he thinks midair. He'll handle the chief himself. Below, the massive troll chief stands surrounded by its troll soldiers, unaware of the danger hurtling towards it. Kong-woo lines up his attack. He focuses solely on the chief, knowing the charging players will draw the attention of the lesser trolls. He lands silently, unnoticed, right behind the preoccupied troll chief. Dark, potent energy gathers rapidly around his clenched fist. Now then, he readies himself, time to begin. With incredible speed, Kong-woo throws a devastating punch. Pure dark energy, crackling with blue, lightning-like power, explodes from his fist, engulfing the huge troll chief in a vortex of destruction. The force of the blow cuts through the air, the dark energy swirling violently around the point of impact. The sheer power is immense, visibly tearing into the troll chief's tough hide. Kong-woo drives the attack home, the demonic energy detonating outwards. A sickening crack echoes as the blow connects with bone-shattering force. A massive pillar of brilliant blue light erupts where the troll chief stood, vaporizing it almost instantly. A deafening roar marks its end. System notifications immediately flash before Kang-woo's eyes. The B-rank boss monster, Troll Chief, has been defeated. Kong-woo stands coolly amidst the fading light, the ravaged remains of the Troll Chief behind him. More messages appear. An additional EXP bonus for killing the boss. And the most important one, he contributed the most to the kill, tripling the bonus EXP. Even Kong-woo is momentarily taken aback, shown in a simplified, wide-eyed reaction. A huge notification declares, you have gained 4 levels. Huh? What? That much experience, all at once from a single blow? Even he didn't expect that much. Nearby, the players who were just starting to clash with the regular trolls stop dead in their tracks. They stare in absolute shock at the empty space where the massive boss just vanished into light. One of them murmurs, completely bewildered, It died in one shot? They didn't even see who did it. Kong-woo stares at the empty space where the boss just vanished, the level-up alerts still hanging in the air. He's still processing how easy that was. Was that really the boss? He checks his status again just to be sure. Yep, the system definitely called it a boss. But still, it felt way too weak for a C-rank gate leader. Looking down at his hands, the image of the massive troll chief flashes in his mind. No, he corrects himself, the troll wasn't weak. It had the power expected of a C-rank boss. The truth is simpler, he's just gotten way stronger than he realized. He flexes his fingers, feeling the surge of power. He'd planned on playing it safe in here, but his thoughts are cut short by the screeches of the remaining trolls nearby, agitated and leaderless. At this rate, one growls, confused about its missing chief. Kong-woo eyes them coolly as dark energy starts swirling around his hand, taking the shape of a blade. He stands ready, energy blade humming, as the angry mob of trolls charges towards him. A sharp, predatory grin spreads across his face, his eyes flashing red with anticipation. Looks like he might need to change the plan. Forget safe hunting, it's cleanup time. The trolls just scream and charge mindlessly. Kong-woo stands his ground, perfectly calm, waiting. He settles into a ready stance, energy blade held low, radiating power. Ready for action. A slight, confident smirk plays on his lips as they get closer. His eyes flare with demonic power, the grin widening. Since things turned out this way, he might as well wipe them all out at once. He walks calmly towards the charging horde, completely unfazed by their numbers. Kangwoo raises his hand, the energy blade pulsing slightly. The trolls hesitate for just a second, confused. Suddenly, the blade flares. Blue light ripples across the nearest trolls, sinking into them like liquid. They freeze, spasming, before their chests violently explode from the inside out in fountains of gore. Dying screams echo as Kangwoo stands silhouetted against the carnage. He recognizes the technique, using his power of the blade to cause internal explosions. Brutal but effective. Looking at his hand, surrounded by floating blood droplets, he confirms he has more than enough demonic energy to use this power freely. System notifications pop up, C-rank trolls eliminated, 2 more levels gained. Then another message, he's acquired a new skill, Terra Blade, rank A. He looks up, surprised. The system explains that by formalizing the technique, he can now use it with more precision. Nice bonus. He remembers hearing that skills can sometimes be learned just by repeatedly using certain abilities. Looks like his energy attacks just paid off. He summons a tendril of the new purple Terra Blade energy, examining it with a wolfish grin. Good stuff. Time for a little test drive. He unleashes the skill again, a swirling vortex of purple energy expanding rapidly outwards from him. The energy instantly forms dozens of sharp, curved blades that lash out in every direction, covering the area. The remaining trolls are caught completely by surprise, letting out confused growls. Suddenly, purple energy tendrils erupt from the ground beneath them, wrapping around their legs, stopping them cold. They shriek in panic. The tendrils tighten, glowing ominously as the trolls scream. Then, dozens of phantom energy blades slice through them from all angles simultaneously. In an instant, the trolls are reduced to bloody heaps on the sand. Kangwoo stands calmly in the aftermath as the purple energy fades. Definitely more efficient now that it's a proper skill. Quick and clean. He kneels down beside one of the dissolving corpses, placing a hand on it. Alright, time for the rewards. His hand glows with the purple light of gluttony, absorbing the demonic essence from the dead trolls. A notification confirms the result. Demonic energy stat increased by 2. Kangwoo stands up, looking a little surprised amidst the fading purple glow. Just 2 points? After all those C-rank trolls? He checks his stats again, thinking. Maybe because his demonic energy is already over 50? He used all his magic stones too, and still only got 2 points. He realizes this must be what people meant about stats getting harder to raise at higher levels. Still, progress is progress. Leveling speed is decent, and he's only 4 levels away from his 4th awakening now. Every bit helps. He glances towards the gate exit. Alright, maybe hunt just a little bit more before heading back. He vanishes in a flicker of movement. Outside the gate, the players Kangwoo stirred up earlier are milling around, confused and furious. Where's the boss? One demands. Others groan about wasting their time. More complaints fill the air. Accusations of bad intel from the government, frustration about not even seeing minions. Someone mentions seeing some trolls running away, but obviously, the main target was gone. Players gather around the crater where the boss died, noting there wasn't even a body left, just traces of something. Frustration boils over. Some decide to just leave, others are still agitated, demanding answers about the regeneration timing. Someone suggests they should all go complain, voicing the crowd's anger. Kangwoo slips out of the gate, staying near the edge. Relief washes over him. Looks like no one saw what he did. But the crowd is still pretty worked up. He starts blending into the disgruntled players shuffling away, muttering about the wasted day. His plan, just drift along with the angry mob and slip away unnoticed. Suddenly, a sharp voice cuts through the noise. The angry players immediately turn their frustration towards the gate guards, demanding compensation and answers for the messed up boss timing. Visual, Kangwoo stopping abruptly amidst the commotion. Kong-woo freezes. Blocking the exit path is a disciplined group of players in distinctive red and black uniforms he doesn't recognize immediately. The Hwarang Corps? What are they doing here? The other players are just as confused, murmuring about why the Corps is present. Did someone report a KAO, a player killer? Kong-woo wonders the same thing. What's going on? The leader of the Hwarang group, a woman with long white hair, turns around, looking slightly annoyed. Seems like this is interrupting her day too. She faces the players emerging from the gate, her expression shifting as she takes in the scene. Hey, she calls out, getting their attention. Visual, the Hwarang commander addressing the gathered players. Everyone be quiet, she commands, her voice easily cutting through the chatter. This is an official notice for all players. A close-up focuses on her sharp, magenta-colored eye as she begins. Recently, there have been reports of KAO activity, player killers, operating in D-rank gates. Murmurs ripple through the crowd at the mention of KOs. Therefore, she continues, her authoritative gaze sweeping over them, we are conducting random inspections on all players who have achieved their third awakening. We appreciate your cooperation. Kong-woo goes rigid, hiding slightly within the crowd. KO player? His own actions flash through his mind. Someone nearby mutters about hearing rumors. This is bad. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple. His usual cool composure starts to crack. He just hit his third awakening. He does not need this kind of attention right now. The commander steps forward purposefully, stopping directly in front of Kong-woo. KO player inspection, she repeats calmly. Please show me your player card. Kong-woo stares up at the commander, seeing her face clearly now, long white hair, intense magenta eyes. He feels trapped. Please, he thinks desperately, don't let this be it. Don't let me be caught. Commander Baekwain tries to sound reassuring, though her eyes stay sharp. Don't worry, it's not a complicated inspection. Another officer pipes up, trying to calm the crowd. We're just looking for specific players on our list. Kong-woo keeps his face neutral, but inside he's sweating. He's definitely done things he shouldn't get caught for. He really hopes they aren't talking about him. If KAO players are really active, he needs to lay low. But sneaking away now, with all these Hwarang soldiers around? Impossible. His eyes flick back to the commander. That woman, Baekwain, she seems way too sharp to try and slip past. Looks like he has no choice but to face the inspection. So much for a quiet exit. How does he get out of this? Her request still hangs there, show me your player card. The commander leans in slightly, startling him. Did you lose your card? She asks, a hint of impatience in her voice. Kong fumbles. Hold on. He quickly pulls out his updated card, offering it with a forced easygoing smile. Here it is. Is just showing the card enough? Wei-in takes the card, studying it closely. Kong-woo watches her, thinking his official record should be clean, even if his recent actions weren't exactly legal. He decides to play it cool, but resolves to be more careful from now on. Those KAO players connected to the demonic order are clearly making moves. Trying to seem casual, Kong comments on her being there in person. Wei-in replies matter-of-factly that as commander, she can't just leave everything to her subordinates. Kong-woo puts on an impressed look. Wow, you're really cool, he says, though he's mostly just trying to act normal. While she holds his card, he probes gently, are there really a lot of KAO players popping up these days? Wei-in confirms it without giving much away. That's why they're doing these random checks. She finishes her inspection and hands the card back. Verified. Kong-woo takes it with another smile. Thanks for your hard work. He adds thoughtfully, trying to mislead her about KO motives, suggesting they must just be killing for money. Killing people for cash, scary stuff, he finishes. Wei-in agrees simply, money is scary. Kong-woo nods, but internally scoffs. Liar. He knows from his interrogation that the KAO players under the demonic order aren't just after money. The Hwarang Corps must suspect it too. As Wei-in turns to leave, she gives him a final nod. Farewell. Kong-woo registers that the government is definitely investigating the demonic order. He makes one last attempt to seem helpful, asking for the KAO players' names so he can report them if seen. Wei-in gives a polite but firm refusal. Thanks for the offer, but leave it to us. She's not sharing intel. Player safety is our mission, she adds formally. Kangwoo just chuckles nervously. She offers some advice, noting he just hit C rank, suggesting he stick to safer D rank gates for now. Kangwoo politely thanks her. Wei-in gives him one last evaluating look. You seem like a good person, Mr. Okong. We need more players like you. Kangwoo offers a slightly sly smile back. If there were more like him, she'd be in trouble, he thinks silently. Aloud, he just says, thank you. Wei-in and her troops leave. Kangwoo watches them go, sighing internally. A secret investigation, maybe? They didn't check everyone. Finally safe, he processes the encounter. The government is definitely onto the demonic order. Time to go home. He pulls out his phone. Hey, let's meet up soon. A few days later, Kang, Sila, and Tae-soo are at an outdoor cafe. Tae-soo greets them enthusiastically. He immediately turns to Sila, extending a hand eagerly, asking if she's the healer Kangwoo mentioned. Sila smiles politely. Sila introduces herself, a little flustered by Tae-soo's energy. Kangwoo watches, slightly amused by Tae-soo's lack of subtlety. Tae-soo gets a completely smitten look, telling Kangwoo they look good together. Kangwoo bluntly tells him to stop staring. Kangwoo gets straight to the point, reminding Tae-soo of the plan. Team up with Sila and hunt in D-rank gates. Visual, Tae-soo enthusiastically agreeing. Tae-soo immediately leans towards Sila, calling her sis-in-law and asking about her abilities. Sila stammers, bright red, while Kangwoo looks mildly annoyed. Tae-soo brushes off her embarrassment, asking for details about her power. Sila collects herself and agrees. She explains her B-rank ability, Blessing of Light. It heals and buffs stats like strength, stamina, and dexterity all at the same time. Tae-soo is impressed. Heal and buff simultaneously? Sila confirms with a gentle smile, adding the buffs aren't super strong, but the combination is rare. Tae-soo is amazed, turning to Kangwoo. Kang just sips his drink non-committally. Tae-soo emphasizes how valuable Sila is. Healers who can buff and defend are rare, guilds would snap her up. Sila thanks him modestly. Kangwoo privately notes her ability is indeed quite good. Sila mentions she has no plans to join a guild right now. Kangwoo approves silently, he prefers independence too. He also notices Sila didn't object too strongly to being called sis-in-law. Interesting. Tae-soo dramatically gulps his coffee, declaring he's going to make history with Kangwoo. Kangwoo dryly reminds him it's not beer. Tae-soo slams his cup down like he just chugged ale. Hot Americanos are the best. Kang gives him a look, like, are you drinking soup? Kangwoo brings the conversation back on track. Have they thought about a damage dealer for the third-party slot? Tae-soo beams, saying he has two great people in mind. He boasts about their talent, saying they just hit their second awakening but should be in guilds already. He insists Kangwoo will like them because his judgment is superb. Kangwoo looks skeptical, remembering Tae-soo's past gullibility. Good judge of character? Still, he trusts his own instincts. Tae-soo says he knows the candidates from his early goblin hunting days, vouching for their trustworthiness. He offers an introduction tomorrow. Kangwoo agrees and checks with Sila, who is fine with meeting Tae-soo's friends. Sila looks at Kangwoo earnestly. I want to level up quickly, she says softly, so I can be with you. Kangwoo meets her gaze, his expression softening. Take your time, he replies gently. Your safety is what matters most, Sila. Tae-soo watches them with a goofy grin and floating hearts. Young love. Kangwoo glares at him again. Stop staring. Kangwoo tells Tae-soo they'll meet near East Incheon tomorrow. Tae-soo asks why so far, when there's a D-rank gate nearby. Kangwoo vaguely mentions the incident at the closer gate, the massacre he found, suggesting they hunt trolls in East Incheon instead of lizardmen for safety and better EXP. He confirms the trolls are stronger but the open environment is easier to hunt in than the lizardman swamp. Tae-soo is impressed by the tactical thinking. Smart move. Tae-soo finishes his drink, declaring himself the best subordinate, and says he'll see them tomorrow. Kangwoo nods, asking if he's leaving already. Tae-soo confirms, looking suddenly serious, saying he has stuff to do. Kangwoo sighs dramatically. Later, Kangwoo is back in a C-rank gate, focus narrowed, leaning back with a confident, almost dark smile. Goal, leveling up. Time blurs as he hunts relentlessly. Status update, level 29. Just one more level until his 4th awakening. So close. He visualizes his target, eyes glowing red. Power of gluttony activates, targeting more monsters. The fight is swift, ending with absorption. He finishes absorbing energy from another group of trolls as they dissolve. Kangwoo shakes residual energy from his claws. How many more does he need to kill? The grind is getting old. Suddenly he freezes, senses flaring. What's that smell? His eyes widen. Gore flashes in his mind. Blood. Human blood. Fresh and a lot of it. He leaps onto a higher vantage point, scanning the area. Hunting grounds always smell like blood, sure. But this is different. This smells like at least 6 people were massacred, killed instantly. And there's no field boss around. He follows the scent quickly through the rocks. High chance of KAO players being involved. He rounds a corner and stops. The gruesome remains of a player party litter the ground. Found them. He lands silently amidst the bloody scene. Examining the bodies, he notes the clean, brutal wounds. All dead. But why kill them? The demonic order usually needed live sacrifices for rituals. This doesn't fit. He scans the area, senses on high alert. Which bastard did this? The scent is still fresh. The killer must still be nearby. He spots movement, one player, somehow still alive, dragging themselves away. He approaches cautiously. Suddenly, Kangwa's eyes go wide with shock. The ground beneath the survivor explodes upwards. A monstrous, shadowy beast erupts, wreathed in dark, violent energy, letting out a terrifying growl. What the hell is that thing? A massive, demonic dog emerges, radiating pure malice. Recognition hits Kangwoo like ice water. A creature straight from the depths. Hellhound. His mind reels. Why is a monster from hell doing here? The hellhound lets loose a terrifying roar, shaking the ground. Pure demonic hatred radiates from it. Kangwa's mind is still reeling. Why is a hellhound here? No time to process. The hound lunges, impossibly fast, jaws snapping right where Kangwoo was standing. He barely throws himself clear. The sheer force of the near miss sends him tumbling back, a desperate blur of motion. That was way too close. He hits the sand hard, skidding to a stop. The raw power behind that lunge was immense. Gritting his teeth, Kangwoo pushes himself up. His arm throbs from blocking the shockwave. He gets a proper look at the beast now. Its size, its aura, it feels even stronger than the hellhounds he knew back in hell. This thing is seriously tough. It attacks again, claws swiping, wreathed in burning energy. Kangwoo is immediately forced onto the defensive. He needs more power. Kangwoo taps into an authority, his body flaring with raw red energy, drastically boosting his physical strength. He meets the charge head-on, channeling that power into his fist, punching the creature's flank. Red energy clashes violently. The blow lands solid, but the hellhound just growls, barely even scratched. Its demonic hide is incredibly resistant. The hound retaliates instantly, smashing Kangwoo into the ground with overwhelming force, sending dust and rock flying. Slammed down hard, Kangwoo realizes his usual blade attacks might be useless against this thing. He needs a new plan. Okay then, how about this? Quickly gathering energy between his hands, Kangwoo forms a sphere of concentrated blue power. He channels the authority of the dark spear, shaping the energy into a deadly projectile of pure demonic force. Flipping backward to dodge another attack, he launches the spear, sending it spinning through the air. The hellhound, expecting another physical clash, looks up just in time to see the energy spear hurtling towards it. It strikes dead center in the chest, exploding on impact and drawing a raw, pained roar from the beast. The hound stumbles back, crashing heavily to the ground, stunned for a moment by the unexpected magic attack. Kangwoo lands lightly, breathing a bit harder. Got it? That definitely connected. But the wound starts closing almost instantly. The hellhound snarls furiously, regenerating rapidly. Kongwu curses internally. He said, "I got it," out loud. Bad habit. The hound readies another attack. Kongwu needs to change tactics again, needs an opening. He dodges sideways as the beast lunges, eyes peeled for any weakness. Using enhanced speed, he quickly repositions himself, looking for that split-second chance. Visual, Kongwu maneuvering quickly around the hellhound. He sees it, a brief pause as the hound recovers. Focusing his power, tendrils of pure darkness shoot from his hands, wrapping around the recovering hellhound, likely Baphomet's authority. Before it can break free, Kongwu slams his palms on the ground, invoking the power of earth. The ground beneath the hound cracks. Visual, the ground beginning to erupt under the hellhound. Sharp spikes of rock erupt, impaling the hound's limbs as the darkness tendrils tighten, holding it fast. Kongwu leaps, readying a finishing blow. He summons the dark spear again, gripping it tightly as he plunges down towards the immobilized hound's head. It struggles, shrieking. Gritting his teeth, Kongwu pours everything into the strike. The spear meets immense resistance against the demonic skull. He pushes harder, driving the spear deeper, shattering bone. The dark spear's power detonates inside the hound's head, erupting outwards in a violent blast of energy and rock shards. The sheer force of the internal explosion cracks the ground open beneath the dying beast. The hellhound is thrown back by the blast, its body already starting to fall apart as it crashes lifelessly. Kongwu lands heavily, staggering back several feet from the force of his own attack. He catches his breath, grimacing. That took a serious amount of effort. He looks up sharply as the hound twitches, letting out a weak growl. It's still not completely dead? The skull is visibly regenerating around the spear wound. Kongwu sighs. Typical hell creature tenacity. He still has a long way to go before fights like this are easy. He straightens up, shaking his head slightly. Ridiculously tough. The hellhound struggles back to its feet, growling menacingly. Kongwu braces himself. Here it comes again. The beast stomps forward, flaring with red demonic energy. But this time, Kongwu unleashes pure hellfire, engulfing the hound in a roaring inferno. The flames burn intensely, the hound roaring within the blaze. Kongwu watches coldly. Just a mutt that doesn't know its place. He gathers dark energy, preparing another assault. He calls upon the authority he used to bind it, Baphomet's power over darkness. Visual, Kongwu channeling Baphomet's dark energy. The hellhound's eyes widen slightly, maybe recognizing the signature of the demon lord's power. Suddenly, a notification pops up, Crack's fragment defeated. Looks like the headwound combined with sustained hellfire finally did the trick. Kongwu clenches his fist, maybe a little annoyed the fight ended abruptly, or maybe just relieved it's finally over. More notifications flood in. XP increases. Level increases by 5. Level 30 reached. Fourth awakening attained. His fourth awakening, demonic ruler of demonic energy, rank A. Effect, faster, more natural use of demonic energy, and easier absorption of energy from others. This is huge. Kongwu catches his breath, wiping sweat away. He looks at his hand, feeling the influx of new power. Disgusting creature, he mutters, referring to the hound. He reflects on the fight. Using multiple authorities smoothly at once is still tricky. The hound finally dissipates completely. He exhales slowly. Thank goodness he hunted these things often back in hell. Knowing their weaknesses saved him. Visual, repeat of the awakening notification. Standing amidst the fading demonic energy, a faint smirk returns. Level 30. The fourth awakening. A wave of power washes over him as the awakening fully integrates. He feels his grasp on demonic energy solidify, becoming far more potent, more instinctual. His path back to full power just got a whole lot clearer. The notification lingers after the brutal fight. Crack's fragment defeated. Kongwu stands over the fading remains of the hellhound, looking at the message. Crack's fragment? What does that mean? He glances at the spot where the hound's head was shattered. That term is definitely new. He racks his brain. He's heard the term core crack somewhere before. Maybe cracks is just what they call beings from other dimensions appearing here? But still, how did a hellhound, a creature specifically from hell, get through a standard gate? This feels wrong, unsettling. He tries to brush it off. It's not like hellhounds are top-tier demons anyway. And what exactly is a crack? Is it even referring to hell? He sighs, running a hand through his hair. No point getting stuck on something with zero clues. Wasting time. Better check the rest of those notifications. He scrolls through the messages from the level up and awakening, a faint smile appearing. So many rewards. Oh, what's this? He focuses on his new power. Fourth awakening, ranketh demonic ruler of demonic energy. Faster energy use, easier concentration, and perfect concealment of his demonic aura. A wave of relief hits him. Finally. With this, he won't have to worry so much about hiding his true nature from others. Time to finish the job. He activates gluttony to absorb the last demonic remnants from the hellhound. The monstrous maw appears, consuming the swirling purple energy. A demonic grin spreads across Kangwoo's face as the power flows into him. Leveling up? Back in hell, this obsession drove him. If only he could unleash his true power now. The gluttony fades, leaving only the quiet desert wind. He stretches, feeling stronger, refreshed. Time to head home. He walks towards the gate, passing some guards who seem completely unaware of the chaos that just unfolded. Emerging back into the city area, he stretches again, feeling satisfied. A good day's hunt. Some kimchi jjigae would make it perfect. But just then a familiar voice calls out, "Hey!" Kangwoo pauses, turning. Leaning against a wall, it's her. The red-haired girl from the PC Bang, looking much more composed now. She pushes off the wall, adjusting her cap, blue eyes locked onto him. Long time no see. Kangwoo eyes her warily. Ah. She walks right up to him. Stating they never properly introduced themselves, she cuts to the chase. Cha Yeonju. She gives her name. Kangwoo freezes for a second. Cha Yeonju, he's heard that name before, back when he registered. Mentioned alongside Baek Kang-hyun as one of the top players. Yeonju tilts her cap. I'm the guild master of Red Rose. The logo flashes in Kangwoo's mind, one of the top 5 guilds. She confirms it verbally. The aggressive girl from the game is the leader of Red Rose? No wonder she was strong. Kangwoo keeps his face neutral. So, what does the Red Rose Guild master want with me? Yeonju smiles faintly. I did a little digging on you. She starts listing off his background, name, age, orphanage history, living alone. Then mentions the 5 years he was completely off the grid before suddenly registering as a player this year. Kangwoo confirms it's all basically correct, wondering why she investigated him so thoroughly. Yeonju checks her phone. Registered just 3 weeks ago? She looks him over. Tested as F rank, but clearly that's wrong. No F rank could hunt in C rank gates after only 3 weeks. Appeared out of nowhere after 5 years, already clearing C rank gates. She admits she initially suspected he was a criminal using a fake identity. But his face and fingerprints match his old records. Kangwoo is surprised. Fingerprints? How'd she get those? Yeonju casually mentions his license registration. Kangwoo realizes the power guilds wield. Gate records, fingerprints. Big guilds have way more reach than he thought. Yeonju concludes he's not using a fake ID. She holds up a sleek red device. In that case, visual, Yeonju preparing her offer. She looks at him intently. You might have talent even greater than Baek Kang-hyun. High praise indeed. Kangwoo stays quiet watching her. He finally speaks. Thanks for the compliment. But what are you getting at? Yeonju holds the device, pausing for effect. Then the bombshell, I'd like to sponsor you. As the guild master of Red Rose. She holds out the device. Sponsor the gifted player, oh Kangwoo. Kangwoo raises an eyebrow. Sponsorship? Wasn't expecting that. Yeonju seems slightly surprised by his muted reaction. What did you think I'd say? Kangwoo gives a slight smile. Thought you'd tell me to join the guild. Yeonju smirks. Why would she let someone hiding their F-rank facade join immediately? Implying he needs observation. Kangwoo just scratches his cheek. He wasn't really hiding his powers back then, he just didn't have them fully restored yet. Amusing. So, what's this sponsorship involve? Kangwoo. Yeonju explains simply, financial support to help him level up faster. Kangwoo jokingly asks if it's about the game they played. Yeonju nearly loses it, remembering the match that cost her rank, but forces herself calm. The game clearly still bothers her. Kangwoo laughs it off as a joke, claiming he was new to the game. Yeonju grits her teeth about not hitting silver because of him. Kangwoo playfully pokes fun at her being stuck in bronze. Yeonju explodes defensively, insisting she's silver level, just unlucky with teammates. Kangwoo chuckles. Jokes aside, he turns serious. Why sponsor me? Yeonju sighs, composing herself. Because you're going to become stronger. A straightforward investment in his potential. Visual, repeat of Yeonju stating Kangwoo's potential. What exactly are you offering? Kangwoo. Yeonju starts listing the perks. First, a temporary pass for A-rank gates and below, no level restriction. Kangwoo whistles softly. Nice start. Yeonju continues. Party matching with guild members if needed, tax exemption on magic stone sales through them. Tax savings, party support. Kang was impressed. Then comes gear loans, unique rank needs a deposit, but epic and below are free. Even a house and car if necessary. Kangwoo eyes Yeonju thoughtfully. This is suspiciously generous. What's her angle? An investment for the future, she repeats simply. Kang thinks it seems like overkill, even for an investment. Yeonju clarifies the catch. It's not free money. The guild will assign him tasks later. It's sponsorship with future obligations. Kangwoo considers. Standard practice for high-level recruitment, offer support now in exchange for help later. Sounds like commission work. He asks for details on the expected tasks. Yeonju replies evasively, can't reveal that right now. Kangwoo sighs inwardly. Figures. Probably complicated. I won't pry. He reasons he can probably refuse if the request is ridiculous later. He makes his decision. Alright, fine. Visual, Kangwoo agreeing to the sponsorship. Yeonju smiles faintly, satisfied. Kangwoo considers the implications. This is more than just connections. It's a massive opportunity for resources, access, and support, everything he needs to accelerate his plans. He meets Yeonju's gaze, determination hardening in his eyes, and shakes her hand firmly. He can't pass up an opportunity like this. The deal is done.